Preface. This book is the story of Prince Charles's battle for rehabilitation after Diana's death, and his refusal to obey the public's expectations of a future king. Many books have been written about Charles, but none has fully described the crisis he faced after 1997. For nearly 10 years, he was buffeted by scandal. His approval rating fell to the lowest figure for any royal in recent times. His succession to the throne was endangered. Among the most serious disclosures to undermine public confidence in the prince were those exposed during the unsuccessful prosecution for theft in 2002 of Paul Burrell, Diana's butler and confidant, the simultaneous revelation of disreputable behavior within Charles's household, and the possibility that he had personally interfered in the judicial process. At the end of that 2-year drama, Charles's survival as heir to the throne was on a knife edge. Additionally, throughout those years he was repeatedly criticized by the media and politicians for his extravagances. His father denounced him for being a rent-a-royal, yet he continued to sell access to himself, to raise money for his many charities and to indulge in ostentatious luxury. At the same time he provoked a fractious relationship with Tony Blair in his years as Prime Minister, which undermined the prince's constitutional duty to stay impartial. And he blithely disregarded the disdain of many Commonwealth leaders, which wrecked his assumption that he would automatically inherit leadership of the Association of 52 countries. During this period of turmoil, one issue dominated Charles's life: the status of Camilla Parker Bowles. Ever since they had resumed their relationship in the mid-1980s, he had stubbornly fought to rescue their reputations. Single-mindedly he confronted all the establishment forces, including the Queen, who was determined to prevent their marriage. His principal ally was Mark Bolland, a young media consultant, who for the first time has revealed in this book the intrigues that he masterminded on behalf of Charles and Camilla, which climaxed in their wedding in April 2005. Thereafter, the scandals in Charles's life diminished, although it would take another 6 years before the departure of his 5 most senior advisors signaled the end of the turbulence. By November 2011, Charles's reputation as a rebel was truly established. Not only had he defied the nation to marry Camilla, but his championship of controversial causes including the environment, architecture, fox hunting, complementary medicine and education, had aroused fierce opposition, and also praise. "I have never known a man who had better motives for all the trouble he caused," comments Thomas Fowler about the eponymous, quiet American, in Graham Greene's novel. The same could be said about Charles. Few doubted the sincerity of his campaigns, but many feared that his provocative dissent made him unfit to be king. He has repeatedly mentioned his devotion to his duty. He believes passionately that he can make Britain a better country and that he can help the disadvantaged. Whatever criticisms may be leveled at him have been mitigated, especially by his admirers, by his commitment to many valuable causes. Many Britons have personal experience of his dedicated visits to schools, hospitals and hospices. Carefully briefed, he talks engagingly to staff, pupils and patients, leaving them all with an enduring memory of his decency. The contrast for the majority who have not enjoyed a personal encounter is stark. During the many scandals that would have destroyed a lesser man, there has been no evidence that he has suffered a moral struggle. Shame and guilt seem foreign to him. Despite all the eyewitness accounts of his melancholia and self-doubt, Charles has never admitted any wrongdoing. In general terms, he is certainly not misunderstood by the public. My decision to write about such a familiar character was taken after several months of research. With the exception of Anthony Holden and Jonathan Dimbleby, most of Charles's subsequent biographers recite events, statements and comments in reverential tones. They do him a disservice. In reality, his life has been a gripping political, financial and personal drama. With hindsight, his survival today may seem preordained, but there were long periods when his future was in doubt, especially after Diana's death. That his conflicts have been conducted in the spotlight makes his story even more interesting because so much of what occurred has remained in the shadows. I make no claim to have unearthed every truth, but after interviewing over 120 people, many of whom served the royals for long periods and with great distinction and have not given their accounts before, I believe that this book does reveal many new insights about the future king. As with many of the other personalities I have investigated, I started this biography with limited knowledge about Charles's life beyond the media reports. Because I have lived with him throughout my life. We are of similar ages. I could not fail to be conscious of his exceptional tribulations, but I was unsure how much my research could reveal. The incentive was the suspicion that Charles, like all power brokers, must have, or her use, and misuse, of fame and fortune to influence society. Newspaper owners, billionaire tycoons and successful politicians all want to change our lives, and simultaneously to enhance their own reputations. What has fascinated me in all those I have previously covered is their climb from obscurity up the slippery pole, then their battle to stay on top. Along the way they have crushed rivals and subtly altered their own biographies. Often they have publicly paraded their service to mankind, while in reality pursuing largely self-interested agendas. Charles of course was born at the top of the pole, and though he has not exactly falsified his life's story, he has concealed many truths. Determined to be a figure of consequence, a long-lasting influence is a sign of greatness. He has used his position since the early 1980s to influence how Britain is governed, and after the mid-1990s employed his powers as a royal to massage the media in order to secure his and Camilla's survival. My quest was to discover how he manipulated those levers of power. To my surprise, I found that Charles's conduct has created a substantial number of victims, many of whom were saddened over how he acted, both in general and towards them. His loyalty, like his attention span, is limited. Embraced today, a favorite can be cast out tomorrow. Like some feudal lord, he presides at the center of a court with no place for democracy or dissenting views. Unlike the Queen, with her genius in being able to unite the nation, especially in difficult times, Charles divides his countrymen. Clearly he enjoys provoking argument, but only on his terms. He has refused to engage in debate. Advisors know that to say, no, will simply prompt his search for a replacement who will say, yes. Every decision is his and his alone. For over 30 years, the Prince of Wales has been prey to his follies. Since 1997 he has resorted to machination and media manipulation to restore his position. Although the large number of British people who previously supported the succession passing directly from the Queen to William gradually diminished and then rose again, Charles's rehabilitation is still unfinished business. His popularity, as I write in early 2018, remains disconcertingly low. As a committed monarchist, I want Charles to become king, to bequeath the throne in a healthy state to his son, whose popularity will protect the institution during his father's short reign. Whether and how that happens depends on Charles's age at the time of his coronation. At the moment, neither Charles nor indeed anyone can predict how the country will react to the Queen's death. Will Britain allow him to inherit the throne smoothly, and watch Camilla anointed as queen? Or will the nation resent Charles and his final ascent? He will undoubtedly become king, but the circumstances are in doubt. The central question posed at this stage of his life is what kind of monarch will Charles make, given that he is the most unpopular heir for generations. Had the Queen died a decade ago, his controversial interventions could well have provoked a constitutional crisis. However, over the past 7 years he has moderated his speeches in public, and has tried to encourage the belief that his takeover will be much more acceptable than even the most loyal monarchist could have imagined. His efforts have not been wholly convincing. After speaking to so many of those who have lived with and loved the royals, I share their trepidation over whether Charles can become a unifying monarch. At the end of writing this book, I am convinced that he is determined to make his mark on British history, and will not choose an impartial silence during his inevitably short reign. He remains a historian, writer and political activist, and will want to cement Charles III in people's memories for centuries to come. How he might achieve that of course remains a puzzle, but to some extent is answered in what follows. During my research, I inevitably encountered a large number of different opinions. All are reflected in the book. Readers will not be surprised that many of the quotations are anonymous. Those who still associate with Charles and Camilla as friends or employees, understandably do not want their relationship endangered. To protect them, I have made a point of disguising many of my sources. However, the reader can be assured that every quotation is accurate and was noted during my interviews. Although the 2 decades covered in my book can be understood only by referring to aspects of what went before, I have restricted such excursions into the past to what is sufficient to understand the present. Finally, researching this book has been an unexpected pleasure, not only because I have come to understand so many previously unknown conflicts and hitherto imperfectly reported events, but also because Charles emerges as an 1. New York, the 22nd of September 1999. Her anger was uncontrolled. I won't stop it. It's my life and it is the right thing to do. From a suite in New York's Carlyle Hotel, Camilla Parker Bowles was laying down the law. Her outburst was directed not only at her husband but also at his friend Nicholas Soames, the conservative MP and grandson of Winston Churchill. At the other end of the line, Charles was 3,000 miles away, fretting in his study at Highgrove, his Gloucestershire home. He had just passed on the news that Soames had been protesting about her high-profile visit to America. "There's too much publicity," Soames had told Charles. "It's that bloody man, Bolland." Well, the heir to the throne had replied, "Let's all have a meeting with Mark. When he returns and he'll explain everything." 33-year-old Mark Bolland was in theory the prince's assistant private secretary, his job since 1996, but in reality he was far more than that, the orchestrator of how Charles and Camilla appeared to the world. He stood now in the Carlyle suite witnessing their argument. Also present was Michael Fawcett, Charles's trusted servant of over 20 years, again far more than a valet. Both men admired Camilla's scathing dismissal of Charles's pleas. In Bolland's opinion, the London media reports about Camilla's hectic itinerary in Manhattan justified his gamble to defy Buckingham Palace's demand that she remain unseen and instead propel her into the spotlight. "We have to break eggs to push it," he had warned Charles before finalizing plans for the 4-day trip. Things don't happen by themselves. Charles's doubts had been dismissed by Camilla, who was determined to emerge from the shadow of her predecessor's glorious conquering of America in 1985. The 52-year-old Camilla was not pulling back. She handed the phone to her media advisor. Ever since he was hired, a year before Diana died, Bolland had enjoyed a good relationship with Charles. His sole purpose, his employer had stipulated, was to reverse Camilla's image as his privileged, fox-hunting mistress, make her acceptable to the public and overcome the Queen's hostility to their being together. At the outset, in 1996, there were constant arguments about how Charles's relationship with Camilla would end. 3 years on, she smelt success. "Why can't I meet your mother?" she had asked. More frequently she would snap, "You're off to the theater with friends, so why can't I come?" Or, "You're off on Saturday to stay with people who are my friends too, so I should be with you." To satisfy her, Bolland's tactics had hit a new level. "We were turning up the gas," he would say, because the Queen was unmovable. "The strategy," he explained to Charles, "is to scare the horses a bit. To move the dial." "Go ahead," Charles agreed. Back in London, The Sun had responded to Bolland's overtures with the headline, "Camilla will take New York by storm today, and had listed the celebrities, clamoring for invitations to lunch and dinner. Further to promote her, Bolland had revealed to the paper that the revered TV personality Barbara Walters was invited to one dinner, while Edmund Safra, a billionaire banker, would give a drinks party and the formidable New York socialite Brooke Astor would host a lunch, at which film star Michael Douglas would describe to Camilla the curing of his sex addiction at an Arizona clinic. In Bolland's currency, Camilla's appearance on the newspaper's front page was a triumph. Soames had protested about such orchestration. Charles, he complained, is not a political campaign. He is not a political party. Bolland's tactics also shocked Robin Yanran, the Queen's private secretary. The Sun's threat to campaign against the Queen, he protested, was typical of the divisiveness masterminded by Bolland. Over lunch with the publicist, David Airlie, one of the Queen's most respected advisors, had voiced similar unease. Bolland had retorted, "Well, give me the alternative of how we will achieve what we want." Single quote. "Don't make it too obvious," was Airlie's advice. "What's the alternative?" Bolland repeated. Airlie grimaced but made no suggestions. Employment by the palaces. Bolland understood, brought out the worst in even the best of people. Accompanied by her loyal assistant Amanda McManus, Camilla had flown to New York on Concorde. Their tickets had been bought by Geoffrey Kent, the financier of Charles. As soon as Camilla touched down, Besant flew her to his home in East Hampton to give her 2 days to recover from jet lag. Even the 3 hours it took Concorde to cross the Atlantic could upset her. He would provide a helicopter to fly her from there to Manhattan. Robert Higdon, the chief executive of Charles's Charity Foundation in America, was then meant to introduce the team to Camilla's hosts, but in the aftermath of a tussle among the courtiers he had been abruptly excluded. Languishing in the hotel lobby while Camilla raged at Charles, Higdon nevertheless negotiated for her visit to be hyped in New York's society columns. "Camilla and Charles knew that I was being beat up by the others," said Higdon, "but the boss and the blonde kept me because they knew the money I was bringing in. Charles might not have warmed to him, but he could not do without his money-raising talents." Over the previous 4 years Higdon had developed huge affection for Camilla, who, he told a journalist, has more self-confidence than anyone I know. Unlike Charles, who is doubtful and whiny, she's so tough. She never questions anything. That judgment was about to change. The tension led to disagreement between Charles and his 4 horsemen. Bolland, Kent, Brown and Besant. Their confidence in the value of publicity had been eroded. It wasn't the right time, concluded Higdon. It didn't feel right for Camilla. It was too soon. She was not great with Americans. Even worse, she was lazy. For her to get up in the morning and survive until nightfall is a major effort. It was even hard for her to get out of bed. She tries her best to do nothing during the day. On the American trip, the biggest problem was persuading her to dress up for a big occasion. The effort was overwhelming. Camilla was pissed off by the whole thing. It was horrible, a disaster. Single quote. While Camilla argued on the phone, Peter Brown was fretting in Brooke Astor's luxurious Park Avenue apartment. The guest of honor was already 30 minutes late. "She's gossiping with you-know-who," Brown confided to one of the guests, unaware of the true circumstances. But when Camilla did finally arrive, no sign of any argument was visible. That skill offset her limitations, and was adored by Charles. On public occasions she did her best to shine. 3 days before flying to New York she had appeared to enjoy a dinner for 50 guests in the Chelsea home of the Greek shipping and steel magnate Theodore Angelopoulos and his wife Gianna, and a few days earlier she had been jolly at Geoffrey Kent's 56th birthday party, despite her intense dislike of 2 of her fellow guests, Hugh and Emily Van Cutsem, both at Harry's bar with Andrew Parker Bowles, her former husband, and his new wife. Andrew was one of the few among her associates who aroused no antagonism among the courtiers. Others, she discovered, were less fortunate in the vicious intrigues around the court. A new plot, allegedly inspired by Galen Weston, a Canadian billionaire, had sought to oust Geoffrey Kent from Charles's inner circle. Weston was irritated that Charles played for Kent's polo team, and that Kent, rather than Weston, was the team captain. Their rivalry had spilled out into a dispute about a joint property development near Palm Beach. Now Weston was seeking to persuade Charles to dump an ally. Venomous spats among courtiers were not unusual for Charles. Despite the generosity shown to him by Kent, a global networker, Charles rarely reciprocated loyalty. "We don't have close friends," he had told a member of the polo team. "The royal family does not allow anyone to become too familiar and be privy to our secrets." Single quote. During a helicopter trip, a moment chosen so the police escort could not overhear, Bolland had spoken to the prince about his benefactor's fate. "He's been a good and generous friend," agreed Charles. "Tell Stephen not to do anything. I've changed my mind." Stephen Lamport, Charles's senior private secretary and Bolland's superior, was accustomed to cutting off those who had displeased his master, and readmitting those who were pardoned. Charles's decisions were often influenced by money, and in recent years, Camilla had adopted the same criterion. The previous month, she and Charles, her 2 children and over 20 friends had sailed around the Aegean on the Alexander, the world's 3rd largest private yacht. They were the guests of Yanis Latsis, a foul-mouthed Greek shipping billionaire whose fortune, some gossiped, was based on black marketeering, collaboration with the Nazis, and bribing Arabs for a stake in the oil trade. 6 weeks later, after her introduction to Edmund and Lily Safra in New York, Camilla discovered that the billionaire banker also owned a luxury yacht, as well as an 18-acre estate in the south of France, La Leopolda, valued at over $750 million. "Is there any chance," Camilla had asked Higdon, who had made the introduction, "that I could stay at Lily Safra's?" An invitation to visit St. James's Palace was duly issued to Safra, and soon afterwards Michael Fawcett was arranging Camilla's holiday on the estate. Her current trip to New York was part of Charles's campaign to win over the British people. But in 1999 that struggle was far from won. 2. Plots and counterplots. Charles's campaign to make Camilla accepted had started in 1996, 1 year before Diana's death, a period that marked a new peak in the public's disgust with the lives in the royal palaces. A succession of scandalous books, tapes and television interviews had reduced the prince's approval rating to less than 10%. Fearful that he would not inherit the crown, and even worse, that he might buckle under the pressure, Camilla had discussed his plight with Hilary Brown Wilkinson, the solicitor who had managed her divorce from Andrew Parker Bowles. Soon after, Charles and Camilla invited Hilary and her husband, Nico Brown Wilkinson, a senior judge, for dinner at St. James's Palace. The third guest was Fiona Shackleton, Charles's divorce lawyer, at that time a decisive influence in his life. "You must deal with your media image," Nico Brown Wilkinson told Charles. Nico's wife offered a solution. While working at the Press Complaints Commission, she had met Mark Bolland, the Commission's 29-year-old director and in his private life the partner of Guy Black, a Cambridge graduate and political advisor. Bolland, Hilary Brown Wilkinson said, was charming and well-connected, and had good relations with London's senior media executives. He was also an outsider. Unlike other palace officials, he had been educated at a grammar school in Middlesbrough and had gone neither to Oxbridge nor the army, but had read chemistry at York University. His understanding of the real world made him an ideal choice to promote Camilla and secure the public's acceptance of her relationship with Charles. Hilary was supported by Fiona Shackleton, who said Bolland should be appointed as soon as Charles's divorce was finalized. By the end of the evening, Charles and Camilla were half persuaded. Both Shackleton and Hilary Brown Wilkinson appeared relieved. Dabbling in that world, with access to the heir to the throne, was a fizzy experience for both lawyers. Charles's reliance on such people signaled his anguish. In 1996 he was searching for scapegoats to blame for a decade of horror. Prone to grasp at any excuse, he agreed with the latest judgment of his inner circle of friends that Richard Aylard, his private secretary, was mainly responsible for his plight. In their opinion, Aylard's cardinal error had been to encourage Charles 2 years earlier to open his heart to the journalist Jonathan Dimbleby for a biography and a 2-hour television documentary. Over the previous months Aylard had spent nearly every day and many nights responding to his employer's cries for protection from criticism, sacrificing his own private life and his marriage. To overcome Charles's bouts of depression, he had encouraged him to cooperate with Dimbleby. When the resulting book and film proved a personal disaster, Charles refused to accept any blame for pressing Aylard to arrange the extraordinary access to his secrets. The Dimbleby project had been born from Charles's anger that he was being treated as a mere ribbon cutter rather than as the heir to the throne. His status had been devalued among courtiers in Buckingham Palace and some cabinet ministers by his refusal to end his relationship with Camilla. At that time, the very notion that the couple might marry was ridiculed by a country that had lost respect for the man who had betrayed his wife Diana. Unless Camilla was ousted, the critics agreed, Charles could not remain the Queen's automatic successor. Inaction might even jeopardize the monarchy itself. The huge majority of the public reflected the homily of Walter Bagehot, Britain's 19th-century constitutional expert. We have come to regard the monarchy as the head of our morality. Charles failed that test. His fate had been dictated by a series of humiliations, not least by Diana's disclosures in Andrew Morton's 1992 book Diana: Her True Story. Morton's revelations had broken through the carapace of lies about the royal marriage. Diana had portrayed her estranged husband as an unloving and unfaithful father without a care for anyone except himself. "It is so very awful," Charles wrote to Nancy Reagan, the former president's wife. "Very few people would believe it." Through Dimbleby, Charles wanted to right the balance but also to retaliate, to have his revenge against a wrecker. First he agreed to the Queen's insistence that he and Diana formally separate. The announcement was to be made by John Major, recently re-elected as Prime Minister. A strong Prime Minister would not have tolerated the warfare between Charles and Diana, and would have halted the books and briefings. Instead, Major believed that his duty was to reconcile the two and restore the public's trust. Sympathetic to Diana's side of the case, he did not underestimate his task, particularly after a private flight when Diana had emerged from the plane's Major's intentions were obstructed by Buckingham Palace. Robert Fellows, the Queen's private secretary, gave no clear guidance about the royal family's attitude. Until the circumstances were compelling, Fellows judged, the Queen would remain reluctant to interfere. Her inactivity magnified the ineptitude of her advisers. "The trouble is that Charles is a Hanoverian," a senior civil servant observed, "and now that he's delivered an heir and a spare and has done his duty to the nation, he thinks he's entitled to live the way he wants." In the coded language of the official classes, he added, while Diana Spencer could trace her family's British ancestors back to 1478, the Windsors had been invented only in 1917. Their history became irrelevant when the Queen's hand was finally forced by Diana's secret cooperation with Morton in her untruthful denials of that pact to Fellows. At Charles's request, Aylard had insisted to Major that when announcing the formal separation he should tell the House of Commons that no third party was involved. And so on the 9th of December 1992 the lie was formally announced in a speech drafted by a quartet of officials: Cabinet Secretary Robin Butler, Robert Fellows, Buckingham Palace's senior spokesman Charles Anson, and Aylard. To control the narrative, Charles expected Aylard to dictate the truth about The separation, a divorce and the possibility of remarriage by employing the usual convenient formulas. There are no plans, or, it is not the intention that, silence and denial were his tactics to become king. A contested succession, as some senior bishops doubted whether an adulterer could lead the Church of England. Aylard knew that loyalty meant suspending the conventional role of a private secretary. Unlike the Queen's supportive working relationship with fellows, Charles would not tolerate Aylard discussing whether muddying the facts about his relationship with Camilla was tolerable. To continue as Charles's advisor required acceptance that the heir was infallible, divinely ordained, and that his truth remained unchallenged. That fiction had been instilled in Charles since childhood. Reminded of the fate of Europe's other royal families, he had learned that the House of Windsor's survival depended upon minimizing the public's indifference, assuaging its hostility and dispelling any suggestion of insecurity. To fulfill that ambition, Robin Butler had included in Major's statement a second fiction. Despite their legal separation, Major would tell MPs, there were no constitutional implications. With a formal separation rather than a divorce, on Charles's accession Diana would still be queen. Their final approval. Any satisfaction he may have felt was shredded a few hours later when his statement in the House evoked widespread derision. His suggestion of a monarchy of two separate individuals offended the British reverence for their royal family. Instead of calming the public, the speech raised speculation that Charles might abdicate. The Queen had already responded to the danger, persuaded that she had to reprimand her son. She had forbidden him to move from Kensington Palace into Clarence House, the Queen Mother's home, after formally separating from Diana. The prospect of Charles entertaining Camilla in a palace shared with his grandmother, then aged 92, was offensive. He had been assigned instead to St. James's Palace, a cold, comfortless dwelling. At which point, his troubles increased. 5 weeks later the Daily Mirror published the transcript of an 8-minute telephone conversation between Charles and his mistress. Millions around the globe listened as he told Camilla how he yearned to live inside your trousers and be reincarnated as, God forbid, a Tampax, just my luck to be chucked down the lavatory and go on and on forever swirling round the top, never going down. Charles fled to Sandringham, hoping never to see a newspaper again. He was, however, unable to escape a Daily Telegraph report that his approval rating had fallen to 4%. Further crises seemed imminent. He lacked even the authority to demand an investigation into who had targeted him. The obvious suspect was a rogue employee at the government's intercept agency GCHQ who had recycled his work to amateur radio hams. You have to be careful which shadows you decide to chase, Diana told Patrick Jeffson, her private secretary, to explain why no proper inquiry had been demanded. Like Charles, she suspected that her police protection officers leaked her and Charles's secrets, especially their adulteries. The police had accumulated considerable influence over the royals, not least after Diana and Princess Anne had affairs with their protection officers. Unethically, other officers had used that information to cultivate lucrative relationships with the media. Charles stopped talking to journalists in 1993, even during foreign trips. Damaged by the recent revelations, he now repeatedly complained about the lack of safeguards. A senior Downing Street official was summoned to St. James's Palace and asked to ban photographers from around Balmoral, the Queen's 50,000-acre estate in northeast Scotland. There's not much we can do if you go near the public highway, Charles was told. You'll just have to find somewhere on the estate which they can't see, even if it is less attractive. Single quote. That exchange jarred after the news emerged about Charles's negotiations over an authorized film and biography. Jonathan Dimbleby was the younger son of Richard Dimbleby, the hugely respected BBC journalist and the nation's trusted commentator on all state occasions until his death in 1965. That pedigree was ignored beyond St. James's Palace. Speaking on behalf of the senior officials in Buckingham Palace, Robert Fellows had strongly advised Aylard to resist Dimbleby's offer. After Charles made his enthusiasm plain, the Queen was advised to intercede. As usual, she replied that Prince Philip should be asked for his opinion. Together they decided not to interfere. Their reluctance stemmed from the breakdown in relations with their son. Charles had publicly blamed his parents, particularly Philip, for an unloving childhood and being forced into an unhappy marriage. In graphic terms, he saw his father as an emotional gangster. He wanted to appeal through Dimbleby for the public's sympathy. To present Charles's point of view, Dimbleby was given unprecedented access to his private papers, his friends and employees, and extensive interviews with Charles himself. Controversy, the prince knew, was inevitable. While reading the proofs of Dimbleby's book during a trip on the royal yacht Britannia, he regularly shouted his protests to Aylard, who in turn negotiated changes with Dimbleby, who, as he sympathized with Charles's predicament, was usually receptive. But no one ever sought to stop publication. The result was a remarkably intimate but ultimately destructive profile. Dimbleby presented a portrait of a vulnerable, friendless 46-year-old, still bearing the scars of his harsh school years at Gordonston. In the journalist's graphic description, Charles never understood close companionship between schoolboys or the mutual reliance that existed among friends. Immune to the social revolution of the 60s, he resented his peers for not appreciating or understanding him. At Cambridge he remained the prince, denying himself any relationship between equals. Nurtured to believe in his superiority, he became intolerant of criticism and refused to accept blame. Speaking to Dimbleby may have provided some therapy to relieve his demons, but by exposing his limited self-confidence he showed himself as self-destructive, thin-skinned and over-eager to find fault with others, especially his parents. As a young man, Charles had craved a spiritual guide. He found one in Laurens van der Post, the South African explorer, writer and somewhat eccentric philosopher. Employing mystical terms, van der Post offered the young Charles a voyage of self-discovery and a comfortable port by telling him that, despite his possibly limited time as king, he could prove his greatness as Prince of Wales. Ragbag of beliefs linking mysticism, divine powers, geometric measurements, Orthodox Christianity and Islam. Dimbleby's book revealed other impolitic principles. Previously, the public had been unaware that the heir to the throne was not a conventional Anglican. One single sentence threatened centuries of British stability. As monarch, Charles told Dimbleby, he would prefer to be defender of faith rather than of the faith. The Church of England and constitutional experts alike were disturbed by his doubt about swearing the traditional coronation oath to protect the Protestant settlement of 1701. There were now not one but two religious objections to Charles succeeding. In Dimbleby's television documentary, the aspiring king pleaded for understanding. "It's not a holiday, you know," he said to camera. "It's all so difficult I can't describe the horror of seeing your life set in concrete." Instead of offering himself as a visionary leader, he came across as a picture of harassed weakness. As he rambled on, with a series of eye-rolling expressions, grimaces and scowls, his audience was left perplexed. "Who are you?" he was asked by a child in the documentary. "I wish I could remember," he had replied. In preparation for the program, uppermost in the TV producers' thoughts had been the Camilla question. The relationship had never been officially confirmed. After some discussion, Charles believed that a confession would clear the decks. Dimbleby's enquiry about his marriage was straightforward. "You were, because of your relationship with Camilla Parker Bowles, from the beginning persistently unfaithful to your wife and this caused the breakdown." Instead of briefly expressing his regret, Charles replied, "I was faithful until it was clear to me that my marriage had irretrievably broken down." He then admitted his adultery, denied that he was considering divorce, and insisted he would be king. Royalist newspapers proclaimed that Charles had willingly cooperated in his own destruction. The Sunday Times headline for its serialization of Dimbleby's book summarized its central message. Charles, my agony. The public was aghast. Soon after publication he made a ceremonial return to Carnarvon, where 25 years earlier a global TV audience had watched his investiture as Prince of Wales. Just days after his televised confession, Charles drove through the town's empty streets. Local television did not interrupt its coverage of racing from Sandown Park. In hindsight, Dimbleby's highlighting the facts about Charles's marriage had, in one way, been a blessing. Forcing the battle with Diana had revealed the woeful mismanagement of the royal family by the Queen as well as by Charles's senior advisors. The prince's relationships with his private secretaries had always been fractious. Aylard, appointed in 1992, was his fourth in 7 years. Edward Adine had resigned in 1985 after a row about Charles's uncontrollable love of controversy. John Riddell, a genial businessman who was appointed in 1985, laughed about the chicanery of courtiers and cursed the shambles of Charles's lifestyle. Every time I made the office work, Riddell observed, the prince fucks it up again. He comes in, complains that his office is useless and people cannot spell and the world is so unfair, and then says, this is part of the intolerable burden I put up with. This incompetence. Such outbursts manifested the prince's intolerance rather than a desire for perfection. After Riddell resigned 5 years into the job, Charles refused to award him the customary knighthood, an omission later rectified by the Queen. Charles would be fantastic as a second-hand car salesman, Riddell told a colleague. He has the right enthusiasm and conviction to sell. Then you remember he's heir to the throne. Single quote. Riddell's successor was Major General Christopher Airey, the former commander of the Army's London district. Airey was hired only after being vetted, at Charles's request, by Jimmy Savile. The TV personality, dressed in a silver tracksuit and sporting gold bangles, had met the candidate in Kensington Palace. My job, explained Savile, is to persuade you not to take the job. That's what Prince Charles has asked me to do. Airey was bewildered. How, he wondered, had Savile, posthumously exposed as a serial predatory pedophile, induced the royals to allow him to make unannounced visits to Kensington Palace and be invited to Charles's 40th birthday party. The prince had even sent Savile a box of Havana cigars, a gift from Fidel Castro, with a note. Nobody will ever know what you've done for this country, Jimmy. This is to go some way in thanking you. On his second interview, Airey was told by Savile that his appointment had been approved, but to expect lengthy waits whenever summoned by Charles. The prince's misjudgment about Savile coincided with his sympathy towards another sexual offender. He allowed Peter Ball, the Bishop of Lewes and Gloucester, to live in a property in Somerset provided by the Duchy of Cornwall despite the prelate's admission that he had abused boys. The police documents would later reveal Charles that a forthcoming and unwelcome visit was, your duty, sir. Duty is what you do. Charles shouted at him. Duty is what I live. An intolerable burden. Single quote. Soon after, unaccustomed to his employer's campaigns about poverty and his propensity for flying to hot climates for environmental summits, Airey was summarily fired. Knifed, some speculated, by Aylard, his successor. Airey's misery on his dismissal was later rekindled by gratuitously unpleasant comments about him in Jonathan Dimbleby's book. Charles was a bad enemy. He carried grudges. That was the background to his disillusionment with Aylard. The fallout from the Dimbleby project exposed Aylard as hidebound by court procedure and unable to think outside the box. His lack of sympathy for new ideas increased the temptation for Charles to recruit Mark Bolland. He needed a savior to relieve the agony of the previous 15 years. Ever since 1981, when 1 billion people around the world had watched his Marriage to Diana, the Battle of the Waleses had aroused global fascination. The accepted story of a selfish and cruel older man betraying a beloved icon was, Charles believed, the product of mismanagement by his advisors, although Charles conceded that even the best spin doctors would have been overwhelmed by the revelations about his private life. Ken Stronach, a junior valet, had written a book about Charles's affair with Camilla and was suspected of taking photographs of the royal bed. Wendy Berry, a Highgrove housekeeper, claimed to have witnessed not only Charles's trysts with Camilla but Diana's affair with her riding instructor, Major James Hewitt. But in November 1995 both scandals were eclipsed by Diana's television interview on the BBC's Panorama. After reciting her rehearsed criticism about the royal family, she admitted her adultery with Hewitt, and voiced her doubts about whether Charles would ever be king. The next moment, she accused Camilla of committing adultery with Charles from the first day of her own marriage, even intimating that her rival had slept with Charles the night before their wedding. Camilla, claimed Diana, was a permanent presence on their return from honeymoon. There were 3 of us in the marriage, so it was a bit crowded. Single quote. Britain was divided about where the guilt lay. The majority, especially women, blamed Charles. They believed the version written by Richard Kay, the Daily Mail journalist and Diana's confidant. I knew a girl of utter simplicity, even naivety, frightened, uncertain and delightful company. She needed to be understood. She was not manipulative, but pushed to extremes of misery by the commentators. Anonymous women envious of her looks and lifestyle. Single quote. Visitors to Balmoral described a very different figure. Their accounts portrayed a manipulative woman intent on wrecking relationships, especially her own with Charles and with his mother. Some recalled an occasion when the Queen, happily anticipating walking through the fields with her grandsons during an autumn pheasant shoot, was taken aback to be told that Diana had insisted instead that her children go swimming in a local public pool. Those same eyewitnesses blamed Diana for deceiving her staff about her covert cooperation with both the Morton book and the Panorama interview. They indicted royal advisors, especially Fellows and Aylard, for failing to prevent the recurring crises. Blame also fell on Camilla. Many times, her critics believed, she could have stood back to allow Charles and Diana to reconcile. Instead, she coldly pushed her rival aside. The climax was a confrontation between the 2 women sometime in 1989, when Diana arrived unexpectedly at a birthday party at Annabel Goldsmith's house in Ham, near Richmond. Charles was with Diana, while both the Parker Bowleses were already there. As the rest of the room fell suddenly silent, Diana challenged Camilla to leave Charles alone. While acknowledging the hurt she was causing, Camilla controlled her fury and commented only about Diana's unacceptable behavior in a private house. The princess, she said, was poorly placed to complain. While Camilla confined herself to a single, conventional relationship, Diana, she had been told by friends, was working her way through the Life Guards. Camilla's intimates blamed the bruising encounter on Diana for creating such a public scene. Others accused Camilla of bitchiness. Following Diana's Panorama interview, the Queen and Prince Philip, neither of whom Charles viewed as well-meaning advisors, told him that he could not rebuild his image nor dampen the controversy about the succession until he broke with Camilla. His misery deepened, and under pressure from his mother he agreed that he and Diana should divorce. Racked by self-doubt, he telephoned friends for reassurance, often talking well into the night. He mainly sought consolation in long calls with Fiona Shackleton and Camilla. No one else, he later remarked, was willing to lift a finger to help me. Less than 20 miles from Highgrove, damned as a marriage wrecker, Camilla hid out in her house. Fuel was poured onto the flames by the Archbishop of Canterbury, who privately let it be known that, while he would crown Charles, he would not crown Camilla. What more do I have to do? Charles tearfully asked, advice on offer, then made his decision. First, he ordered Aylard to announce that he had no intention of remarrying. Second, he followed Henny's suggestion. Push the PR to show business as usual. Project your work, sir. Single quote. One of his first initiatives was to visit a market in Croydon, in South London. After walking through the stalls eating jellied eels, he met locals in a pub. As with his earlier trip to Carnarvon, the media ignored his visit. On the same day, spectators and journalists besieged Diana at a Paris fashion show, and for 24 hours she once again dominated the world's headlines. There were times in her years in the limelight when she was the most photographed person in the world. Charles realized that in media terms it was no contest, and ordered Aylard to send him only cuttings with good news. Mama down the road, he told a visitor, reads newspapers. I don't. It would drive me mad. Instead he listened to Radio 4's Today program while on his exercise bike. Occasionally, enraged by an item, he threw an object at the radio. The set was always being repaired. The modern world continued to infuriate him. At a conference to promote the Prince's Trust, the umbrella for all his charities, he was introduced to young people using computers, which he disliked. Show His Highness how Google works, one girl was asked. Tap in Prince of Wales. The first item to appear was about a Prince of Wales bar in Seattle, on America's West Coast. Charles did not appreciate the general laughter. Highgrove was his sanctuary, although even there he was not totally safe. One day Bruce Shand, Camilla's father, paid a visit. The Mayfair wine merchant told the prince that Aylard's announcement that Charles would not marry again had upset both Camilla and himself. You can't treat my daughter like this, he said. She's neither fish nor fowl. Single quote. The entire House of Windsor also seemed ranged against him. At Christmas 1996, Charles brooded over his suspicion that his brothers, Edward and Andrew, were plotting his downfall. Andrew, he believed, had been spreading poison about Camilla to the Queen and Prince Philip. Now, mindful of Diana's prediction on Panorama that he would not be king, Charles convinced himself that Diana and Sarah, Andrew's estranged wife, were hatching plans to replace him as heir by announcing that on the Queen's death or abdication Andrew would be regent until William was 18, when he would take over. Andrew wanted to be me, Charles later told Bolland. I should have let him work with me. Now he's unhelpful. As for Anne, his sister had aggravated the situation. Instead of mediating between her siblings, she had criticized Charles for his adultery. She's one to talk. Andrew Parker Bowles at the same time that Charles was with Camilla. By the end of the Christmas holiday, Charles had decided to ignore his parents and continue his relationship with Camilla. Once his divorce was finalized, he would no longer suffer the indignity of meeting her only in secret. Succumbing to the public's displeasure was beyond the price of duty. Convinced that the nation's hostility would diminish if her virtues were explained, he telephoned Alan Kilkenny, the public relations consultant who in late 1994 had helped guide Camilla through her divorce, to ask for assistance. Kilkenny had already been advising Charles to shed his uncool, fogyish image. As usual with such requests, Charles expected Kilkenny to work without payment. The publicist might expect a Cartier clock embossed with Charles's crest, but nothing more. The prince's plan for Camilla's divorce had been discussed at a meeting between himself, Dimbleby present as a close friend, Camilla and her sister Annabel Elliot, Annabel's husband Simon, Aylard and Kilkenny at the home of Patty and Charlie Palmer Tompkinson. The Palmer Tompkinsons lived 70 miles from Highgrove and were close friends, particularly after an incident in Switzerland in 1988, when an avalanche had swept Charles and his skiing party towards a cliff edge. Andrew Parker Bowles was not told about the summit. The plan backfired when news of the Parker Bowles' divorce was leaked. And private photographs of the family, stolen from their home, were published. Over the following months Kilkenny did his best, but by the middle of 1996 Charles feared that Camilla's cause was being pushed the wrong way and too hard. Undecided what to do next, he had lost confidence in Aylard and forged an even closer relationship with Fiona Shackleton. Educated at Benenden, the tall, blonde, loquacious lawyer had earned a reputation as one of Britain's best and most expensive divorce specialists. Now she, Hilary and Nico Brown Wilkinson agreed. The solution was to oust Aylard and to appoint a really first-class public relations consultant. At the ensuing dinner in St. James's Palace, the three lawyers did not limit themselves to discussing Charles's reputation. Hilary Brown Wilkinson also spoke sympathetically about Camilla's frustration that, while Diana basked in popular esteem, she was cast as the self-seeking adulteress. "I'm not this awful person," Camilla complained. "I just wish someone would do something about it." Over the previous 15 years, she had been forced to reassess her opinion. Wretched woman, who was creating havoc by refusing to conform to her society's expectations in dignified silence. Charles felt the same anger. While he spoke to the public about medicine, architecture, education and the environment and was generally ignored, Diana won global adulation by hugging children suffering from AIDS, visiting hospices and sponsoring an anti-drugs campaign. "Clip her wings," Aylard had told the Foreign Office. "Good God, the games they play," was Diana's reaction after an invitation from the British ambassador to Japan for her to visit the country had been cancelled. "We want to put her in her box," Aylard openly told Patrick Jeffson, Diana's private secretary. Yet despite all attempts to reduce Diana's glow, her star remained undimmed. And on her own Diana had been remarkably successful in frustrating Charles's efforts to make Camilla acceptable. Repeatedly, she had called amenable journalists to pour scorn on her former husband and his mistress. Agitated by her slurs, Charles and Camilla finally agreed that Mark Bolland should be appointed as soon as Charles's divorce was finalized. Hilary Brown Wilkinson intimated that she had secured the support of David English, the legendary editor-in-chief of the Daily Mail Group. Bolland's appointment was supported by Shackleton, who spoke out after having secured the approval of Robert Fellows, not only the Queen's private secretary but Charles's former brother-in-law. Prodded by Camilla, Charles agreed. Bolland would serve as his assistant private secretary under Aylard, and would also be Camilla's advisor, friend and provider of the prized gossip she adored. Entrusting his fate to someone like Bolland was the last throw of the dice for the supreme aristocrat. Charles's big hope was that Bolland possessed the allure and the media contacts, both of which Kilkenny and Aylard had lacked, to mastermind the revolution he needed. Inevitably, his close friend Paddy Palmer Tompkinson wanted to vet the proposed appointment. Invited to the Brown Wilkinsons for lunch in the extended kitchen of their terraced house in Islington, North London, Palmer Tompkinson exposed the social gulf between the prince and his proposed savior. "So where do you normally eat dinner?" she asked with genuine bewilderment. Shortly after, Bolland's appointment was formally approved. "Charles has introduced a cuckoo into the nest," Kilkenny would dryly observe. "His brief is to get rid of Aylard." Single quote. The wheels duly turned. Charles and Diana's divorce was finalized on 28 August. Bolland's attraction for Charles was unsurprising. The prince was animated by new personalities, especially a self-confident, streetwise soothsayer. For his part, Bolland offered loyalty and true friendship, especially to Camilla. She quickly passed on one observation she had learned early about her partner's limitations. "Never push Charles too hard," she advised. "Always remember his terrible childhood, and how he was bullied at school and by his parents." Single quote. Bolland understood his terms of employment, but first he had to assess the people close to the prince. He was struck by the extent to which Charles disliked critical advice and surrounded himself with sycophants. Chief among them was Michael Fawcett, the son of an accountant from Orpington. Officially, Fawcett was Charles's principal valet, but in reality he was his closest aide and most trusted comforter. Known as the Fixer and the Enabler, he seemed omnipresent, loading Charles's guns at Sandringham, wrapping his Christmas presents and caring for Camilla. An indispensable perfectionist, he smoothed his master's existence. Unseen by outsiders, he also dominated a mendacious war zone competing against Paul Burrell, his opposite number in Diana's court. Employed initially at Buckingham Palace in 1976, the nominal butler Burrell had next worked for Charles and Diana at Highgrove, and after the separation moved with Diana to Kensington Palace. Ever since, he had become a confidential accomplice in Diana's life, witnessing her extreme moods and secret affairs. Of the two, Michael Fawcett's position was the more uncertain, because Richard Aylard was plotting his removal. Bolland took a different view. Fawcett is a good and decent man, he concluded after a short time, opting to conceal his antagonism towards Aylard, who he recognized was under threat. "I know why you're here," said Sandy Henney, the deputy press officer at St. James's Palace, on the day Bolland was formally appointed, the 12th of May 1996. "It's to make Camilla Parker Bowles acceptable." Bolland smiled. He had agreed with Charles that this often unkempt, horsey countrywoman should be transformed into the prince's future wife, dressed by the best couturiers. The impetus for Charles's instructions to Bolland often followed an agitated telephone conversation with Camilla. "You know, Mark," Charles would say, in what became a familiar routine, "I think people should be told about. The public should be aware," he complained, of his family's demand that he abandon Camilla. The pressure on him, he continued, was unrelenting. On one occasion he read out a letter from his father urging him not to marry Camilla. Bolland was told to leak its contents, and Richard Kay of the Daily Mail, so often the royals' first port of call, was duly briefed. Bolland also briefed, again, disseminating that Kennard served several purposes. In their eagerness to stay close to Charles, few of his old circle welcomed Camilla's proximity to the throne. Soon after Bolland's appointment, Nicholas Soames, Berkshire landowner Gerald Ward, the Palmer Tompkinsons and Charles's other close friends visited him at St. James's Palace to ask about Charles's relations both with other members of the royal family and with Camilla. The three in the marriage scenario painted by Diana, they said, was not the whole story. There had always been other women in Charles's life, including Eva O'Neill, a statuesque German blonde, and of course the Australian Dale, Kanga Tryon, whom he would visit as he drove between London and Gloucestershire, on which occasions Kanga's husband conveniently made himself scarce. Charles, they said, was unlikely to marry Camilla. Bolland was not yet in a position to judge his employer's intentions. He quickly saw that Camilla, like so many hunting women, was fun and fearless. Her romantic adventures as a teenager were no secret, nor was her unusual relationship with her husband Andrew. The husky captain in the Royal Horse Guards, the Blues, was famous for his affairs, and so had been unconcerned about Camilla's first meeting Charles in the early 1970s, before their marriage. In Andrew and Camilla's banter, she was prone to exaggeration. She had laughed about the prince being an emotionally immature boy suitable for a fun fling until, 7 years into her relationship with Parker Bowles, she persuaded the captain to propose to her. Their engagement was presented by Charles, through Jonathan Dimbleby, as the missed opportunity of his life. At the time he was serving as a Royal Navy officer in the Caribbean. Ignoring the reality that Camilla neither loved him nor was interested in marriage other than to Parker Bowles, he lamented not having proposed before his rival. "The surge of raw feelings," wrote Dimbleby, "reduced him to tears of impotence and regret, the more severe because he was lonely and so far from home." 23 years later, Camilla's biographer would claim that Charles had written to her 1 week before her wedding, urging her not to marry, but no letter has been produced. From the outset, the Parker Bowles' marriage was unusual. Army officers expected their wives to play their part in regimental life, tolerate regular relocations of home, and maintain appropriate standards in dress and housekeeping. Among her husband's fellow officers, Camilla was known to avoid all that, not least because, as he admitted to his friends, she's bone idle. Andrew Parker Bowles circumnavigated their untidy country home by living in London during the week. Camilla was unhappy, observed a friend, because Andrew was always putting her down. Sensing her disdain for army life, Parker Bowles avoided any permanent relocations abroad, not least because he was conducting successive affairs in London. By 1979, after he had been posted to Rhodesia as the last military liaison officer before independence, Camilla started seeing Charles. Few were shocked. Her family was known for adultery, desertion and divorce, and Parker Bowles made no protest. On the contrary, he preferred a bachelor's life in Rhodesia while his wife enjoyed Wiltshire and Wales. For Charles, Camilla was a relief after Amanda Knatchbull, Earl Mountbatten's granddaughter, had rejected his proposal of marriage. At the time, Mrs. Parker Bowles was the perfect match for Charles. Sexually experienced, she was content to accommodate herself to his demands and his schedule: polo, shooting, fishing and his royal duties. Most of all, she showed genuine interest in everything he said. Her husband only became aware how far the relationship had progressed when in 1980 he invited his wife to Salisbury, Rhodesia's capital. 1 week later, she welcomed Charles as the Queen's representative at the country's independence ceremonies. While Parker Bowles spent most days in a helicopter in the company of an attractive American woman photographer and was also beginning an affair with Charlotte Hambro, the married sister of Nicholas Soames, gossip columnists hinted that Camilla was the perfect escort for Charles. Typical of the risque nature of their social set, Charlotte's husband Richard was the brother of Rupert Hambro, Camilla's first serious boyfriend. Tactful understanding precluded anyone frowning over Andrew's behavior. "Always one of the lads, but not a lad himself," said a fellow officer with a smile. Parker Bowles, promoted to major, may have resented the suggestion that Charles and Camilla had flown out to Rhodesia together and had isolated themselves in Charles's private quarters on the plane, amid sniggers that they were joining the Mile High Club, but generally her affair was acceptable so long as it remained discreet. Charles broke that rule after all three had returned from Africa and met again. At the annual Cirencester Ball, Parker Bowles watched the prince kiss Camilla passionately while dancing with her. "HRH is very fond of my wife," he told friends flatly, "and she appears very fond of him." Parker Bowles's circle assumed that he was thrilled that Charles was in love with his wife. Their marriage could continue so long as the facade did not jeopardize his good relations with the Queen, and especially the Queen Mother. Invitations from Buckingham Palace for shooting and fishing holidays, and hospitality at Ascot and Cheltenham, were invaluable. Nor was he perturbed when in 1980 Charles bought Highgrove, near Parker Bowles's family home in Gloucestershire. For their part, Charles and Camilla felt no guilt about their affair until February 1981, when he announced his engagement to Diana. Both Camilla and Andrew Parker Bowles individually invited Diana for lunches. Camilla's much publicized meeting with Charles's fiancée took place at a well-known London restaurant. By contrast, Andrew's lunch, at the Turf Club, was discreet. Both were diplomatic successes. Thereafter, Charles and Diana stayed for weekends with the Parker Bowleses. On one occasion, in front of others, Andrew told Charles, "Diana is the girl for you." Charles had nodded in appreciation, and as a signal of their friendship replied, "You must tell me if I'm ever pompous." Single quote. Andrew believed that, with the advent of Diana, his wife had decided to break off her relationship with Charles. When invited by mutual friends for dinner, she would ask, "Are the Waleses coming?" If the answer was yes, she would refuse the invitation. "It's easier if we don't meet," she told her husband. Some were suspicious about such protests, especially after Diana's denunciation of Camilla in 1992 and her allegation that Camilla had slept with Charles on the night before their wedding. Somewhat bewildered, Parker Bowles asked his friends whether they recalled that night. All would honestly reply that Camilla returned to the barracks with him from the party at Buckingham Palace. The story had in fact been invented by Stephen Barry, another of Charles's disgruntled junior valets. By the mid-1980s, the truth had become murky. Charles's relationship with Diana collapsed after the birth of Harry in 1984. Clearly unsuited to his young wife, the prince sought comfort and advice, especially from Camilla. In 1986, Andrew Parker Bowles began a passionate affair with Rosemary Pittman, the wife of a friend and fellow officer. He had finally found true happiness, but, to protect his young children and his army career, he resisted divorce. In parallel, Camilla's relationship with the heir to the throne intensified. Charles, Diana told Richard Kay, is obsessed by Camilla's tits, and I haven't got tits as big as Camilla's. Single quote. Although Kay was close to Diana, he was simultaneously forging a good relationship with Mark Bolland, an advantage to Charles when, in August 1996, on the eve of his decree nisi, the News of the World published a blurred shot showing Charles and Camilla in a garden in South Wales. The caption complimented Camilla on her appearance, because she was smiling rather than scowling. The implication was obvious. Shortly after, Charles took Camilla to a performance by the Royal Shakespeare Company at Stratford-upon-Avon. Journalists were waiting. The tip-off, Charles assumed, had come from Bolland. By this time, just a few weeks into Bolland's new job, Camilla was speaking about the next steps to him, Hilary Brown Wilkinson and Fiona Shackleton up to 6 times a day. Besides gaining favorable mentions in the media, Camilla said, her priority was Richard Aylard's removal. That, Bolland realized, was not Charles's immediate concern. His employer's dominant need was to unburden himself about his feelings towards his family and about the harm Diana had done to him. His young ex-wife, he complained, was badly educated, without any O or A levels, and lacked self-discipline. Nor, he added, did she have any interest in theater, poetry, music or opera. He seemed to have forgotten that in fact Diana loved opera and ballet, and played the piano daily. Her evenings at the pop concerts he so scorned were to raise money for charity. Such inconsistencies were irrelevant to Charles. All he demanded was that none of his derogatory comments about Diana's sanity should be quoted to the public. In the narrative he wanted Bolland to create, Camilla was perfect, while he was suffering the burden of dutifully going through life without the woman he loved. Bolland was unsure. Was Charles's relationship with Camilla really the big love story, as Diana made out? Or had two middle-aged people, at the tail end of their marriages, found each other a convenient staging post? Either way, he was certain that his employer was not ideal husband material, and suspected that he could never live permanently with any woman. Even Michael Fawcett warned him against forcing Camilla onto Charles. Bolland decided that Fawcett's doubts could be discounted. Jealous of others. The valet wanted to be the only person in Charles's life. The reality about Charles and Camilla's relationship could be heard on the Camillagate tape. Charles's reference to being Camilla's tampon was not just unusual, but was calculated to gain her sympathy. Being treated as a child suited him. My role in life is to support you and love you, she cooed. When Charles told her, I need you several times a week, she replied, I need you all the week, all the time. If the young Diana was the mouse, Camilla was catnip. Charles would always return to Camilla because she gave him what he needed emotionally, and was a skilled mistress. The twist was the layers of deceit on which their relationship had been built. The lies uttered by his staff, those assigned to protect them, and the friends who provided houses for their trysts. In September 1996, during the Prime Minister's annual visit to the Queen at Balmoral, John Major described the public's deep unease about Charles's. Unspoken was Major's irritation at Charles's lack of self-discipline when at the same time he was publicly criticizing the government's mismanagement of mad cow disease, which was causing havoc for farmers and the rural tourist industry. Charles, Major hinted, always blamed others but never himself. After a decade of scandal, many in Westminster suggested that the monarchy would benefit from a period of silence. But by this time Major was a diminished figure, certain to lose the imminent general election, and he proved too weak to influence his royal hosts. Shortly after Major left Balmoral, Charles and other members of the family congregated for a meeting of the Way Ahead group, an informal meeting held once a year between palace officials and the Queen and her children. Under Prince Philip's leadership, the royals were encouraged to discuss fundamental changes by treating the monarchy as a business. Invited to observe the royals' discussion were Fellows, Aylard and Robin Yanran, as well as David Ogilvy, the Earl of Airlie, a close friend of the Queen whom she always trusted to deliver unpalatable truths. Also participating was Michael Peat, a senior accountant appointed in 1990 to reform Buckingham Palace's finances. As the meeting got underway, the Queen and Prince Philip listened to their officials' proposals to reduce the number of royals living on the civil list's annual budget of £55 million drawn from the Crown Estate's £94.6 million profits in 1995, to put some distance between Charles and embarrassing members of the extended family, and to consider whether a female child could become the first in the line of succession. During the discussion, Charles spoke about modernizing the monarchy, but remained silent about the contrast between the Queen's frugal lifestyle and his own. Also unmentioned was the uncertainty in Charles's household. His divorce may have been finalized, but the prospect of his appearing in public with Camilla, let alone marrying her, was inconceivable to those at the meeting. Palace officials spoke only about rehabilitating the prince as fit to marry and as acceptable to be king-in-waiting by the time of the Queen's Golden Jubilee in 2002. That timetable was unacceptable to Charles. The first obstacle was Aylard. "My job in the beginning," Bolland recalled, "was to remove the antediluvian creatures who fueled the War of the Waleses. Sour palace courtiers like Aylard and Fellows, the grey suits who ordered royals to disappear." Single quote. In late September Charles triggered the endgame. Bolland knew, was listening in on an extension. Camilla wanted to know whether Lamport would accept Aylard's job. "Yes," answered Lamport, "but I can't make it happen." Single quote. Charles summoned Aylard to Lockmore, the Duke of Westminster's home in Inverness. "I think it is time for you to go," he told his loyal servant. Aylard departed in tears. Lamport would replace him, with Bolland as the new deputy private secretary. On the instructions of Charles and Camilla, Bolland's new task was to persuade the Queen and her advisers that the heir to the throne's continuing relationship with Camilla was non-negotiable, and that Charles's primacy among his siblings should be conspicuously revived. "I won't be trodden down any more," Charles declared. Soon after, Diana called Bolland. Despite his position in the enemy camp, she was easily charmed by him, and he responded in kind to her wiles. Working together, both agreed, was so much easier than fighting. The Camilla campaign, Diana said, was disturbing. "I know that as part of the plan she'll give an interview next week, but if and when she does, I will have to make a statement." Single quote. "There's no plan for an interview," replied Bolland, aware that Diana's ability to manipulate the media was legendary. Her suspicion about the Camilla campaign was shared in Buckingham Palace. For the first 5 months of Bolland's job, Robert Fellows and Charles Anson, the Queen's press secretary, regarded him as benign. While both distrusted the media, they assumed that, given his previous employment at the Press Complaints Commission, Bolland would continue to guard William and Harry's privacy. Their own priority was to protect the monarchy, not least from Charles heaping greater disrepute upon his own family and endangering his succession. But once both realized that the new man did not share their view of Camilla, Fellows spoke about destabilizing Bolland's campaign by hiring a private detective to find evidence that he was gay. The plan was ill-conceived. "You can just ask him," Fiona Shackleton told Fellows, "and he'll admit it." The report to Charles about that conversation inflamed his bitterness towards Buckingham Palace's officials, particularly Fellows. His ex-brother-in-law, he knew, wanted to end his relationship with Camilla. In retaliation, Charles ordered Bolland to tell Fellows and Yanran that the Queen needed to move with the times. Unsurprisingly, he was ignored. Of the besieged lovers, Fellows judged, "Those two are the most selfish people I have ever met." Single quote. At the end of 1996, a BBC TV program about the royals and their companions called The Nation Decides echoed this view. In a poll of 3,000 people, Charles was voted the popular dislike was personal. A further telephone poll in January 1997 found that 66% of Britons supported the monarchy, slightly less than in previous years. Finding a permanent solution to the conundrum of Charles, Diana and Camilla was the elephant in the room at the 9 a.m. daily meetings in Buckingham Palace, where the private secretaries and other advisors to the royal family met over coffee to discuss events and problems. Once mundane matters had been agreed, the officials forlornly considered the War of the Waleses. Charles, Fellows suspected, was unwilling to surrender or even compromise. His judgment was right. Charles fought to win, regardless of any collateral damage. Like Fellows, the influence of the other officials at the meeting was limited. All deferred to the Queen. She could have summoned Charles and Diana to order both to cease manipulating the media, or asked Robin Yanran, trusted by Diana as an honest broker, to mediate a ceasefire. Or she could have issued an ultimatum to Charles to choose between the crown and Camilla. Instead, she ignored the problem. The Queen's fence-sitting reflected her doubts about Charles's judgment, and also the erosion of her own self-confidence. 5 years earlier, her Annus Horribilis speech, written by Robert Fellows, had revealed how vulnerable she was. Suffering from the divorce of 3 of her 4 children and having witnessed Windsor Castle engulfed in flames, she told Britons, "No institution, city, monarchy whatever, should expect to be free from the scrutiny of those who give it their loyalty." Her honesty had won widespread affection. Nevertheless, as 1997 began, she still felt battered. "I cannot believe what's happened to me," she confessed to an advisor after describing the state of her family and her continuing struggle with Charles. "It's common today," was the consoling reply. Philip, her most loyal friend, offered little comfort. He merely encouraged distrust of Charles without making any meaningful suggestions other than to reinforce the Queen's anger towards Camilla. On Charles's behalf, Stephen Lamport was in no position to offer a solution. A cautious man seconded from the Foreign Office, he was regarded as indecisive. Cast as middle class, Lamport knew that his income, home and perks would be terminated at a moment's notice if the prince were displeased. "Stephen," a courtier explained to a newly appointed official, "hasn't got much money, so his job is important for him." Every obedient courtier, irretrievably bound by Charles's temperament and outbursts, would search his employer's face for signs of that hour's attitude. Charles's rages or frosty blanking could be calculated to assert his supremacy over, not to take responsibility. Loyal to the monarchy, he agreed to be led by his new deputy. After all, Bolland was acting on Charles's behalf with Camilla's approval. Whenever Patrick Jeffson complained that Bolland was monstering the media, Lamport would reply, "I can find no evidence." His sharpest reproach to Bolland was, "We don't do that sort of thing." Both men understood their terms of employment. With Charles, 3. The masters of spin. On the 1st of May 1997, Spin won New Labour's landslide victory. Charles, like every power broker, was in awe of the conjurer of those arts, Tony Blair. The two men had first met at a dinner in 1995 at St. James's Palace. Blair was hardly a passionate royalist. Only the previous year, he had advocated a smaller, Scandinavian-type monarchy, curbing the rights of the royal family to engage in public controversy. The Queen, he suggested, needed to decide whether the monarchy should retreat into isolation in the old hierarchical order, or seek to become more like a normal family. His ideas, popular in the Labour Party, had been criticized by Charles for seeking to transform the family into something more pompous and harder to approach. Despite their differences, Charles and Blair soon arranged further meetings. Familiarity had not lessened the prince's cynicism about those in government. Concerned for his two passions, the environment and education, he believed politicians to be dishonest, especially about young people's supposed inability to read and enjoy Shakespeare. "I don't see why politicians and others should think they have the monopoly of wisdom," he said. Unintentionally, he aspired to emulate the status which Samuel Johnson had attributed in 1783 to his unconventional predecessor, the future George IV. The situation of the Prince of Wales was the happiest of any persons in the kingdom, even beyond that of the sovereign, the enjoyment of hope, the high superiority of rank without the anxious cares of government, and a great degree of power, both from natural influence wisely used, and from the sanguine expectations of those who look forward to the chance of future favor. Charles had traveled a long way since his first serious encounter with senior functionaries, in 1970. "I pointed out," he wrote after an extended meeting with President Nixon in Washington that year, "that one must not become controversial too often, otherwise people don't take you seriously." But he added, to be just a presence would be fatal. He refined that thought after flying with Ted Heath and 3 former prime ministers to the funeral of Charles de Gaulle later the same year. Perhaps the most important lesson, Dimbleby concluded from his conversations with Charles, was that his future would be frustratingly circumscribed unless he chose to make more of his role than precedent strictly required, or observers expected. 23 years later, Charles told an aide, "I have always wanted to roll back some of the more ludicrous frontiers of the 60s in terms of education, architecture, art, music and literature, not to mention agriculture." In middle age, he felt underused and underappreciated by successive governments. Instead of ceremonial duties, he wanted to promote British culture and industry. Tony Blair had no interest in Charles's ambitions. Outside the prince's hearing, he did not conceal his feelings about the royal family. At best, he gave the impression to his senior staff that he would wing it with the royals, while officials at St. James's Palace concluded that Blair preferred to keep away from those he did not know or particularly like. Nevertheless, he played the part, and was not immune to being impressed. After his first royal audience, he recounted with awe how the Queen was clued up on current affairs. On his first visit to Balmoral, Blair wore a tweed suit and instructed Cherie, although anti-royalist, to be on her best behavior. He judged the heir to the throne to be a mix of traditional and radical, both princely and insecure, nervous about the public's reaction towards him and uneasy about informality. He had been spared Charles's pained response to his letter which started, "Dear Prince Charles's," and was signed, "Yours ever, Tony." Lamport called Downing Street to stipulate that in future Charles wanted Blair's letters to start, "Sir," end to end, "Your obedient servant." The Prime Minister's private secretary replied that he refused to ask his master to change his style. Blair's ignorance of the required etiquette extended to an invitation from Downing Street for Diana and her sons to spend a day at Chequers. Charles was not informed, which he complained was a breach of protocol. When on the 1st of July 1997 Charles met Blair in Hong Kong for the former British colony's handover to China, he put such lapses to one side. Instead, in a journal he wrote soon after, he praised Blair as a most enjoyable person to talk to, perhaps partly due to his being younger than me. The prince found it astounding that the prime minister listened to him, but he was critical of Blair's introspection, cynicism and criticism, which seemed to be the order of the day. Clearly he recognized the need to find ways of overcoming the apathy and loss of self-belief, to find a fresh national direction. As a traditionalist, Charles also disliked New Labour's use of focus groups and reliance on untested advisors. They take decisions based on He had arrived in Hong Kong in a bad mood, having been forced to fly club class in the chartered British Airways plane because government ministers had grabbed all the first-class seats. It took me some time to realize, he wrote in his journal, that this was not first class, although it puzzled me as to why the seat seemed so uncomfortable. Such is the end of empire, I sighed to myself. He added a lament about his family's last use of the royal yacht Britannia before it was scrapped. Without those perks and privileges, he feared, his status was diminished. Blighted by monsoon rain, the ceremony in Hong Kong was dire. In his private journal, headed, The Handover of Hong Kong or the Great Chinese Takeaway, Charles was scathing about the Chinese leaders, in his view, appalling old waxworks. Sympathetic to the Tibetans, he regarded Beijing's rulers as corrupt, and ridiculed the People's Liberation Army for an awful Soviet-style display of goose-stepping. Wind generators, he noticed, were employed to enable the Chinese flags to flutter enticingly. Charles appeared unaware that his host, President Jiang Zemin, was the architect of the phenomenal economic growth that had tripled China's average wages in 15 years and was transforming the country into a global power. Blair would have sympathized with Charles's mockery. His own meetings with the Communist Party chiefs were disappointing. By contrast with the Prime Minister's tactful concealment of his true feelings, his pugnacious spokesman Alistair Campbell was uncharacteristically generous towards Charles during the visit, summing him up as a fairly decent bloke, surrounded by a lot of nonsense and people best described as from another age. Campbell astutely added that there was something sad about him. All his life, even on the big issues, he had to make small talk, surrounded by luxury, as here, people fawning on him, and yet somehow obviously unfulfilled, and with his private life a mess. Campbell was unaware of the full scope of Charles's arrangements during the visit. The prince never traveled without Michael Fawcett. Dressed as a perfect gentleman in an Anderson and Shepherd suit with a silk handkerchief in the breast pocket, a Turnbull and Asser shirt and a silk tie, Fawcett flattered his employer by adopting his style and mannerisms, fashioning himself as Charles's doppelganger, even furnishing his home with items purchased from the prince's suppliers. With a love of grandeur and extravagance similar to his master's, he was skilled at satisfying Charles's expectations, and set himself to provide the luxury Charles demanded day and night. Every morning, wherever he traveled, the prince was woken by Fawcett, who ran his carefully folded between tissue paper for the journey. Every night Fawcett prepared Charles's bedroom with masterly attention to detail. With familiarity spawned by living close to his employer since 1981, he could anticipate his employer's requests without any order being issued. He would discreetly replenish the royal lavatory paper, clean up vomit, wash the royal boxer shorts by hand. Salacious gossips on the Sun credited Fawcett with revealing that Charles's underwear had to be specially adapted because he was so well endowed, guarded his liaisons, bowed to his tantrums, tested the royal boiled eggs and always spoke in deferential tones. At each of Charles's homes he supervised every detail, ensuring that the gravel on the drive was raked, the paintings hanging precisely, the cushions properly positioned, the kitchens supplied with organic food from the prince's favorite suppliers, the elaborate flower arrangements refreshed daily, and the dining table covered with the appropriate linen tablecloth, silver cutlery and candlesticks. Some of those who witnessed Fawcett's outbursts of fury when he spotted an error considered him a thug, but Charles embraced this one servant who, in his eyes, could do no wrong. Most royals have a weakness for a special retainer. The Queen's was Angela Kelly, her personal assistant. Queen Victoria's her beloved attendant John Brown. Charles would confess, "I can manage without just about anyone except Michael." Operating like a general, Fawcett was given the keys to the front and back doors of Charles's homes, and control over his life. Shortly before leaving for Hong Kong, Fawcett was told about an important dinner party that would be hosted by his master during the trip. Charles was focusing on his charities, for which he hoped to raise money from American billionaires. "Show your good side," said Mark Bolland. Searching for a new fundraiser, the prince asked Geoffrey Kent for a recommendation. Kent had heard about Robert Higden from Aleko Papamarko, a Greek banker. At the time Higden was accompanying Margaret Thatcher on her speaking engagements, having been recruited by Thatcher's son Mark, who knew of the Americans' successful work for Ronald and Nancy Reagan. In July 1995, Colin Amory, an architect and sometime advisor to Charles, invited Higden to meet him and Geoffrey Kent at Claridge's. Higden arrived with the billionaire American publisher Kip Forbes, who was said to have first met him in a Red Lobster restaurant in Florida. Over a drink, Amory and Kent told Higden that the Prince of Wales's foundation in America, which had been created 2 years earlier, needed a professional fundraiser. "I have met Charles," said Higden, when he and Diana came to the White House to meet donors. "What's your platform?" asked Higden. "The Prince of Wales's interest in architecture," replied Kent. "No one's interested in that over here," said the American bluntly. "I raised money for the frick, but for the prince there's nothing to discuss." Kent managed to overcome Higden's objections, and a dinner party was arranged in New York for people who had previously written a check for Charles's. To Higden's surprise, 150 people accepted the invitation, including members of the Rockefeller family, and the event was reported in the city newspapers, society columns. "I raised about £75,000, said Higden. "I was the money whore." Single quote. Delighted by the evening's success, Charles asked Kent to sign up the American for further fundraising. "I'd need to meet Charles again," replied Higden. Before long he was in the prince's office at St. James's Palace. "We chatted as long-lost friends," said Higden. "With Lamport sitting in, I bluntly told Charles what would and wouldn't work." Single quote. Lamport interrupted. "You cannot speak to His Royal Highness like that. Lamport didn't like me or want me to help," Higden concluded, "but Charles trusted me." In January 1997 Charles formally asked Higden to run his foundation under Kent's chairmanship. Within weeks the new recruit encountered obstruction. "The gatekeepers wouldn't let me speak to Charles. Fawcett and others were fighting against me. I saw no good." Eventually he met Charles for a third time, at Burkhall, the Queen Mother's house on the Balmoral estate. "You won't get a dime for your architecture," he told Charles, "because you've got a bunch of cuckoos in this building wanting a paycheck." He blamed Fawcett for taking too much interest in his fundraising, and continued, "You can be so much more and do much more if you have a global vision." Charles agreed to his reorganizing the foundation. Shortly after, Lamport telephoned Higden to tell him, "We need a fundraising dinner for HRH during the handover in Hong Kong." The target, he said, was $1 million. Higden now understood that every foreign trip organized by the British government for Charles would be, whatever else was intended, an attempt to raise money for his charities. "So I became Mr. Cash Cow." Against the odds, he managed to corral a group of local plutocrats. To set the table for the dinner, Fawcett had brought a full set of 18th-century china and glasses to Hong Kong, which would replace the governor's 19th-century equivalents. He had also brought a set of special bells used by Charles to summon his staff. After arranging the table decorations, Fawcett turned to the seating plan. The potentially largest donors would be closest to the prince. To ensure that everything went smoothly during the dinner, Fawcett stood behind Charles, protecting him from careless hands spilling wine or food, and waiting, as ever, for the royal click of the finger should his boss need something. The china cup filled with his special tea, an orchestra at short notice, or even, thinking ahead to another event, a private plane. Based on such knowledge and trust, Fawcett was Charles's Rasputin, empowered to outflank everyone. For that reason, the Queen had no time for him. At a dinner in Holyrood, she cringed when his name was mentioned. Fawcett appeared unenthusiastic about Higden's role. Any competitor for Charles's attention aroused his antagonism, even those who were helpful. "I was the new enemy," Higden recalled after he had successfully met his $1 million target. One group that Fawcett ignored was politicians, and among the Blairite luminaries to whom Charles was naturally attracted was Peter Mandelson, a principal architect of New Labour's electoral success. Known as the Prince of Darkness, Mandelson sought an introduction to Charles with the help of Carla Powell, the wife of Margaret Thatcher's Foreign Affairs advisor Charles Powell. Powell had invited Camilla to a dinner at which Mandelson made a pitch for a relationship with Charles. Camilla's favorable report back sealed the ambition of Labour's spin maestro. He was invited to lunch at Highgrove the month after the Hong Kong trip. Charles's ostensible reason was to urge him to discourage Labour's proposed ban on fox hunting. Pleased that their guest seemed sympathetic, Camilla treated Mandelson as an ally. Recalling election night, she told him that she had worn a red dress at dinner with friends, telling them, "I'm dressing for the future." Now the conversation drifted to the problems caused to the government by the recent messy divorce of the Foreign Secretary Robin Cook. After listening to Mandelson's uncharitable judgment of his beleaguered opponent, Charles mentioned his prime concern. What, he asked, did ministers think about him, the Prince of Wales? In a reassuring manner, Mandelson replied that they saw him as hard-working and civilized, with a deep social conscience. He then grasped the nettle. "Some people have gained the impression you feel sorry for yourself, that you're rather glum and dispirited. This has a dampening effect on how you are regarded." Single quote. Charles reeled. But Mandelson had not finished, and turned to the prince's relationship. "I don't think any of us can cope with you asking that question over and over again for the next month," she replied. "Well, then," said Charles, "how about for just the next 20 minutes?" Humor was often the saving grace between them. Camilla was Charles's rock, and nothing would deter him from hosting a grand party to celebrate her 50th birthday in July 1997. The news aroused Diana's bile and Robert Fellowes's fury. According to reports from Buckingham Palace, Fellowes intended to ask the Queen not to allow the event. That news encouraged Charles to order Fawcett to plan a spectacular celebration. While he would not remarry, the prince told his former brother-in-law he would not abandon Camilla. On the contrary, he wanted the world to appreciate her as much as he did. He reported back to Camilla that Fellowes had surrendered. The birthday party was successful, but the obstacles to progress were confirmed by a BBC poll after a TV show, You Decide. 60,000 viewers voted that Charles should not be crowned if he married Camilla. Few voted in his favor. Undeterred, Charles wanted a final reckoning with Diana. In the War of Books, he contemplated cooperating with Penny Junor, a well-known journalist sympathetic to his cause and familiar with some of Camilla's Wiltshire set. Junor's book would focus on presenting Camilla in a favorable light, but would also disparage Diana and portray Charles as the victim of a sick wife. To protect himself from the kind of recriminations that had followed Jonathan Dimbleby's book, Charles decided that any cooperation with Junor should be channeled through Bolland. He also agreed with Bolland's idea that Camilla should host a fundraiser on the 13th of September for the National Osteoporosis Society. Camilla's mother had suffered and died painfully from the condition. This would be the beginning of a 5-year campaign to transform her from adulteress into a suitable wife for the heir to the throne and future queen. Invitations were sent to 1,500 people, including pop stars and other celebrities. Everything seemed set. In his wildest dreams, Charles could not have anticipated that a car crash in Paris would destroy his 4. Uneasy lies the head. At 6 a.m. on Sunday the 31st of August 1997, Higdon, calling from America, reached an acquaintance at Balmoral, where the royal family was staying. "What shall we do?" he asked. "Nothing," came the reply. "Our worries are over." Elsewhere in the castle, Charles was chanting, "They're all going to blame me. Aren't they? The world's going to go completely mad." Single quote. In the hours after Diana's death, her former husband was paralyzed by guilt. One of the Queen's courtiers would say that even his sons were critical of him for what had happened. Others would point to those same advisors and the royal family itself for encouraging the marriage, and then allowing it to veer out of control. No one had imagined that after a decade of crisis the royals' plight could get so much worse. Over the following days, the reports about Charles's reactions were contradictory. His critics among the Queen's courtiers in Scotland recounted that he dithered about going to Paris until the Queen said, "I think you should get out there." Others recalled that he insisted, against the Queen's wishes, on flying to France to bring back the body, until the monarch was silenced by Robin Yonran's question, "Would you rather, ma'am, that she came back in a Harrod's van?" The majority of the media, relying on Bolland, who was at Balmoral, reported that Charles had taken control. They either concealed or were ignorant of his reluctance to fly to Paris. As the media's only eyewitness source, Bolland could spin what he liked, one journalist griped. There was no precedent for managing the death of a global icon who was no longer a member of the royal family but was nevertheless the mother of the future heir to the throne. The same courtiers who had mismanaged the announcement of Charles and Diana's separation in 1992 struggled to decide whether the flag over Buckingham Palace should, contrary to tradition, be flown at half-mast for Diana's death, and whether she should be buried privately or after a state funeral in Westminster Abbey. That Sunday morning, none of those involved, Robert Fellows, Robin Yonran, Charles Anson and Stephen Lamport, could judge if Diana's death was a tipping point for the monarchy. While the public's perception of Diana could not be ignored, the four officials focused on protecting the Queen. Any misstep would have embarrassed the monarchy, and perhaps even jeopardized it. By the time Charles had accompanied Diana's body back to London, the four advisors still underestimated the scale of the public's distress. The Prime Minister's description of Diana in his TV address is, "The People's Princesses," compared with the Queen's seclusion in Balmoral, increased the nation's dissatisfaction. As the outrage grew, the Queen's advisors searched forlornly for solutions. Unexpectedly, they found themselves relying on Tony Blair. The Prime Minister had placed himself in an awkward position, as over the previous months he had built a rapport with Diana. Blair's delusion about a special relationship, born of his desire to politicize the princess's new labor, had irritated Charles, but he enjoyed receiving telephone calls during which she would comment on a photograph or one of his statements. According to him, they showed that she had a complete sense of what we were trying to achieve. Sympathetic to her challenge to the Windsors' traditionalism, Blair was unconcerned that Diana gave the Queen, as he wrote in his memoirs, good cause to be worried. Yet, in the days after Diana's death, he and his Downing Street aides helped the family and their advisors overcome unfortunate obstacles. Advised by Robert Fellows, the Queen did not adjust her principles. The monarchy, she knew, although buffeted by challenges, would survive if she focused on reaching the agreed destination, namely a funeral that satisfied the nation. By contrast, Charles's inner circle was conflicted. Just when the public longed for him to lead by example, he was indecisive. "Why do you have to make everything a matter of principle?" Fellows had once exclaimed to a man who even in mourning considered the world was being unfair to him. To Charles, Fellows and his family were especially intolerable. Fellows's wife, Jane Spencer, was Diana's older sister. Diana's eldest sister, Sarah McCorquodale, had been widely reported as Charles's official girlfriend in the late 1970s, but her time as his accepted companion was terminated after an indiscreet remark she made to a journalist. The combination of those old antagonisms and Charles's torrid relationship with Diana complicated Blair's discussions with the Queen and Fellows. It did not help that the Prime Minister did not fully understand the conflicts within the royal family. Speaking with limited deference, he saw his duty as to protect the monarchy from the public's rage. The courtiers' initial gratitude turned into suspicion. Blair did not understand that governments do lessons. Single quote. Despite the heated emotions, a state funeral was belatedly agreed for 6 September, bringing the immediate frenzy to an end. The first-class post across the country was held back for an hour to await the issuing of 2,000 invitations to the grand event. When the deadline was missed, the nation's entire fleet of post office vans was commandeered for their special delivery. On the eve of the funeral, as thousands of grieving spectators bedded down along the route and outside the abbey, the only unresolved detail was whether Charles and his sons would walk behind Diana's coffin on its 1 hour and 47-minute journey from St. James's Palace. During an earlier discussion with Blair's aides, Prince Philip, speaking on the phone from Balmoral, had exploded about the spin doctor's insensitivity. "Fuck off. We are talking about 2 boys who have lost their mother." The question was finally resolved over the family dinner on the night before the funeral. To break the deadlock, Philip said to his grandsons, "Well, if you don't go, I won't." The boys decided to walk behind the coffin with their grandfather, their father, and Diana's brother Charles, the 9th Earl Spencer. While the Windsors debated, Charles Spencer visited the abbey to rehearse the words he would deliver from the pulpit the next day. He had written an outspoken rebuke to the royal family, but after spotting a lurking palace official he decided to remain silent. His idea that Tony Blair rather than Prince Charles should read the lesson had been rejected, which made him only the more determined. At the funeral the following morning, his accusations against an astonished royal family divided the nation. Some were outraged at Spencer's impudence, while others praised his courage. The art historian Roy Strong, taking his cue from the public's loud applause which could be heard inside the abbey, wrote that the people want a monarchy but they want it human and compassionate. The present caste suddenly looked past its sell-by date. Single quote. Spencer's feelings of enmity towards Charles continued during Diana's interment at Althorpe, the Spencer family home, at the end of the day. Afterwards, according to Paul Burrell, the Earl's speech was being replayed on television in the room where the prince was offered tea. As the ex-brothers-in-law talked together, Charles volunteered that while Spencer had inherited his title as a young man, he himself had already had to wait decades before becoming king. When details of the conversation appeared in the press, Spencer was accused of leaking the exchange, and Burrell of fabrication because there was allegedly no television in the room. By the following morning, Spencer's denunciation of the Windsors was overshadowed by the testimony of those who recalled that Diana had accepted Harrods owner Mohammed Fayed's invitation to holiday in France only after her brother, citing potential media intrusion, had withdrawn his agreement that she and her children could spend the summer on the Althorpe estate. The desperate mother, according to her admirers, had been abandoned by both her families. Charles was more melancholic than ever. His popularity rating was stuck at 4%. Critics mocked him without appreciating his insight into the truth. He was receiving, he complained, no credit for carrying the intolerable burden of duty to serve the irredeemably awful monarchy, and feared the public's reaction when he finally emerged from his seclusion at Highgrove. Determined to believe that life without guilt was possible, he decided that his task was to resurrect himself and his lineage. Buoyed by the solid support he always received from the Queen Mother, he would never renounce the crown. While the Queen offered continuity, dignity and traditional values, his fate depended on somehow using Diana's death as a catalyst to overcome his unpopularity. Disliking Blair's announcement that the royal family intended to change and modernize, conjuring up visions of a Scandinavian bicycling monarch, Charles was seeking a formula for reinvention without abandoning the trappings and advantages of royalty. During discussions at Highgrove, he asked his staff, "How can we get the public to understand what we do? We need to be more accessible. But we must still keep our distance, and must not be like the public." In reply, Tom Chebier, the chief executive of the Prince's Trust, suggested that Charles should speak publicly about Diana. Charles frowned. He shared his family's anger that his ex-wife was being mythologized despite being, in his words, a nutter. Dignity demanded that the Battle of the Waleses should be buried. Other than uttering praise of Diana, Charles would remain silent. Simultaneously, any activity that risked him being portrayed as the Playboy Prince was to end, and the campaign to have Camilla made more acceptable suspended. Emphasize service, one's duties and contribution, Charles told his staff. The media should be directed towards his various initiatives to do good for the country. And please keep pushing them, he ordered. In parallel, Stephen Lamport was told to ask Peter Mandelson and Angie Hunter, the Prime Minister's advisor in Downing Street, to arrange for Blair to make speeches in praise of Charles. Nothing happens by chance, Mark Bolland concurred. Everything has to be engineered. Single quote. Mandelson duly briefed Jon Snow, the Channel 4 news presenter, that it was Charles's initiative to fly the flags at half-mast, and that only after he had argued his case with the Queen and Robert Fellows, Bolland after Snow's exclusive broadcast was Charles at the helm. As requested, Tony Blair added his blessing during a television interview, stating that despite the Church's disquiet about his divorce, Charles would not only be king, but also the supreme governor of the Anglican Church. "The world is run by some very nasty, powerful people," Charles had written. To Jonathan Dimbleby. "Enemies of mine," he warned, would become Dimbleby's enemies. He had also consoled Camilla about the consequences of their relationship. "You suffer all these indignities and tortures and calumnies." Single quote. 2 broadcasts alone could not halt the opprobrium that was threatening Charles. On a personal level, one salvation was the spiritualism of the poet Kathleen Raine, who had been introduced to Charles by Laurens van der Post. Listening to the prince's laments about his isolation under siege and his forlorn search for meaning, this unusual woman, who lived an unorthodox life in London and was 40 years his senior, offered comfort over cups of tea in her Chelsea house. "She was always there for me because above all she understood what I was about," Charles explained, voicing his attachment to much older people, and that was a profound comfort in an age of growing misunderstanding and almost deliberate ignorance. Single quote. Raine urged Charles to disregard his critics. Dear Prince, don't give that riff-raff an inch of ground, not a hair's breadth. Stand firm on the holy ground of the heart. The only way to deal with the evil forces of their world is from a higher level, not to meet them on their own." Single quote. Raine's spiritualism, based upon what she called prayer in action, the worship of the sacred nature of all life, art and wisdom, buttressed Charles's sense of superiority. In his vision of himself as the protagonist in his own tragedy, and freed from any sense of shame, Charles adopted a formula for survival taught at the Temenos Academy, a charity of which Raine was one of the founders, that divided faith into metaphysics, mysticism and visionary imagination. Casting himself as the exceptional hero, Charles later explained his bravery in a eulogy he delivered at Raine's memorial service. "I had put my head above the parapet and, yet again, the shells and bullets had been exploding all around me. The world seemed to be periodically matter and the powers of darkness, as Kathleen described them, closed in. She did her utmost to reawaken an Albion sunk in deadly sleep. Feeding his self-indulgence, Rain wrote, "How my heart rejoices that you have mounted that chariot. The chariot of fire between two armies. This is the great battle, and where would you, our prince, rather be than in that chariot?" Most visible. 4 weeks after Diana's death, he agreed with some trepidation to visit a Salvation Army center in Manchester. He arrived with a speech drafted by Downing Street's best spin masters, including Peter Mandelson, but then set it aside. Instead, he spoke with unscripted passion to a group of curious spectators, repeatedly telling them how enormously grateful and touched both the boys and myself have been. He was at his best. The media coverage described a loving father of two adored sons speaking from the heart about their grief and grateful for the public's support. This sympathetic press coverage persuaded Charles to take the 13-year-old Harry, who was on safari in Botswana with Geoffrey Kent to alleviate his misery, on a trip to South Africa arranged months earlier by the Foreign Office to meet Nelson Mandela. "Speak to the media and be friendly," Mark Bolland advised Charles. He also told Robert Higdon, "He wants to raise money while he's there." "You're mad," replied Higdon, "but I'll try." Higdon approached Mary Oppenheimer, scion of the diamond mining family, to host a dinner for 30 people, including a number of South Africa's billionaires, prepared to contribute to Charles's global foundation. "It was always about money," recalled Higdon, who was delighted by the event's success and by Charles's praise. Some years later, he revised his opinion. "The atmosphere to extract donations from the guests was very awkward." Single quote. Media coverage of Diana's son happily meeting South Africa's hero, who had also invited the Spice Girls, liberated Charles. On the return flight to Britain, he offered journalists his new manifesto. "Tradition is a living thing, but to be so it has to be made contemporary in each generation. That is always the great challenge." A few days later, a South African friend of Charles's wrote reporting Mandela's admiration of him. "How wonderful," he replied. "Why do foreigners praise me but my countrymen never share that feeling?" Single quote. He believed that Peter Mandelson could provide the solution. Their relationship had strengthened in the weeks after Diana's death. Reflecting on Mandelson's recent defeat in elections to the Labour Party's National Executive Committee, Charles commiserated. "It only goes to show, I suppose, what a ghastly, cutthroat business politics is. The throwing of knives into other people's backs seems to be a pretty prevalent blood sport, and it is not a pretty sight. But then, you would perhaps expect the representative of an outmoded hereditary organization to make such an observation." He added that he wrote as a person who, despite the inevitable outer carapace which has to be, Mandelson was an obvious guest for one of Charles's culture weekends at Sandringham that autumn. Others invited. The guest lists for many of these weekends were orchestrated by the American philanthropist Drew Hines, included Tate director Nicholas Sirota, novelist Angela Huth, barrister Anne Molyneux, Leo Rothschild and Stephen Fry. Clever, funny and endlessly flattering, Fry had an erudite wit that delighted Charles. "No one complains on his deathbed," Fry told the guests. "Oh God, I wish I had spent more time in the office." Single quote. "You'll need black tie and white tie, clothes for walking," one guest was advised. Asked about attending church on Sunday, the official replied, "There's no obligation to go, but if you don't you'll be ignored during the following lunch." Single quote. All of this was in the spirit of the royal family. Sandringham formality had been inherited by the Queen from her father and grandparents. Even on Christmas Day she expected perfect behavior from her grandchildren. Charles's literary weekends were no different. Although he had not engaged with intellectuals during his time as a student at Cambridge, he enjoyed their company. "Of course, I know very little about this," he would say in a self-deprecating manner after mentioning paintings he had bought by little-known artists. His guests would depart on the Monday morning with a sense of privilege and memories of a remarkable performance by their host. Charles had remained silent about Camilla's absence. She was, he knew, suffering under the strain. "She's a wreck," he told a friend, and half-joked to Bolland that in the past he would have been sent into exile and Camilla committed to a dungeon. All he wanted, he told those whom he regularly telephoned, now including Mandelson, was the chance to go out in public with the woman he loved. By Christmas, the worst was over. The trip to South Africa had placated some critics. In one poll, 61% of those who responded said they were satisfied with Charles, compared to 46% before Diana's death and that 4% immediately after. The dissatisfaction rate had fallen from 42 to 29%. These figures restored some sense of Charles being master of his destiny. His advisors spoke about rebuilding his reputation after a doomed decade. In the new era, he anticipated that an open relationship with Camilla would be possible, despite other polls that showed about 90% of Britons still opposed their marriage. One obstacle was Robert Fellows. The Queen approved, and that was impossible until Fellows was no longer there to advise her. Charles's machine went into action. The poison was planted in the mail on Sunday. On the 2nd of November 1997, the newspaper published an attack under the headline, "Another Royal Farce Carry on Sir Robert." The article, by Peter Dobby, a regular columnist, accused Fellows of being prejudiced against Charles for wanting to live with Camilla. Worse, he was accused of being a joke, who evokes loathing, for having been one of the prime instruments in the destruction of the monarchy's public esteem. Fellows was singled out for blame for the public perception of uncaring, dysfunctional senior royals after Diana's death. Dobby ended with the knife twist. By staying on, he can only perpetuate his views of outdated incompetence born of arrogant indifference. Single quote. "Robert's been stuffed by Bolland," was the word around Downing Street. Naturally, Fellows was furious. His friends in Buckingham Palace blamed Charles for wanting to destroy any courtier who opposed his demands. To save himself, the prince had infected the royal palaces with jealousy, vulgar extravagance and deceit. Fellows saw no obvious solution. One immediate remedy would be to surrender to the media attack. His departure could be seen as justifiable. The Queen needed a new, candid friend to whom she could unburden herself and be advised how to satisfy her headstrong son. In the inevitable negotiations between the palaces, Fellows was not ideally placed to suggest sacrifices. He and the Queen agreed that after 7 years' service he should move on. The transition should start for Robin Janren, his deputy and a former Foreign Office diplomat, to succeed him. For his part, Janren was immersed in plans for the Queen's Golden Jubilee in 2002, which he hoped would restore the monarchy's reputation after a decade of disaster. Securing the Queen's approval for the celebration was an uphill battle. The public, she said, were unenthusiastic about the monarchy. But persistent pressure gradually wore down her reluctance. However, retaining her trust depended on months of serenity. There could be no more scandals. Charles's fate partly depended on the celebrations restoring the romance of the monarchy. Although he himself was not obviously imaginative, Janren shrewdly understood how to draw on other people's ideas to make an impact. Among the spin-offs of the Jubilee, he believed, would be a challenge to those courtiers who ignored the public's loss of trust in the unworthy royals. Too many members of the royal family were living off the civil list, receiving police protection and reveling in the free use of private planes, royal trains, boats and castles. Family ties and unworthy royals to draw the line voluntarily. Too many of them had too much to lose, especially some of the young royals who demanded privilege and pomp while simultaneously making sham pleas to be treated like everyone else. A byproduct of the Jubilee would be to curb the legacy of the imperial era. More profoundly, Here was the opportunity to signal the transition from a belief in the Queen's divine right to rule, as affirmed at her coronation in 1952, to Charles's wish for a multi-denominational, interfaith coronation. Although that was constitutionally impossible, negotiations for a compromise would open discussions about whether Charles's heirs could marry Catholics, and whether a firstborn female child could succeed as queen. Overcoming the obstacles to a constitutional debate depended upon neutralizing the Queen's dislike of change. "Well, my father told me this," she would still regularly say. Wedded to George VI's influence and with the Queen Mother urging the most reactionary decisions during her daily telephone calls to her daughter, the Queen was shaped by Edwardian precedents. Rigidly conservative, she refused to allow even moving any furniture in Balmoral from the place assigned by Queen Victoria. Charles, she feared, would change everything, not least out of pique. "My son," she once complained to a nobleman, "resents me because I taught him the alphabet." Single quote. On many matters she would defer to her husband, who was well aware of the problems they all faced. Throughout history, Philip told an advisor, there's been a difficult relationship between monarch and heir. It's not a job but a predicament. He wanted his children to follow his way of doing things, but knew that Charles would not forgive his father's apparent sins, including his ordering Charles, as a child, to wear corduroy trousers to a birthday party, the only one present to do so. Even as a middle-aged man, Charles still felt the legacy of that trivial humiliation. He also lacked his mother's genius for concealing what she truly felt and separating her personal values from those of the nation. He would never be able to emulate her landmark speech at a lunch in Whitehall to celebrate her golden wedding anniversary in November 1997, when she had volunteered that the monarchy's existence rested on popular approval, adding, to applause, that she herself was willing to change after listening to the public. Charles disliked those sentiments. He preferred to confront anyone he disliked, regardless of the fallout. Unlike his mother, he failed to provide a sense of solidarity or stability. He did not stand as a symbol of the country and its heritage, or personify an idea. Not astute enough to create illusions when needed, or to float above the rancor, he was content to pose a threat. Negotiating peace with the unpredictable heir was complicated by the appointment to head the Queen's household of Lord Camoys, a banker from an old Roman Catholic family, as the Lord Chamberlain. To Charles, Camoys represented the old guard, with its antediluvian understanding of the monarchy. His dislike was exacerbated by Camilla's complaint that Camoys had once accused the Parker Bowles children of cheating in a school race. Since the 1980s, Charles had sabotaged every attempt by the Queen's advisors to coordinate their two courts. To him, Buckingham Palace was not a homogeneous organization. In his opinion, little had changed since he was born. Within the immutable layers of rank, right down to the servants who labored in the basement of the palace, there was unyielding respect for the Queen and fear of her displeasure, but also an understanding that individual power depended on every courtier's relationship with his or her immediate superior, the high value of intimate information, and ultimately access to the Queen. Charles's disdain for that culture was magnified by his dislike of fellows, Yonren and now Camoys. Yonren's hope that he could fashion a new relationship with St. James's Palace rested on Stephen Lamport's skill in persuading Charles to resist his instincts and stabilize his relationship with Buckingham Palace. But that depended on Charles's whims. Giving honest advice to a man who would explode when contradicted was no easy task, especially as the prince once confessed, "My problem is that I believe the last person I spoke to." Unlike the Queen, Charles frowned on people with different ideas from his own. While her lack of dogmatism encouraged free discussion, he was closed to alien thoughts. Every day his public and private life threw up difficulties, and every day Lamport tried to tone down Charles's opinions, especially about the environment, education and fox hunting, Although after their lunch at Highgrove, Peter Mandelson had told journalists that any private member's attempt to introduce legislation banning hunting would not be supported by the government. In their daily meetings, Lamport tried to measure Charles's intentions in comparison with the precedents established by his predecessors over the previous 200 years. He then gave advice, but he could not always gauge Charles's reaction. To reach the ideal decision on almost any matter required him to follow a convoluted and uncomfortable route. If his advice were rejected, Lamport suffered in isolated silence. "I blame the vipers, nest in Charles's private office," observed an official in Buckingham Palace about the tortuous process. There were layers of hierarchy, with everyone attempting to climb the greasy pole. Whatever was said, uncertain about the best course, in the summer of 1998 Yonren and fellows invited Alistair Campbell for lunch. Charles's stubborn grudge, they confided, was a tough, long-term problem made worse by their distrust of Bolland. True to his conviction that spin was the answer to most difficulties, Campbell urged the two to get a grip and embrace a new generation by appointing Simon Lewis, a Blairite public relations expert. On Campbell's recommendation, Yonren immediately hired Lewis as Buckingham Palace's new spokesman. Unlike his predecessors, Lewis was told to bridge the gap between the monarch and the people, or, at least, to break the mold. Adopting the Blairite tactic of targeted messages, Yonren believed, would modernize the brand and help define the monarch's renewed contract to serve the country. Inevitably, some courtiers were puzzled that he was putting so much faith in a new labor marketing man with no experience of the royal family. Yonren replied that Lewis and Camoys would repair the monarchy's vulnerability. As the first anniversary of Diana's death approached, he feared renewed damage from the tabloids. Lewis, as a newcomer, struggled to understand the tension between the palaces. Hearing critical comments in Buckingham Palace about Charles's weaknesses, the contamination caused by Camilla, and how Bolland was promoting the prince at the expense of other members of the family, bore little resemblance to Westminster's wars. Lewis' proposals to start lobby briefings, issue statements, send an annual report on the Queen's behalf to 20 million homes, and harness Buckingham Palace to cool Britannia New Labour's gospel to revolutionize Britain bewildered Yonren's critics. He replied that changing the culture was essential to prepare for a modern monarchy. Charles disagreed. Conjuring an air of change was merely colorful spin, in his opinion, and ignored the House of Windsor's instinct for self-preservation. Ever since the Saxe-Coburgs had reinvented themselves as the Windsors in 1917 to avoid the fate of the Tsar of Russia, the Kaisers of Germany and Austria and the downfall of other minor European monarchs, the Queen had separated herself from Britain's aristocracy. Unimpressed by titles, the royal family was aware of the country's hereditary families only if they were genuine friends or were criticized by the media. The natural order, with the monarch at the head of a pyramid supported by the landed nobility, had vanished. The gentry's loss of power was of no interest to St. James's Palace. Receive a visit from Charles as a reminder of their place in the scheme of things. Others were invited for dinner, or to a garden party at Highgrove. Lesser mortals received gifts. The prince dispensed presents, graded by his opinion of their importance, to paid and unpaid employees, whiskey glasses engraved with his motif, or designer salt and pepper grinders. A typed letter signed by Charles was welcome, but the greatest trophy was a handwritten message in black ink. The universal fear was his expression of displeasure, signaled by the absence of a "please" or "thank you." Finely calibrated blanking, like a mafia don's kiss of death, was an overt threat to the courtier's job, income, school fees and self-respect. After dismissal, there was nothing. Being cut off without even a much-prized Christmas card to acknowledge the relationship was so hurtful, repeated all the casualties. Charles had made himself clear that they were no longer useful. Loyalty was always a one-way street. preferring to live at Highgrove to enjoy his garden and to be near Camilla. Charles summoned people to drive the 2 hours from London for even the briefest meeting, and would regularly keep them waiting. Yet few refused. The outstanding garden, more than 35 years in the making, had been designed by a succession of experts. Molly Salisbury, Rosemary Very, Miriam Rothschild, Julian and Isabel Bannerman, one after another, were enlisted to fill the landscape with trees, hedges, wildflowers, fountains, rare breeds of farm animals and architectural features, all blended into a romantic safe haven. In return, the heir to the throne offered conditional gratitude. Professional gardeners were divided about the extent of Charles's own contribution. Roy Strong was summoned to advise on the cultivation of hedges. He spent days with his own gardener perfecting his ideas. At the end, he submitted his employee's bill for £1,000, and was never asked to return, or even thanked. Strong had personally inscribed a copy of his book on gardening to Charles, but it was left in a waiting room rather than included in the prince's library. "He's shocked by the sight of an invoice," Strong noted. "So he likes people who don't charge for their services." Inevitably, none of those advisors was individually thanked after Charles received the Victoria Medal of Honor from the Royal Horticultural Society, presented by the Queen for his services to gardening, in 2009. Grace and favor took on a new meaning. To make up a florigem, a book of paintings of Highgrove's flowers, Charles recruited over 20 artists to paint 2 or 3 flowers each, for free. Similarly, for one of Charles's watercolors, "I don't want one of your rotten paintings," Freud replied. Strong, despite the rebuffs, narrated a BBC TV documentary about Highgrove. He intended to report that Charles had followed fashion by asking Molly Salisbury to build a potager, a vegetable garden, but his draft commentary was returned from Charles's office with the rebuke, "His Royal Highness never follows fashion." Strong removed the comment. Charles, clearly, stood above fashion and is always right. Thereafter, Strong stepped back. "I stayed on the edge with Charles. It was less dangerous." Single quote. In the same spirit, in 1998 Charles called Tim Bell, Margaret Thatcher's media advisor, to ask whether he could borrow Elizabeth Buchanan, employed by Bell to develop relationships with conservative politicians and bankers, for 3 days a week. "You can't turn down a royal summons," said Bell, knowing that Charles would not pay Buchanan's salary. Buchanan went to work at the royal home. Charles had chosen an utterly devoted woman. Elizabeth curtsied lower than anyone thought possible, one household member noticed, and then for longer than necessary. She worked all the hours God gave and then some God hadn't thought about. Dubbed the Virgin Queen by her fellow staff, she understood the ritual, the pattern and the access Charles expected. He would sit for hours, and sometimes for a whole day, dressed in eccentric clothes in an armor stone garden surrounded by trees and wildflowers, while Buchanan, blinded by devotion, pandered to his requirements. On occasions when Charles, in the midst of a meal, took exception to the conversation, especially criticism of his opinions, and stormed out, she was summoned by Michael Fawcett to smooth things over with the guests and to placate the prince. When Charles, near the end of a seemingly pleasant dinner, abruptly headed to his study to spend hours handwriting letters late into the night, it was Buchanan who made excuses to his guests. Tim Bell was unsurprised when she became a full-time employee. Her 5. Mutiny and Machiavellism. In mid-1998, Mark Bolland and Fiona Shackleton were lunching at the Ivy restaurant off St. Martin's Lane when both their mobile phones rang. The Highgrove switchboard connected the prince. "I've got a terrible problem," said Charles. "I've had a delegation of the staff led by Bernie and Tony and they say that everyone will resign unless Michael Fawcett goes." Single quote. The mutiny among Charles's staff at Highgrove had been brewing for weeks. Fawcett had been imposing unreasonable demands, especially on 5 of the staff serving under him, a valet, 2 sub-valets, an equerry's assistant and a chauffeur. The result was a revolt by a group of people noted for exaggerating the smallest inconveniences out of all proportion. However, on this occasion Fawcett's behavior would seem to have been insufferable. Fearful of losing all his employees, Charles had instantly surrendered to the delegation and agreed that Fawcett should resign, despite his 17 years' service. Then, immediately regretting his decision, he had telephoned Bolland and Shackleton. Both were joyful at the news. Later that afternoon, on Stephen Lamport's orders, Bolland drove to Highgrove. "Make sure he's fired," were Lamport's parting words. In unison, the prince's closest advisors went into overdrive to make sure Fawcett left before Charles changed his mind. The 35-year-old, they agreed, was a hated bully. Regardless of Fawcett's usefulness, no one could understand why Charles had chosen to live alongside such a seemingly unpleasant man. Bolland entered the prince's study to be greeted by the sight of Charles and Fawcett crying together. Amid their tears, Charles told Fawcett that he would have to go, but that provision would be made for him to continue working for him privately. An announcement was made that Fawcett's departure was entirely amicable. Commentators, misled by spokesmen, mistakenly reported that Fawcett was the casualty of a war within St. James's Palace between the Old Guard and the modernizers. The backlash began soon after. Led by Paddy Palmer Tompkinson, "It's not my fault," replied Charles. "They made me do it." The following Friday, Charles and Camilla were invited to Chatsworth by Debo, the Duchess of Devonshire. Debo, at 78 the youngest of the Mitford sisters, was a favorite of Charles. Amusing and resourceful, she was independent-minded and the most practical of duchesses, having rescued the family estate at Chatsworth with her marketing zeal. During his marriage to Diana, Charles and Camilla had often been welcomed by Debo to stay while they discreetly hunted with the Meynell in Derbyshire. Less discreetly, she revealed to a confidential source that Charles and Camilla slept in the same bed on these visits, and that Charles was submissive to Camilla. "That's why the relationship works," she had said, smiling, hinting at a deeper meaning to Charles's expressions of adoration in the Camillagate tape. The next day, while Charles and Camilla were out hunting, Debo summoned Bolland and Lamport to drive up immediately from London. Within minutes of their arrival, she reprimanded them. "You're making Charles unhappy about Fawcett. This must stop." Charles, it became obvious, had been easily persuaded by his hostess that Fawcett was too important to lose, especially as Camilla remained so indebted to him. During the months after her separation from her husband, Camilla had lived in comparative impoverishment. Receiving £20,000 a year in alimony, she could barely afford to run her Wiltshire home. Without Fawcett's help, Debo reminded Bolland and Lamport, Camilla's life would have been seriously unpleasant. Thanks to him, food had been sent from Highgrove, her laundry was returned pristine, and Andy Crichton, a former police protection officer, had been made available to act as her driver. Moreover, Fawcett was a great survivor. 10 years earlier, John Riddell had arranged his dismissal, only to discover that Charles had reneged on their agreement. The same would happen now. Fawcett, Debo made clear, was non-negotiable. As one of Charles's senior staff was to observe, the man who puts the death mask on the king will be Fawcett. However, neither man was persuaded to reverse his dismissal. On their return from hunting, Charles and Camilla were frosty towards the two private secretaries, whom they inexplicably blamed for Fawcett's plight. One solution, they nevertheless speculated, would be for him to be employed by Robert Kyme, the prince's favorite interior decorator. Kyme was invited to Highgrove for dinner the following Saturday. The horror of life without Fawcett. No doubt the valet had crossed the line by bullying the staff, but he was more important than any friend. He also posed an enduring threat, as at any time he could succumb to the temptation to sell his story to the media. Kyme was concluding that Fawcett was not going anywhere when there was a Commotion. Arriving late, Camilla had entered Highgrove through the kitchen, where several employees were milling about. Dressed as the woman in charge rather than in her usual country clothes, she told them, "I hear you're being beastly to Michael and I'm angry with all of you." Her direct language, Roy Strong later said, brought the common touch to the household which Charles lacked. After extracting groveling apologies, she headed for the dining room, where Kime was pleading Fawcett's case. Finally, at 2 a.m. it was agreed that he would stay, and that some of the members of staff who had complained about his bullying would be fired. During the previous week, Camilla's assistant Amanda McManus had shifted her attitude. On Monday she had told Robert Higdon, "I hate Michael. He's not honest and he's a liar. He should go," but by Thursday she was willing to go through hell to help Camilla on Fawcett's behalf. Survival, she evidently realized, depended upon unquestioning sycophancy. The crisis had been a failure of management. Unlike conventional executives, Lamport could not tell Charles to his face that his loyalty to Fawcett was unwise. Such outspokenness would guarantee his dismissal. Quietly, he implemented the royal wishes. Fawcett's authority was restored, and indeed magnified. Outsiders seeking an appointment with Charles increasingly approached Fawcett in the hope that he would deign to be helpful. The contrast between Charles's management of his personal kingdom and his mother's concern for the realm was captured soon afterwards at a meeting of the Way Ahead group in Buckingham Palace's cinema. As he stood chatting with Simon Lewis, Lord Camoys and Michael Peet, Robin Yonren felt particularly proud of his creation of the group back in 1993. The four officials who had taken over the Queen's private office presented themselves as the new generation. In the past, Richard Aylard had simply kept the show on the road, while Robert Fellows had been the firefighter. Now Yonren, jokingly dubbed the angry young man by David Airlie, stood before the royals under a metaphorical banner that read, "We must have change." In his opinion, his opponents offered the doctrine of unripe time, gathering the key members of the differences, and would help them plan the monarchy's response to the tabloids, intention to scratch open the raw scars once again as the first anniversary of Diana's death approached. The Queen, Philip and their 4 children arrived, kissing each other warmly, without betraying any tensions. Despite their rivalries, the family ostensibly remained friends. Yonren's tripwire was Charles. The heir's natural stubbornness, he hoped, would melt away in the face of his unemotional presentation of the advantages of reform. In anticipation of the meeting, Lewis had sent the Queen a report based on a Maury opinion poll. Commissioned by Yonren, it had been opposed by Michael Peet as a waste of money. Its conclusions were the basis of Lewis' 1-hour presentation, complete with slideshow. The 6 royals understood the sharp difference between the public's attitude towards the monarchy and towards other British institutions. Each of the 4 nations in each age group had differing attitudes towards the family. To rebuild its popularity, Lewis advised, over the coming months they should take up a dual focus on Scotland, and on forging a relationship with Britain's youth. The Queen agreed. Yonren proposed to lighten the tone of her official tours. Meetings with the uniformed county lord lieutenants would be reduced, and instead she would visit schools, a pub, take a ride in a London taxi, sign a Manchester United football, walk past a McDonald's and meet some of the homeless and unemployed. The Queen agreed again. To placate Anne's anger that Charles was occupying too much of the spotlight, Yonren proposed that the princess should be given special status in Scotland. The Queen's continuing approval encouraged the Blairite modernizers. The next item was the Jubilee, 4 years in the future. "What will we do?" Single quote. Asked Philip, starting a family discussion. The unity crumbled. Charles wanted to reduce the numbers of the family appearing on the Buckingham Palace balcony and the number of teenage royals entitled to police protection. His particular targets were Andrew's 2 daughters, Beatrice and Eugenie. Then he mentioned in a critical tone the commercial activities of his 2 brothers. Enough has been done, interrupted Philip. He urged the Queen to protect tradition. Amid that discord, the meeting ended. Nervous that the Maury poll's findings would provide negative headlines, Yanran forbade Lamport to show the results to Bolland. Regardless, Charles ensured that some critical figures were leaked to the Sunday Times, partly because he disliked the idea of the Way Ahead group in the meetings, and partly because he wanted to assert his primacy. Yanran's plan to improve cooperation between himself and his mother by merging the two palaces' press offices and appointing Louis at their head. He ridiculed the idea of a new labor spin master overseeing the new monarchy, and prying into his plans, not least because he was becoming disenchanted with the government. That disenchantment would soon become public knowledge. In June 1998, Charles declared war on labor's support for genetically modified crops. In an interview with the Daily Telegraph, he warned that scientists were straying into realms that belong to God, and God alone, and questioned whether man had the right to experiment with and commercialize the building blocks of life. Genetic food engineering to produce long-life tomatoes, pest-resistant crops and soya beans with added protein would, he asserted, create a man-made disaster and deprive the public of organic foods. Consumers should consider the profits made by the manufacturers of the pesticide DDT and asbestos, both once hailed as scientific wonders but eventually proven to have potentially fatal side effects, as an omen for GM crops. Forewarned about the prince's attack, Blair told Alastair Campbell, "We're going to have running troubles with Charles because on many issues he's more traditional than the Queen." In the hope of securing an armistice, the two drove to Highgrove in the September sunshine. By then, Blair's acerbic spokesman had become hostile towards Charles. The begrudging agreement by Highgrove's staff that Campbell could use the swimming pool, which he found a bit manky and with too many leaves floating around, did little to improve his temper. The visit, he declared, was a journey back so far back in time it felt extraplanetary. After his swim, Campbell was offered lunch in the staff canteen. Inside the house, Blair was sharing a meal with his host, who for over 15 years had championed a number of unfashionable causes, a category which until recently had included environmental protection. Ignoring Tory ministers' mockery, he had warned about the failure to combat acid rain, protested against farmers burning straw, demanded a ban on CFC gases to protect the ozone layer, forecast the problems and dangers of possibly catastrophic climate changes through air pollution, warned about plastic bags and bottles polluting the seas, and lamented the mass extinction of species as a result of the loss of tropical forests. All his campaigns, Charles believed, had been dismissed by lethargic politicians and ignorant officials. Almost without exception, they had ignored the threats to mankind. The latest of that breed, he suspected, was Tony Blair. Dealing with the royal family was cartoons of the prince in the guest lavatory did not signal democracy in the household, but rather the owner's vanity. Blair understandably wanted to know in advance where any discussion would end. There was no answer. His caution proved justified when 4 weeks later a newspaper published an account of their meeting. Blaming the national disgrace of using unproven technology for ruining farmers in an arms race against nature, Charles publicly urged Britons to boycott GM crops, or, as environmental campaigners described them, Frankenstein foods. The indiscretion surprised Blair. Not only did Charles explicitly oppose government policy, but, as Mark Bolland witnessed, he didn't care about a public disagreement. Far from upholding traditional royal impartiality, Charles thought only about his duty, discounted the government's problems and ignored the danger of his overt prejudice. Blair asked Peter Mandelson to caution the prince, and in a telephone call from New York, Mandelson, who believed that Charles's views were anti-scientific and irresponsible in the light of food shortages in the developing world, told the prince that his remarks were unhelpful. He congratulated himself that his royal hearer did toned down his public interventions on the subject, but his success was temporary. Charles now switched his attention to Camilla. The discretion about their relationship, he decided, had to end. Camilla wanted to be seen with Charles at the theater, go on holiday with him openly, and establish a bond with his sons, but a relationship akin to marriage could be considered only after the public had accepted her. Her principal opponents remained the Queen and the Queen Mother. Neither would allow her to be in the same room with them, yet both welcomed her ex-husband to receptions, race meetings and house parties. To show their affection for him, a palace official had lobbied that he should be promoted from colonel to brigadier, and appointed director of the Royal Army Veterinary Corps. Both suggestions were approved. In protest, the Army's senior vet resigned, a rare exception to the universal enchantment with the new brigadier. Charles could not understand the Queen's sympathy for Diana and her antagonism towards Camilla. After all, Diana's theatrics in the media had damaged the family, while Camilla had remained utterly discreet. Why, he asked, could his mother not approve of a traditional Englishwoman who loved the countryside and horses? Camilla's case had been raised by the Earl of Carnarvon, the Queen's racehorse trainer and close friend. His efforts as a go-between having proved unsuccessful, he switched to the Queen's side. Princess Margaret had also tried on Charles's behalf, but her sister had replied that she wanted neither to meet nor to talk about Camilla. Few understood the reason for her disapproval. The Queen was nervous that the Camillagate tapes was that of a shrewd mistress. "Oh darling, I love you," Camilla had gushed. The much less savvy Diana never made such over-the-top declarations. Carried away by a gust of tenderness towards himself, Charles complained that neither Diana nor his mother ever sympathized with his needs. Exasperated by what he termed an intolerable situation, and egged on by Princess Margaret, he approached his mother late one night while he was staying at Balmoral and asked that she soften her antagonism so he could live openly with Camilla. He assumed that the Queen, who rarely interfered or directly forbade anything, even the Dimbleby project, would not object. But on that evening she had had several martinis, and to Charles's surprise, she replied forcefully, she would not condone his adultery, nor forgive Camilla for not leaving Charles alone to allow his marriage to recover. She vented her anger that he had lied about his relationship with what she called that wicked woman, and added, I want nothing to do with her. Met with a further hostile silence, Charles fled the room. In his fragile state, her phrase, that wicked woman, was unforgettable. Tearfully, he telephoned Camilla. She in turn sought consolation from Bolland, who later received a call from Charles with a verbatim report of his conversation with his mother. Shortly after the confrontation, an opinion poll found that 88% of Britons opposed their marriage. Not everything was bad news. Good fortune had pushed disagreeable characters to one side. Kanga, Tryon, Charles's Australian former girlfriend, had died suddenly after a period of declining health, so removing one potential source of mischief. And Charles Spencer, Diana's brother and an outspoken critic of Charles, had damaged his own reputation with an acrimonious divorce. With two irritants removed, Charles decided to defy the Queen and take a small but critical step towards Camilla's acceptance. On 12 June 1998 he introduced Camilla to William at St. James's Palace. On the eve of his 16th birthday, his son assumed that the 20-minute meeting would remain private, but in what turned out to be a genuine mistake Camilla's assistant leaked it. In the tabloid storm that followed, Camilla found herself implicated in Diana's death. To fight back, she and Bolland arranged that Stuart Higgins, a former editor of The Sun, would write a flattering article in the Sunday Times. At the recent Way Ahead group meeting, Higgins wrote, the royal family had agreed as a priority to normalize Camilla's position in the royal household. That was inaccurate. She had not even been mentioned during that summer's meeting. But the distortion, approved by Charles and Camilla, and concluded that nuptials were unlikely. Disregarding the resentment towards them, Charles, Camilla and Bolland met at Highgrove to construct another campaign. The first hurdle was to demythologize Diana by radically changing her image and portraying her as a manipulative hysteric. The vehicle was to be Penny Junor's book. The author's plan had changed since Diana's death. Instead of focusing on Camilla, Junor intended to shatter the image of the late Princess of Wales as the put-upon innocent and to cast Charles as a helpless victim, with neither parents nor friends to provide support. The publication of Charles' Victim or Villain was timed to coincide with his birthday in November. Enriched by dramatic disclosures, the book described Diana as sick, irrational, unreasonable and miserable, on account of her bulimia, and therefore an unbalanced and unfaithful woman who compelled Charles to return to his true love. Charles had to put up with years of tantrums and abuse, wrote Junor. He cut his friends out of his life at Diana's insistence, and even gave away the dog he loved in an effort to make Diana happy. Junor questioned Diana's sanity by quoting a diagnosis of borderline personality disorder, arrived at by scouring the internet for an explanation of her behavior. Charles supported the diagnosis. "We must get this out," he said. In a further attempt to damage Diana's reputation, Junor wrote that the princess had been the first to commit adultery. In a series of revelations, the book described Diana bombarding Oliver Hoare, a married art dealer with whom she was having an affair, with anonymous telephone calls. Diana had denied the relationship, even though it had lasted some months, but accurately blamed a mischievous schoolboy for the nuisance calls. The book also unmasked her affair in 1986 with Barry Menaki, one of her police protection officers, as well as confirming her long amour fou with James Hewitt. Junor's book shocked Diana's loyalists, who were outraged by the complicity of Charles's staff. Throughout his life, Charles had never been able to give and take. Thinking only about himself, he resented suggestions of equality with his wife. Diana's supporters recalled his jealousy of her popularity during their first visit to Australia in 1983. Junor, they noted, had omitted from her book the argument between Charles and Diana on their plane after it landed at Alice Springs about who should go down the steps first. Charles won. Later that day, the roaring welcome that the children in the crowds gave to Diana had infuriated the prince. "I should have had 2 wives and just walked in the middle," he said grumpily to an aide. At first, Diana had not grasped her husband's feelings of resentment. Australia in 1988, Charles scraped a bow over a cello, whereupon Diana glided across to a piano to play perfectly a favorite piece by Grieg. To the media's bemusement, Charles looked crestfallen. She had stolen his show. While she glowed as the global icon, he was the middle-aged man typically photographed on a Scottish estate, dressed in tweeds, resting against a shepherd's crook. To combat that image, Junor described incidents that appeared to be fueled by Charles's desire for revenge. The book mentioned the speculation about Diana's death threats to Camilla in telephone calls, and her attempted suicide while pregnant with William. However, she omitted any description of Diana's misery during her honeymoon on Britannia after she heard Charles talking on the phone with Camilla, conversations also overheard by the ship's crew. Nor was there any mention of Diana's acts of vindictiveness, that Charles had entered their suite on the yacht to find her in tears cutting up a watercolor he had just completed. A version of that episode would be included in Junor's admiring biography of Camilla in 2017. The book had only minimal sympathy for the neglected 20-year-old bride. Undoubtedly, Diana had fabricated and exaggerated Charles's drift towards adultery, but equally Junor did not reveal the complete truth about his relations with Camilla. In 1973, while waiting for Andrew Parker Bowles's proposal, Camilla had many admirers but only 2 other serious boyfriends. Andrew, she knew, was not passionately in love with her, but he was charming, good-looking and well-connected. As a close friend would say, he was a 33-year-old officer who needed to marry. Camilla was the best of the bunch as a potential wife, fun and good with people, yet he expected his bachelor life to go on as before. 1 week before their wedding, Charles had telephoned Camilla from his Royal Navy ship. Sounding desperately lonely, he asked whether she was sure about marrying, but did not propose himself. After ending the call, Camilla immediately repeated the conversation to her fiancé. They both laughed, knowing that Charles felt isolated and depressed as a result of his sister Anne's marriage to Mark Phillips. In hindsight, even Andrew Parker Bowles would realize that he could never have been loyal to Camilla. Despite his Catholicism and his intention to be a good husband, he started his adulteries earlier than he had anticipated. Not long after their wedding, Camilla discovered her husband's affairs. She was upset but resigned. Her feelings for Charles changed only after Andrew abandoned her during long foreign trips. Even then, she, accompanied by a statement from Charles's office that he had not authorized, solicited or approved it. Junor would confidently contradict that assertion, and offered details of the help she had received, with Charles's authority, from his staff. For his part, Mark Bolland denied providing any material critical of Diana, but Robin Yonren did not believe him. In his opinion, Bolland's fingerprints were all over the book, which marked a sharp escalation of the campaign to make Charles's relationship with Camilla acceptable to the British public. As another Buckingham Palace official sniped, Charles reigned over an old-fashioned court filled with a sack full of snakes. In the midst of the Junor headlines, ITV reported that Charles would be privately delighted if the Queen abdicated. Shortly after, following an unrecorded hour-long conversation with the Prince, Gavin Hewitt reported on the BBC that Charles was frustrated by Buckingham Palace's withholding of power. Yonren was incandescent. Not only were the tabloids using Junor's book to reignite stories about Charles's adultery, but simultaneously his birthday party at Highgrove for 350 people was spawning headlines about the Queen's snub, her rejection of his invitation because of Camilla's presence. Further to enhance his client's reputation, Bolland circulated a comment from Mario Testino, Diana's favorite photographer, who when asked whether Camilla should be queen, replied, "Definitely. Have you met her? She's a great person. If you meet her, you want to hang out with her." In Yonren's opinion, Bolland's operation was out of control. Charles contacted his mother from Bulgaria to protest his innocence about the abdication report. His denial was suspicious to those around the Queen who knew of his impatience to be king, while Bolland's declaration of innocence was discounted. The tabloid headline writers were ecstatic. Yonren's anger reflected the Queen's bewilderment. The monarchy, her advisors believed, did not need spin like Downing Street. During a visit to St. James's Palace, Yonren told Stephen Lamport that there was no reason for Charles to campaign so energetically to promote Camilla. Bolland was acting as a free agent rather than as part of the team, and by standing between the tabloids and the royals he risked getting run over for his misjudgment. Lamport could have honestly pleaded ignorance. He was unable to manage Bolland, who with the two principal plotters excluded him from their discussions. To keep face, he volunteered that, whenever relevant, Yonren would be kept informed, would need the Queen's permission. With that, he walked out of the palace. Charles was furious. In an effort to calm the storm, David Airlie took Bolland for lunch at White's, his club in St. James's. The older man counseled that things were done in a certain way, and that Her Majesty would be grateful if he could stick to the rules. In his defense, Bolland contended that Stuart Higgins, acting as an advisor to ITV, had distorted a conversation between them. "Stuart screwed me up," he said, and refused to speak to the former journalist again. But it was a tricky week, he admitted. Reports of the lunch at White's reached Camilla. She feared that her agent was moving to the dark side and taking orders from Buckingham Palace. Bolland rushed to reassure her, and in turn Charles, who on reflection decided there was no alternative but to treat Yanran as an ally. Bolland was dispatched to tell the courtier about a weekend party Charles was hosting at Sandringham. Among the guests would be Jacob Rothschild, Peter Mandelson and Susan Hussey, a trusted friend and lady-in-waiting to the Queen. Under pressure from Camilla, Charles agreed that she should also be invited. The tabloids would undoubtedly highlight her presence in the Queen's home despite the monarch's disapproval. To Bolland's relief, instead of protesting, Yanran consulted the Queen, who agreed that as it was a private party, she did not need to be involved. Yanran also averted another argument, this time about Michael Fawcett. Charles had insisted that Fawcett supervise the preparations for his official birthday party at Buckingham Palace. The Queen, who still disliked Fawcett, objected, but Yanran persuaded her that he must be kept on side, because of his importance to Charles. Shortly after this, the plotters delivered their coup, a major birthday party for Charles, this time at Highgrove, with Camilla on public display. She was duly photographed arriving at the party looking regal, having prepared herself for the event with a week's cruise on Yanis Latsis's yacht in the Aegean. Charles presented himself as a man who had found peace with the woman he loved. The event was arranged by Emily van Cutsem, a socially ambitious Dutch woman, the wife of an old friend of Charles from his Cambridge days. Having cared for William and Harry during the worst years of the prince's marriage, she was distrusted by Camilla, but that undercurrent went unnoticed during the riotous celebration. However, what was not so easy to overlook were the absentee invitations to Sandringham and Balmoral, spoke loudly about the advantage of caution. This group included Nicholas Soames, Emily van Cutsem's husband Hugh, Charles Lansdowne, owner of Bowood House in Wiltshire near Ray Mill, Camilla's home, Piers von Westenholz, an antique dealer, and Charles and Patty Palmer Tompkinson. One malicious critic told of Patty's panic during a motorway journey. Charles had telephoned to say he was unsure whether he could be present at her daughter Santa's wedding. Patty pleaded, and finally Charles and Camilla agreed to come, but arrived separately. In the background hovered Annabel Elliot, Camilla's sister. The Elliots protected Camilla from Soames and the Palmer Tompkinsons. Their vigilance, sniped some, stemmed from their fear of losing influence. Everyone seemed to have mixed motives, but few forgot Diana's carping about the brown nosers around Charles, whom she called oilers. 2 nights later there was yet another birthday party, this time at Hampton Court. Camilla was there too. Early the next morning, Charles left for Sheffield to meet a group of disadvantaged young people. Such visits not only placated his critics but also reflected his genuine interest in the young. The following evening, nearly 1,000 guests, including Margaret Thatcher and Tony Blair, arrived for Charles's official birthday party at Buckingham Palace. Camilla was not among them. "Everyone here," said the Queen, turning to her son during her speech, "has benefited from the breadth of your interests and from your vision, compassion and leadership." Listening alongside Blair was Peter Mandelson. Both must have appreciated Charles's political talent in his endearing reply to "Mummy," concealing his true feelings about the absence of his mistress. 6 weeks later Mandelson, newly appointed as Minister for Trade and Industry, was forced to resign after failing to reveal a loan from Geoffrey Robinson, a Treasury Minister, to help buy his house while Robinson was under formal investigation by his own department. As Mandelson sat tearfully in his ministerial office listening on the telephone to Blair's fatal reprimand, Alistair Campbell, who was in the room with him, noticed a Christmas card from Charles occupying pride of place on his desk. Campbell dismissed the prince as an interfering, privileged fool, but Mandelson defended him, grateful for Bolland's reassurance that his relationship with Charles would be unaffected by the scandal. Charles could not afford to cast aside a valuable if tainted supporter just as he was heading for another showdown with the media. "Thanks, up," and prove that the Camilla campaign had not been harmed by the Queen's boycott. Just 2 days after the party, several papers published photographs of Camilla on horseback, with her approval. The next task was to begin repairing the damage caused by Penny Junors wholesale damnation of Diana, an assault Charles half regretted. Although Junor had written that he remained in love with Diana and prayed for her every night, his denial of any involvement with the book had not convinced anyone. In mitigation, he pleaded that his reputation would be restored by the publication of his personal documents long after his death. When that did little to silence the criticism, he was persuaded to release copies of his handwritten letters to a close relative, to the Daily Mirror. Apparently composed during their fractious journey around Australia in 1983, the letters professed his love for Diana. He especially admired her wonderful way of dealing with people. Her quick wit stands her in excellent stead, particularly when silly people ask what she has done with William or why hasn't she brought him, etc. He went on, Diana has done wonderfully throughout this grueling exercise and has won everyone's heart, including some of the most hard-bitten Aussie knockers. He added, I do sometimes worry so much about what I have landed her in at such an impressionable age. The intensity of interest must be terrifying for her. In another letter, written a year later, when the couple's marriage was already under severe strain, Diana had confessed to the same relative. I can't stand being away from him. She wrote that Charles's early return from a fishing trip was a wonderful surprise, and in yet another letter described a marvelous time at Balmoral. Since that contradicted the recollection of her friends, who recalled her permanent misery in Scotland, some suspected that an unseen hand had fabricated all the letters as a way to promote Charles. On the following day the Mirror published more excerpts from letters, apparently written to the same close relative, by Charles in 1988 and 1989, 3 years after the marriage's collapse. The prince admitted to depression and insecurity because his public work had little impact and his arguments were ignored. Sometimes I am terrified by the expectations people have of me and of the immense responsibility thrust on me, he confided. I sometimes feel that I am going to let people down, however hard I try. I sometimes wonder why we rush about so much or why I, in particular, feel I have to solve all the nation's problems single-handed. It must be a basic weakness of character which advancing age may cure. That was Charles's genuine voice. The doubts about the authenticity of the early letters arose only after Mark Bolland confessed honest ignorance about the identity of the close relative, who released them to James Whittaker, the Mirror's royal correspondent. Whittaker, loyal to Charles, added a flourish about the lonely prince's virtues. Listening to Charles talking about his lack of self-esteem, one could easily cry for him. The important thing to understand about this tortured, complex man is that he does feel he has the cares of the world on his shoulders. He tries so hard to deliver, to do his duty as he thinks is right. Single quote. The letters' publication gave Charles confidence to use the media more aggressively. Let's risk the biscuit, he told Bolland after several newspapers published photographs of his visit with Camilla to a London theatre. The positive comments encouraged him once again to confront his mother over their relationship, only this time in public. In the weeks after his birthday, they had not spoken. The atmosphere at Sandringham over Christmas must have been frosty. Now he wanted to stage a spectacular event to establish Camilla as his permanent partner. He needed a photograph that was neither snatched nor contrived. The ideal moment would occur on the 29th of January 1999, 17 months after Diana's death, when Annabel Elliott celebrated her 50th birthday at the Ritz Hotel in Piccadilly. The prince must come, she wailed. It would be terrible if he didn't. Let's lance the boil, agreed Bolland, arguing that snatched photographs by the paparazzi were poor quality and rewarded only the photographer. In what Bolland regarded as Charles's cunning and tough directives, it was agreed to transform the couple's exit from the hotel into a historic milestone. A tip to a Daily Mail diarist revealed Charles's ruse. Will they arrive or leave together? The diarist was prompted to ask in his column. Bolland then telephoned Arthur Edwards, the Sun's royal photographer, to draw attention to the item. From there, reaction snowballed. The first of over 200 photographers and TV crews staked out their positions opposite the Ritz 3 days before the event. They were allowed to block the pavement and the street to record a romance that, according to legend, had started 27 years earlier. The royal command overrode any official opposition from the police or Westminster Council. On the night, anxious newspaper editors delayed printing their main editions while journalists called Bolland, dining with the editor of the Sunday Times in a city restaurant, for reassurance that the historic appearance would indeed happen. Just before midnight, Charles and Camilla stepped from the hotel's entrance. Amid a thunderclap of flashing lights, and posed briefly before getting into a car. Dressed in a somber suit, the prince looked serious while Camilla appeared radiant. The results exceeded Charles's expectations. Across the world, headline. There was unanimity about the fallacy of previous predictions. Over the past decade, so many clever people had forecast that the next stage would never happen. First, few believed that Charles and Diana would separate, then that they would divorce. Next, they discounted an enduring public relationship between Charles and Camilla. Now, relying on Buckingham Palace's spokesman, the same soothsayers dismissed the idea of Charles marrying Camilla, and ridiculed the notion of Camilla eventually becoming queen. The Queen remained silent, actively supported by the Queen Mother during their regular conversations. Charles was stubborn. He had pushed recognition one step further, but he did not underestimate the continuing obstacles before he could finally override his mother's wishes. The media would be his weapon. That same media which for years he had cursed for being intrusive, and for cynically disbelieving his denials of adultery, had now become his ally. Rather than revile their misrepresentations, he encouraged Mark Bolland to welcome more editors to St. James's Palace and to drip-feed stories about Camilla wearing a brooch from him as a token of love, about the smiles towards the couple during further visits to the theater, and, to please the Sun, a visit to the Soho gay pub that had been nail-bombed by a neo-Nazi fanatic. Just before flying to New York in 1999 to promote Camilla, Bolland met the senior editors of Rupert Murdoch's tabloid newspapers at Wapping, News Corporation's London headquarters. Both The Sun and the News of the World continued to reflect their readers' love for Diana and their dislike of Charles and Camilla. Winning over working-class women, who made up many of the newspaper's readers, was a priority. Bolland's hosts were Les Hinton, the corporation's chief executive, and Rebecca Wade, an editorial director at The Sun. Both distrusted the royal spokesman. Too often their journalists had approached the palace's media officials for a comment about a murky revelation only to be rebutted with an outright lie. All that, Bolland promised, would change. He would speak the truth, not least because he needed the Murdoch press's support against the Queen. We were turning up the gas, he would later say, because the Queen was unmovable. Single quote. 9 months after the New York trip, in early June 2000, Bolland returned to Wapping for lunch with Rebecca Wade, who by then had been introduced to Charles and Camilla. Using Wade as an ally posed no difficulty for Bolland, but the alliance led to a standoff between Wade and the normally unflappable Robin Yanran, who was surprised when she asked, "When is Her Majesty going to give the green light for Charles and Camilla to marry?" Single quote. "Public opinion is against it," he replied. "Well," said Wade, "we would have to go against the Queen, because our readers are for Camilla. The Queen should think again." She added, "We might move to support an abdication and let Charles take over." Single quote. Days later, the headline on The Sun's front page blared, "Marry her, sir." Inside. The same edition was a prominent report, with photographs of Charles, dressed in military uniform, taking the salute in France for 700 Dunkirk veterans on the 60th anniversary of their evacuation. "This is very much the Dunkirk spirit," he told them. That weekend was a victory for Charles, Camilla and Bolland. They were starting to dictate the agenda. In Buckingham Palace, the normally even-handed Yanran was shocked. The son's threat to campaign against the Queen was typical of the divisiveness masterminded by Bolland. Ever since he had been hired, the battle between the palaces had turned into a public brawl. In June 1999, a poll had shown that 57% of the British public supported a marriage between Charles and Camilla, up from 30% 2 years earlier. More relaxed than previously, Charles now entered receptions looking confident, but also, Roy Strong observed, unfashionably Hanoverian, and often surrounded by courtiers chosen apparently because they were shorter than him. Tony Blair also noticed Charles's new self-confidence. Angie Hunter, his special assistant, was sent to ask Bolland if Charles was intent on marrying Camilla. Officially, Hunter was instructed not to interfere, but privately she told Blair about Charles's resolve to neutralize the Earl of Carnarvon's support for the Queen's opposition to his remarriage. Charles recruited Angus Ogilvy, the brother-in-law of Lord Airlie, to negotiate on his behalf. Ogilvy was married to Princess Alexandra, a trusted cousin of the Queen. Briefed by Charles, he relayed to the Queen that her son would not compromise or surrender. This was not the rebellion of a petulant prince, but reflected a 6. Body and soul. Charles wanted the monarchy to champion unfashionable causes. His most potent weapon to promote his status was his charities, about 20 organizations engaged in a diverse range of activities helping tens of thousands of people and many valuable causes every year. Charles had decided that only being forthright would guarantee an impact, and his charities gave him a powerful platform. Stoking controversy risked his being accused of breaking constitutional expectations of political impartiality, but the brave savored risks. Ever since the Prince's Trust had been created in 1976, an initiative of pure altruism, financing his charities had become a preoccupation. However, Charles and his officials did not anticipate the financial problems that would accumulate. Charles's insatiable appetite for money for his charities attracted Manuel Calanques, the founder of Porcelanosa, a Spanish tile manufacturer. Calanques had successfully promoted his company across the world by paying celebrities including Kevin Costner and George Clooney to endorse Porcelanosa's expanding empire. One byproduct of his philosophy, "The more you give, the more you receive," was his motto, was regular features in Hola, the Spanish Hello magazine. Always searching for new superstars, Pedro Sudo, a Porcelanosa director, had hit on Charles in the mid-1990s. In his efforts to meet the prince, he approached Chrysanthi Lemos, the wife of a Greek ship owner and a fundraiser for the Philharmonia Orchestra in London. Lemos had no difficulty persuading Sudo to give money to the orchestra. In return he would receive an invitation to its concert at Highgrove. Included among the audience were Luciano Pavarotti, Richard Branson, Donatella Versace and other celebrities. Lemos told Charles about Calanques's enthusiasm for Charles's charities, and after the concert Charles took the Spaniard and his party on a tour of his garden. After that meeting, Lemos recalled, Fawcett took over. I wasn't needed anymore. With Fawcett as intermediary, Charles hosted a party in 1998 at St. James's Palace to celebrate Porcelanosa's 25th anniversary, and another to thank the company for a donation to the Prince's Foundation. The pattern of selling access to himself funded Charles's principal achievement. But this success had also bred embarrassing controversies. In 1976 Charles's office had telephoned the television journalist John Snow. Interested in replicating Snow's small charity for disadvantaged youths. I want to make a difference, the prince explained. Together they invented the name, the Prince's Trust, with an initial fund of £7,471, Charles's pay-off from the Royal Navy. Thereafter, fundraising by Tom Shebier, the Trust's chief executive, was uncomplicated. When Charles and Diana patronized a London pop concert, the charity received £1 million. With a minimum of red tape, the Trust's administrators were empowered to write out checks for disadvantaged young people, to finance travel for an interview, or set up a business, even to remove tattoos. As its funds increased, the Prince's Trust became noted for taking unusual risks. "If I don't do it," Charles said purposely, "it won't exist." Single quote. Encouraged by public acclaim, he next supported Stephen O'Brien, the founder of Business in the Community, a new charity for galvanizing entrepreneurs to invest in deprived areas. "What really worries me is that we're going to end up as a fourth-rate country," Charles wrote in 1984. Business leaders were invited to meet him in city slums and support their renewal. "I have no political agenda," he wrote, describing his ambition to put the great back into Great Britain. Presenting himself as a social crusader determined to help Britons to live in a civilized environment, Charles sought the financial support of powerbrokers wherever he could find them. By 1996, besides the Prince's Trust, Charles had created charities for education, the environment, architecture, complementary medicine, animals, the sick, the poor and rural communities. But he was careless about their governance. He gave the impression that the trustees of each charity, with its own niche focus, independent board, trustees and funds, acted free of his interference, since by law he was denied any role in their management. The reality was different. The Charity Commission complained that Charles was playing an unauthorized role in the running of the charities. The solution was to appoint new chairmen. Finance presented a more pressing problem. Charles was an excellent fundraiser, and all the charities relied on him, competing for his appearances at receptions and dinners. Each charity chairman would assure each corporate chief executive that Charles would be present at a reception and would meet the charity's beneficiaries. Charles encouraged such promises without considering the impossibility of fulfilling all of them, or the folly of would encounter the nightmare of Charles's bureaucracy, complained the long-serving director of one of the charities. His officials, either former civil servants or military officers, invoked his authority to block arrangements. They were always negative that he should not do things, complained one charity executive, but they hadn't seen the real world, and got it wrong. Single quote. In a pattern that repeated itself over the next 25 years, Charles's good intentions were often derailed. Because he spread himself so thinly, some of his charities failed to raise sufficient funds, while the Prince's Trust, which employed 300 staff in a splendid Nash House opposite Regent's Park, spent an excessive amount on administration. Unspoken at his charities meetings was the fact that Charles's work had been tarnished by duplication. For example, in 1987 he had launched Inner City Aid, a self-help project founded in partnership with the architect Rod Hackney. On the same day he had also founded the Prince's Youth and Business Trust. Both charities targeted the same disadvantaged groups. During those meetings, Charles would frequently say, "I have always thought it would be a jolly good idea if we could do something to help." Speaking in third-person messages rather than giving a clear directive, he watched as his audience. Shebier, his successive private secretaries, and Julia Cleverton, an imaginative, energetic but occasionally chaotic campaigner renowned as a whirlwind of activity, recorded his wishes on A4 notepads. Sycophancy prevented anyone from challenging Charles to ask, "I wonder, sir, if that's a good idea." They knew how sensitive the prince was to confrontation. The rare contradiction would be followed by a communal sharp intake of breath, then stony silence. Palace etiquette forbade any hint of rebuke. Cleverton would wave aside questions about shaky finances with cryptic advice such as that to Peter Davis, her deputy. Beware of tidy graveyards. Single quote. Like Cleverton, Shebbeare was both enthusiastic and deferential, but when faced with the necessity of giving unwelcome advice, he too preferred to stay silent. The most either would say was, "Yes, sir," but, before tailing off. Power did not want to hear the truth. It was difficult to say no, Shebbeare admitted to a friend, because the automatic punishment was that he would find someone else to say yes. Single quote. Persuading Charles to reverse a poor decision was best done by putting on an elaborate act. First, one had to be the last person to talk to him on a chosen subject, by remaining in the room after others had left. Then, graciously thanking His Royal Highness for the opportunity of a private moment, the advisor would do the same by just a slightly different route. Such maneuvers protected Charles from many mistakes. One of the casualties of this system was Jeremy White, a successful British businessman based in Los Angeles who had been recruited in 1993 to manage the Prince's Youth and Business Trust. Among the reasons he accepted the job was Charles's successful negotiation with David Young, one of Margaret Thatcher's favorite ministers, that the government would match all the money raised by Charles. With ample funds, the trust helped 40,000 young people to start micro-businesses. But this achievement, White discovered, was not admired by Shebbeare or Cleverton. To impress the prince, both appeared to White to enjoy stamping on his fingers rather than cooperating to protect his success. The climax of the warfare arose in 1997, after the auction of a Lotus car, donated by the manufacturer, to help raise money for the trust. Lotus formally complained to Charles that White had failed to attend the event. "I would have been there if Shebbeare had told me about it," commented White, who immediately resigned and went on to earn his own fortune as a businessman. He was from the commercial world, sniffed Shebbeare to an aide, and didn't get on with people. Single quote. White's departure did not trouble Charles. He believed that his savior was to be Tony Blair, the new prime minister, who decided that Labour's broad program to help the disadvantaged was in sync with Charles's ambitions. This meant that Shebbeare could attract more funds from the government. For Charles to carve out a unique position in British public life would require more than just leading a large grouping of charities. He felt impelled to be noticed, admired, and considered relevant. His targets were vested interests: architecture, education and medicine. Over the years he had crafted a singular philosophy about the world, and his place at its apex, to justify his rebellion against modern society. His charities would provide a platform and justification for his campaigns. He started with medicine. Few professions were more entrenched. The first hint of his coming campaign had been his 1982 address to the annual conference of the British Medical Association. To celebrate his election as the BMA's new president, he used the invitation to criticize the profession's rejection of alternative or complementary therapies. Ever since he had been introduced to homeopathy by the body's vital forces, blocked by misaligned vertebrae, he was certain, was a verified therapy. Consistent with his belief in the power of God acting through the divine spirit, he was convinced that a sick person's inner awareness could enable them to will their recovery, in relation to the cosmos. A patient confident about holism should welcome the simultaneous treatment of their illness and their spirit. Charles dismissed any doubts by referring to van der Post's enthusiasm for the Swiss psychoanalyst Carl Jung, whose work on the collective unconscious, which unites mankind through a common vital force, advocated the power of such forms of healing. Charles urged his audience at the conference to embrace alternative medicine, as practiced by folk healers who are guided by traditional wisdom. For a 34-year-old with a mediocre degree in history to preach the power of spiritualism, based on a jumble of ideas inherited from van der Post, Jung and the 16th-century Swiss healer and alchemist Paracelsus, and then to denounce, to an audience of doctors, the science that produced the drugs that had eradicated polio and tuberculosis, was as frightening as it was brazen. especially to a profession that was still struggling to cure heart disease, cancer and other fatal conditions. His audience's polite applause was welcome after the derision being heaped upon him every week for his eccentric beliefs in ITV's satirical spitting image, and he would later admit that he had expected to be misunderstood and criticized by his audience. But the doctors were tolerant. They listened patiently as he lamented that it was his fate to accept it as God's will that the unorthodox individual is doomed to years of frustration, ridicule and failure in order to act out his role in the scheme of things, until his day arrives and mankind is ready to receive his message. Convinced of the ancestral wisdom of tribal societies, Charles idolized the pre-modern world. For him, the rationality of science was abhorrent. Believing in the hereditary principle, he invoked God's power to appoint him as the spokesman for people's unspoken concerns. "I have come to realize," he said, "that my entire life so far has been motivated by a desire to heal the dismembered landscape and the poisoned soil, the cruelly shattered townscape where harmony has been replaced by cacophony, to heal the divisions between intuitive and rational thought, between mind, body and soul so that the temples of our humanity can once again be lit by a sacred flame." Single quote. Such thoughts were unusual for an heir to the throne. Some would criticize Charles for his pretensions of intellect, others for being a fantasist. To illustrate his so-called crankiness, they repeated gossip about Charles's interest in. In hindsight, the doctor's response to Charles's speech was generous. Recognizing his insecurity and pride, they paid lip service to his spiritual values. In a deferential gesture, Sir James Watt, the president of the Royal Society of Medicine, organized a series of 8 seminars and a working party within the BMA to examine complementary medicine. Charles himself attended 3 meetings at the Royal Society, but was impatient with anyone advocating exclusive reliance on conventional medicine. "Science," he had told the doctors, "has tried to assume a monopoly, or rather a tyranny, over our understanding of the world around us. We are only now beginning to understand the disastrous results." His hostility towards drugs reflected his anger about doctors' separation of the soul from the body. A healthy body, he told his audience, depended on treating soul and mind as one. His listeners were bewildered by his belief in the ability of the soul to cure cancer. Alternative medicine, one doctor would retort, should remain the luxury of the well-to-do hypochondriac. The BMA issued a report concluding that complementary medicine was worthless, but it still approved further discussion. Undeterred by his limited progress, Charles continued to argue that natural foods, proper education, sport and a healthier lifestyle, rather than drugs and hospital treatment, were the cures for illness. He visited the Bristol Center, an alternative, drug-free cancer clinic established in 1981, and regularly championed environmental policies. He converted the Duchy of Cornwall's farms to produce only organic food. Seemingly unaware of his apparent fickleness, he repeated the attacks against the doubters that he had first voiced in his BMA speech in 1982. "I have often thought that one of the least attractive traits of various professional bodies and institutions is the deeply ingrained suspicion and outright hostility which they can exhibit towards anything unorthodox or unconventional." Single quote. With the tenacity of a proselytizer, in 1987 Charles began a campaign to make complementary medicine mainstream. The Maurice Laing Foundation was persuaded to donate £1.5 million for the first British university department devoted to the subject at Exeter University. Supported by Charles's regular visits, in 1993 the university appointed Edzard Ernst, a 45-year-old medical doctor, to become the country's first professor of complementary medicine. Ernst appeared an ideal choice. As the director of rehabilitation medicine at the Vienna Medical School, he had led a department of 120 in a 2,000-bed hospital, and like many German doctors had routinely prescribed complementary medicines. During his 10-year contract at Exeter, he was tasked to appropriate complementary medicine techniques into orthodox medicine. He anticipated bringing his skills as a scientist, university professor and clinical practitioner to subject complementary medicine to its first-ever evaluation based on impartial scientific trials. To test its credibility, additional staff would be funded by grants from government and private institutions. Charles was optimistic that Ernst's work would encourage British doctors to integrate complementary medicine into the NHS's conventional treatments. But he failed to anticipate the German doctors' refusal to judge all complementary medicines uniformly. Among more than 400 alternative therapies and food supplements, Ernst sharply distinguished between herbs, acupuncture, osteopathy, aromatherapy, oils, diets and homeopathy. Charles's particular interest was homeopathy. True believers prescribed highly diluted doses of natural substances to treat bee stings, snake bites and mushroom poisoning, as well as more serious illnesses. By producing the same symptoms, they argued, the body would automatically stimulate its natural defenses. Until 1993, tests of homeopathy had produced results ranging between encouraging, inconclusive, and having no effect whatever. In extreme cases, patients who relied exclusively on complementary medicine had died. Charles dismissed such findings as unreliable, and expected Ernst to confirm his own beliefs. To supplement Ernst's efforts, in 1993 Charles asked his friend Hugh Van Cutsem and Ian Marks, a Cadbury's philanthropist, to recruit Simon Mills, a herbal practitioner, to establish what became the Foundation for Integrated Health, which he expected to prove that mainstream medicine and complementary therapies could work together. The finance would be provided by Bock-Barcappel, a charity funded by a manufacturer of complementary medicines. Mills accepted the position, but progress was slow, and 4 years later a dissatisfied Charles commissioned a working party to examine the obstacles. Called Integrated Healthcare, the subsequent report suggested ways to provide the public with information about and access to both types of medical care, and how to increase research, training and regulation of unorthodox treatments. To implement the recommendations, Marks appointed Michael Fox, the chief executive of an NHS trust, as the first director of a new foundation that would be financed by Charles. The appointment was strange, given that Fox was not convinced of the benefits of complementary medicine. Fox met Charles 6 times a year to describe his progress. By 1998 he had barely started to overcome the medical profession's resistance to the introduction of complementary medicine into the NHS. The Prince, once again, was not pleased. As Mark Bolland then, in 1998, Charles was confronted by an unexpected challenge. After 5 years of research, Edzard Ernst changed his opinion. Applying scientific methods, he and his team of academics had become disillusioned. Too many arguments in defense of alternative medicine represented a flight from reason into the absurd. Manufacturers of homeopathic remedies were attempting to persuade patients that worthless but expensive colored water was beneficial. Ernst rejected such chicanery. Placebos which generated a false positive result, with no medical effect, he decided, were not harmless. Sick people were dying as a result of relying on pseudoscience including acupuncture and chiropractic rather than receiving conventional treatment. The country's only professor of complementary medicine was not only arguing against his own specialty, but was critical of Charles for being unwilling to distinguish between real health care and blatant quackery. Ernst even criticized Exeter University's BSc degree in complementary medicine as a course in claptrap taught by uncritical believers to brainwash youngsters with mystical nonsense. In his opinion, the supporters of complementary medicine, especially the 14,000 people registered with the Federation of Spiritual Healers, were unqualified preachers who resisted independent scientific research, especially that by medically trained academics. To bridge the chasm between Charles and the medical profession, James Watt persuaded Lord Winston, a pioneer of in vitro fertilization, that the House of Lords Science and Technology Committee should take up the subject of complementary medicine. Simon Mills, the peers agreed after a series of meetings, would write the committee's report. To Mills's relief, by the end of their hearings the peers recognized complementary medicine's popularity, acknowledged some benefits, and accepted that some practitioners were reputable. However, pummeled by the searing scientific criticism directed at the new sciences by the biologist Louis Wolpert. "That guy took the air out of our lungs," admitted Mills. The peers were skeptical about the value of most unorthodox therapies. The public, as Mills was forced to admit in his final report, was unprotected against the majority of untrained, unregulated and incompetent practitioners, and many remedies lacked high-quality research. The peers' conclusions were accepted by the government, ignored by the media and, as Mills decided, dismissed by complementary medicine practitioners as rather too balanced for some tastes. Charles conceded that after 16 years he had made only pitiful progress against the most vested of interests, the medical profession. His foundation, he admitted in despair, had also failed. "It's become a talking shop for like-minded people," Mills confirmed, "and not getting off the ground." Single quote. Charles did seize on one of the peers' recommendations: cooperation between conventional doctors and complementary medicine practitioners within the NHS should be improved. Pressured by him, the Department of Health agreed to give £18.5 million to the Royal London Homeopathic Hospital, and urged more access for the sick to the new sciences as part of the integrated medicine promoted by Charles's foundation. Encouraged by that success, the prince supported the introduction of a postgraduate course in the subject at Exeter, to attract more GPs to the faith. The pioneers included Michael Dixon, a Devon GP who dispensed complementary medicine and was active in the NHS Alliance. Not surprisingly, Exeter's medical school had sided with Charles against Ernst. Dixon now negotiated with Professor John Tooke, the dean of the Peninsula Medical School at Exeter, to launch Pathway in Integrated Health, a course to encourage doctors to use complementary medicine. By 2002, Charles's irritation at Edzard Ernst's criticism hit a new peak. Every study by Ernst's department had denounced homeopathy as worthless. Ernst also opposed Charles's foundation's initiative to recruit GPs. "The information the foundation puts out," he wrote, "is dangerous and misleading. It's an attempt to brainwash GPs and patients." That criticism was a good reason not to consult Ernst about the medical school's new degree. Dixon's official reason was bland. The course was for generalists and practitioners, doctors and nurses. Ernst was not a clinician but a researcher. He was angry not to be consulted because he was used to Vienna's hierarchical system, but it is different in Britain. Single quote. The Master Builder. Towards the end of 1999, Charles's disenchantment with Tony Blair increased. Much of New Labour's promise of a fresh beginning. Blair's pledge to be whiter than white, purer than pure, had quickly become tainted. The exposure of Downing Street's sleazy relationship with Bernie Ecclestone, the owner of Formula One motor racing, Alistair Campbell's devotion to deceptive spin, the dispiriting arguments about school standards, and the plans for a vacuous dome in Greenwich to celebrate the millennium, all aggravated his mistrust. Charles blamed government ministers for evasion, especially about the environment. In turn, they felt that his expectations were often unrealistic. But honest debate was difficult with a dynast unwilling to listen to other points of view. A fierce exchange with John Drummond, the arts administrator and BBC music controller, after a concert at the Bath Festival was an exception. The Bartók and Schoenberg he had just heard, Charles complained, was like scraping a nail over a blackboard. "Your taste in music," Drummond replied after a pause, "is as execrable as is your taste in art and architecture." Charles, He enjoyed the more traditional music of Hubert Parry, composer of Jerusalem. As their argument rolled on, the Lord Lieutenant of Somerset, who had accompanied Charles to the concert, became disturbed. "You must stop this," he urged Charles's courtiers. "Interpose your body between them." "I'm enjoying this," said Charles, laughing. "I like John. No one's honest with me like that." Another who did not shrink from giving his opinion to power was Richard Rogers, the prominent British architect who in 2017 was to criticize the prince severely in his autobiography, A Place for All People. For years he had openly called Charles ignorant, privileged and feudal. His candor was not appreciated by its target, not least because in 1999 Rogers appeared to have registered a major victory over him. Not only had he designed the Lloyd's Insurance Building, an edifice of glass, exterior metal pipes and lopsided steel, in the middle of the neoclassical city of London, but also the gigantic white fiberglass Millennium Dome, looming over the Thames at Greenwich. For 16 years, the two men had fought about the virtues and vices of modernist and traditional architecture. Rogers denounced Charles's self-appointment as the people's representative against modern architects as symbolic of anachronistic privilege. For his part, Charles was unyielding in his judgment of a man he regarded as a hypocritical champagne socialist. During the early years of Blair's government, their battle was unequal. As an admirer of New Labour, Rogers had won the Prime Minister's support for urban vision, his scheme to improve the quality of city life without regarding old buildings as untouchable. In 1998 John Prescott, the Deputy Prime Minister, who was responsible for the environment, adopted Rogers' scheme as government policy. In 2000, soon after Ken Livingstone's election as London's mayor, Rogers was appointed his architectural advisor. Livingstone was paying Rogers £130,000 a year, even though the mayor's office would also be considering the architect's applications for planning permission in central London. Both shrugged aside any potential conflict of interest. Some of Rogers' recommendations might have attracted Charles's support, but architect and prince found any common ground distasteful. Charles wanted to protect London's ancient skyline, especially the distant views of St. Paul's Cathedral. Rogers preached enthusiasm, endorsed by the mayor, for skyscraper office blocks. The campaign to protect Britain's heritage had started in the 1950s. Conservationists were appalled by the post-war modernists' crusade to build a utopian society as part of a political and cultural class war. Besides building on the rubble that was the Luftwaffe's legacy, the unsentimental modernists were demolishing rundown rows of Victorian terraces to erect tower blocks, and creating new towns on rural sites. The conservationists were in perpetual retreat. Their protests against barbarism, new brutalism, and neo-industrialization had only just prevented the demolition of St. Pancras Station, the Tate's Portico and all of Whitehall's Victorian buildings, including Scotland Yard. Characterized by some as a sod-you architect, and at 51 already in his pomp, Rogers scorned non-believers like Charles because, as one observer noted, the prince lamented the diminution of his royal power in the world and was distressed by the historical processes set in motion by the Industrial Revolution. His dreams of traditionally designed cities are dreams of a world where hideous little boxes. With other ministers, he agreed to meet the prince in the cabinet office for a 20-minute slideshow followed by a speech in which Charles urged them to preserve listed buildings rather than sell them. Thereafter, Prescott would go to Charles's receptions and listen to criticism of his own schemes to bulldoze swaths of restored Victorian houses across northern England. The Deputy Prime Minister accepted that the modernists' unqualified derision of the traditionalists was no longer a vote winner. Most Britons had been converted to the charm of restored Victorian buildings, condemned by the modernists decades earlier as eyesores. Charles could claim some credit for that change. By 1984, Aged 36, Charles had decided that change only happened as a result of provocation. Keen to assert influence, even control, over events, the role of subversive crusader appealed to him. By then he was weary of his private secretary Edward Dean, whose cautious advice was that he should remain a silent constitutional heir. Instead he would abandon the sidelines and become a heroic troublemaker. He set himself to roll back some of the more ludicrous frontiers of the 1960s, including those championed by the arch-priests of modern architecture. To traditionalists like Charles, Richard Rogers and his fellow social engineers ignored the wishes of communities and aggravated the problems they sought to cure. In retaliation, the prince commissioned Léon Crier, a classical architect born in Luxembourg, to build Poundbury, a new town of 2,500 houses on land owned by the Duchy of Cornwall near Dorchester in Dorset. Poundbury was intended to showcase all the traditional designs and values espoused by Charles. Crier's attraction was not only his sympathy with such ideas, but that, as a former modernist, he was a convert from an ideology he now condemned as utter nonsense. The modernists' conception of life was sordid. Single quote. In Charles's opinion, modern civilization had become dependent on unsustainable technology, consumerism, economic growth and globalization, and had disrupted nature and the organic order. While critics condemned the tower blocks conceived by modernist architects as ugly and uninhabitable, Charles interpreted their brutalism as a threat to the ancient mysticism that bound mankind. He described modern architecture in opaque language. The prerequisite of the health of each of the Earth's vital support systems, he wrote, was an interconnected, harmonic system which could be geometrically measured. Over centuries, that system protected the world and the natural, divine order of life. Modernist architecture disturbed spiritual harmony, and led to human misery. Himself as a scholarly, sensitive Lionheart. To illustrate the power of geometry to restore the natural order, in 2010 he would publish Harmony. A new way of looking at our world, in which he would spell out, over 300 pages, his core principles. To gather material for his campaign, he had recruited two like-minded experts, Jules Lubbock, an architect, and Christopher Booker, a journalist and campaigning conservationist to whom he had been introduced by Laurens van der Post. Both were delighted to help. Their arrival in Kensington Palace coincided with an invitation to Charles to attend the 150th anniversary celebration of the Royal Institute of British Architects RIBA at Hampton Court. The prince was to make a speech, present a prize to an outstanding architect, and enjoy a dinner hosted by Michael Manser, RIBA's president. For over 20 years, RIBA had supported industrialized building techniques, and praised modernists. Projects such as the History Faculty at Cambridge University, designed by James Stirling, regarded as one of Britain's greatest architects. In 1984, 16 years after it was completed, the university damned the building as ugly and intolerable to occupy during the summer because it overheated. For Charles and his two advisors, many of RIBA's members, including Stirling, epitomized the vandals they detested. The modernists' latest outrage, Charles believed, would be Peter Ahrens's proposed extension of the National Gallery in Trafalgar Square. Westminster Council was about to approve the plans, distinguished by a round tower built of concrete, steel and glass stuck onto the front of the building. For traditionalists, the tower defiled the majestic Regency and Edwardian facades around the historic square. In Charles's opinion, the gallery would be transformed to resemble a kind of municipal fire station. As he considered his strategy, he assumed that some of his audience would have supported the proposed demolition in the 1970s of large parts of Soho and Covent Garden, halted at the last moment by Geoffrey Rippon, a nonchalant Tory minister for the environment who made his decision while watching cricket at Lord's, and had not opposed a similarly modern plan to impose a network of motorways on inner London. Charles knew that cautious comments to RIBA's members would dilute the impact he sought. The Palace of Hampton Court was an appropriate venue for privilege to address the privileged. Like him, none of the architects present lived in soulless, stained tower blocks marooned in barren landscapes, but for the most part had kept the original facades, which by default appeared to bear out Charles's argument. As the prince stood to begin his speech on the evening of the 20th of May 1984, no one anticipated what Michael Manser, the one person in the audience who had been briefed about the speech in advance, called a secret bombshell. It was a warm, cloudless night, a velvet atmosphere, thought the developer Peter Palumbo, one of Charles's unsuspecting targets. Charles opened with an attack on a proposed 19-story office block, designed by the world-famous architect Mies van der Rohe. The tower, clad in amber glass and bronze, would be built by Palumbo at 1 Poultry, adjacent to the neoclassical Bank of England and Mansion House, and would dominate the heart of the city. Charles of course opposed the Mammonist Tower. It would be a tragedy, he told his audience, if the character and skyline of our capital were to be further ruined and St. Paul's dwarfed by yet another giant glass stump better suited to downtown Chicago than the City of London. Palumbo was mortified. He had not been forewarned of the royal attack, which would have damaging financial consequences. Charles was a polo teammate whom he regarded as a friend. The mood in the room chilled as Charles moved on, comparing pre-war London to Venice and criticizing the destruction of English cities that followed the Luftwaffe's bombing. He then turned to Ahrens's design for the National Gallery. The proposed extension, he told his audience, would be like a monstrous carbuncle on the face of a much-loved and elegant friend. Outrage spread through the hall. The end of Charles's speech was met by stilted applause. Ahrens was reeling. The prince's remarks, he said, were offensive, reactionary and ill-considered. He seems to be looking backwards rather than forwards. Others agreed that Charles was rude to have used the celebration for such an attack. If a guest of honor at a dinner in Kensington Palace had denounced the monarchy, he would have been just as appalled. "Why did you say that?" Palumbo asked him at the dinner afterwards. "I just thought I'd stir things up a bit," replied Charles with obvious pleasure. Clearly untroubled by the damage he had inflicted on Palumbo and Ahrens. A Peterhouse fogey, thought Palumbo, a reference to the Cambridge College. Notorious for breeding right-wing codgers with an unusual sense of humanity. Trinity. In the aftermath, architects were divided. Some declared that they wanted no part in desecrating historic cities. Rogers, however, happily adopted the mantle as defender of modernism. Although he was not responsible for the design of the National Gallery's extension, he denounced Charles as a Philistine for confusing the concrete monstrosities erected by villainous councillors with the technological magnificence championed by architects including Norman Foster, Michael Hopkins, David Chipperfield and himself, the designer of the ultramodern Pompidou Center in Paris. But that was precisely Charles's complaint. In his opinion, the Pompidou Center disturbed the beauty of the surrounding 19th-century buildings. The extremes could not agree. When James Sterling was asked for his reactions to Charles's speech, he replied after a pause, "God save the Queen." He had reason to be fearful. Charles's opposition to the Van der Rohe Tower and the Ahrens extension delivered knockout blows. Both schemes were abandoned. Palumbo's final, reduced design would be expensively challenged, with Charles's support, all the way up to the House of Lords. The developer would eventually secure permission to build a comparatively small stump, designed by James Sterling. Overnight, Charles became the common man's hero and won influence over key projects. New ammunition was handed to those campaigning for planners to consider how communities wanted to live. Those who complained, "I don't like that modern buildings," discovered that architects were no longer totally deaf to other opinions. While modernists disparaged as pastiche Charles's belief that new buildings should include neoclassical features like columns, spires and porticos, the public increasingly admired his championship of traditional design. Shortly after his speech, Charles made his first visit to Italy. Over the previous 20 years, his travels across Britain and the Old Commonwealth had isolated him from European culture. In 1985, as he toured the region around Rome, he had his first sight of Italy's cultural heritage. Like Richard Rogers, he was inspired by the country's 17th and 18th century Baroque and Rococo architecture, and overwhelmed by the combination of light, stone buildings and lifestyle. Impressed by Italy's preservation of ancient towns and their communities, he felt the controversy he had ignited at Riba's dinner was all the more justified, and started to search for new opportunities. Charles had personally witnessed more destitution across Britain than most of Labour's well-off supporters. Since its beginnings in 1976, the Prince's Trust had helped thousands of young people from deprived backgrounds to start a new life. Believing that he should do as well as speak, Charles launched two charities to help disadvantaged youth: Inner City Aid and the Prince's Youth Business Trust. Confiding in his main helper, community architecture, Charles revealed his concern about British society. Without authority, Hackney repeated their conversation to the Manchester Evening News in October 1985. The headline was electrifying. Prince Charles. My fears for the future. According to Hackney, Charles was dismayed that by the time he became king, Britain could be divided into a have and have-not nation plagued by no-go areas. Those views precisely mirrored the Labour Party's complaint about the Conservative government that was then in power. Infuriated with Charles's dabbling in politics, Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher demanded an explanation from the palace. None was forthcoming. In retaliation, she rejected Charles's invitations to engage in his causes. While Hackney was quietly dropped from Charles's court for his indiscretion, his former boss, seemingly unconcerned by the political storm, set about orchestrating a new debate, encouraged by newspapers that for the first time appointed specialist architectural correspondents. However, the image of a rebel delighted by the controversy he had created was deceptive. Beyond public view, Charles was racked by self-doubt. Confused by the unexpected realization that if you wag a finger in politics it might get bitten, he was shaken by the negative reactions he had attracted. They want to destroy me, or get rid of me, he wrote to a friend. He then went on to say on radio, there is no need for me to do all this, you know. If they'd rather I did nothing, I'll go off somewhere else. Protesting that his master was misunderstood, a sympathetic courtier explained, by exposing himself, he prevents a consistent opinion about himself. Pertinently, James Boswell quotes Samuel Johnson on 1 November 1784 reflecting an appropriate insight into Charles. Nothing deserves more compassion than wrong conduct with good meaning, than loss or obloquy suffered by one who, as he is conscious only of good intentions, wonders why he loses that kindness which he wishes to preserve, and not knowing his own fault, if, as may sometimes happen, nobody will tell him, goes on to offend by his endeavors to please. Single quote. All the excuses could not disguise Charles's relentless search for public glory. In 1987, 3 years after the Carbuncle speech, in a speech at the Mansion House, he again confronted the architectural mafia. His theme was the proposed redevelopment of Paternoster Square, close to St. Paul's. One of the competing designs, by Arup Associates, he said, seemed to put St. Paul's in a prison camp and surrounding it with this spiky roofline, while those by Norman Foster and James Sterling would create a windswept urban square in the midst of bland concrete buildings, a sad feature of many British cities. Again, them with anything more offensive than rubble. Single quote. The uproar was once again led by Richard Rogers, who had been a peripheral candidate in the competition. The battle lines were set. the privileged prince who advocated neoclassical designs in brick and stone to complement Rennes Cathedral, up against Rogers, the buccaneering son of Italian immigrants. To some, the prince's and the architect's modus operandi were strikingly similar. At his Chelsea house, Rogers had acquired the nickname, the Godfather, alternately threatening and charming his enemies. You must kiss his ring. The atmosphere at St. James's and Highgrove was not dissimilar. While Charles disdainfully observed that the focus of Britain's millennium celebrations would be Rogers' fiberglass dome, the architect could not have imagined that the prince was waiting for a new opportunity to strike him down. Emboldened by supporters, Charles threw more pebbles in the pond. His first hit the National Theatre, on London's South Bank, which he described as a clever way of building a nuclear power station in the middle of London without anyone objecting. The building, he said, was more like a bunker than a palace, which followed the fashion for concrete to cheer up the concrete gulag of an arts complex. Next, he described the reading room of the new British Library in St. Pancras as like the assembly hall of an academy for secret police, unlike the beautiful reading room in the British Museum which it replaced. Sir Colin St. John Wilson, the library's architect, was devastated. Charles, he complained, used tactics based on ridicule and abuse. You cannot put the clock back. The Nazis tried and look what happened. St. John Wilson was also embarrassed that his original scheme had required the partial demolition of historic Bloomsbury. 15 years later, those who had advocated the destruction of old city centers were condemned as vandals. His final scheme would be completed many years late and over budget. Charles then lambasted the City of London's planners, who had allowed its soul to be conquered by the hovering hordes of concrete giants. Noticeably, neither Norman Foster nor David Chipperfield was explicitly named as a villain. Unlike Rogers, they had no wish to enter the ring against Charles, although like most architects they were united in their mockery of the prince after a BBC film about the development of Canary Wharf in London's Docklands, in which Charles was shown pointing at Cesar Pelli's 50-story office block and asking, "But why does it need to be quite so high?" "With all due respect, sir," replied Roy Strong, the curator of the Victoria and Albert Museum, who was standing beside him, "if that argument had pertained in the Middle Ages, we would not have got the spire of Salisbury Cathedral." He did not. To consolidate his campaign against the modernists, in 1991 Charles organized a summer school for architects at Villa Lonta, a 16th-century house in Italy. The following year, he established a permanent headquarters for the Prince of Wales Institute of Architecture, in Regent's Park, partly financed at his request by the ruling family of Saudi Arabia and other Arab sheikhs, and the Sultan of Brunei. Charles's ideals for the course were further proof that there was no common ground with Richard Rogers. In a circular to prospective sponsors, he emphasized the principles of the architecture of the heart. In puzzling, mystical language, he explained that the core of his belief was a divine source which is the ultimate truth as passed down by our predecessors. That truth can be expressed by means of numbers, i.e. through geometrical principles, and that, if followed correctly, these principles can be expressed with infinite variety to produce beauty. Beauty, in turn, issues from the fact that its manifestation is a reflection of the order of the cosmos. Man, continued Charles, is a microcosm of this macrocosmos, and that in order to reflect the inherent harmony of the universe in this earthly dimension we need to follow the basic geometrical principles in this building process. Such was his blueprint for an educational institution. The prince further instructed his first director, "I want the institute to teach its students reverence for the landscape and the soil, for the human spirit which is a reflection in some small measure of the divine." His aim was for architects to allow the correspondence of the natural world with the idea of God, the expression of God within the human spirit, and the potential for architecture to give physical form to those sublime relationships. Buildings should represent civilization, hope and human feeling. Followers of his thoughts were confused. Was Charles simply dreamily idealistic, or was he expressing fears about capitalism and suspicions of technology? Regardless of any judgment, what followed characterized his usual approach. The Institute's attraction was the surprisingly generous budget. Each student cost over £40,000 to educate, including free trips to New York and Italy for short architectural courses. Charles threw money at his students, noted David Porter, a university teacher of architecture. 6 times more for every undergraduate than the state sector. Despite the largesse, fewer than 30 people enrolled each year, and the results were described as inept, crude and lifeless, by Adrian Gale, another respected professor of architecture. From the outset, the Institute's management was weakened by personality clashes. Charles was criticized for expecting too much from the directors and expressing no gratitude for their efforts. As 2 of his charities for young people had collapsed under poor management, wasting £14 million, Charles was accused of using his status to establish the institute without sufficient attention to detail or to finance. Among the casualties was Jules Lubbock. After struggling to solve the institute's lack of organization, he traveled by train to Highgrove to ask Charles for payment, and explained to him that he relied on his income to live. An irritated Charles left the room. Shortly after, a private secretary came to tell Lubbock that the interview was over and he should leave. Like so many in the crew who sailed with Charles, Lubbock found he had a limited life on board. The price for any perceived heresy was to be discarded, usually as quickly as possible. And asking for money was definitely a big mistake. His friends would later say that no car was provided to take the now former advisor back to the railway station, a scenario he disputed. The pattern was to be repeated in 1997, the year of the monarchy's crisis. Hilary Brown Wilkinson, the new chairman of the Institute of Architecture, was asked by Charles to find a new director, the 5th in 6 years. The incumbent, Richard Hodges, was an archaeologist without any relevant teaching experience, and his appointment was deemed to have been an error. Brown Wilkinson, originally appointed to resolve the Institute's embarrassing legal problems, recommended Adrian Gale, a friend of her husband, as Hodges's successor. Although a modernist and a pupil of Mies van der Rohe, an idol of post-war architects, Gale felt after his introduction to Charles that they got on well. He was excited, he recalled. I caught him in the raw. I could help him build better houses. Single quote. Gale arrived with Adrian Porter, another modernist, to improve the Institute's teaching. At the time there were fewer than 20 students. Brown Wilkinson's mission, recalled Porter, was to make Charles less fogyish and more modern. As usual, the prince was enthused by new faces, but he doubted that Gale approved of Poundbury. Mark Bolland, in overall charge, was also suspicious of a professor wearing a black shirt. "Are you a modernist or traditionalist?" he asked. Porter replied, "That's cheeky. The world doesn't divide neatly that way." Single quote. Even more wary of Gale and Porter was David Luntz, an urban planner. Recruited in 1996 to manage Charles's Urban Villages Group, yet another new charity, to pioneer the regeneration of Bolland had to confront the Institute's annual £2.5 million deficit. "It's a basket case," Bolland told Charles. "I must subsidize it," came the reply. "I'll sell my paintings to support it." "You can't do that," said Bolland, laughing. "You're the next King of England. We must rationalize and make it sensible." He astutely did not mention that Charles's paintings sold for barely £2,000. Much to Charles's distress, the first target for cuts was Perspectives, a magazine he had created in 1994. Its purpose was to restore the spiritual sense to the evolution of a new architecture, inspired by temporary technology and traditional buildings. The magazine was deep in debt, which was disallowed by the charity laws. Giles Worsley, the respected editor, was tormented by Charles's constantly changing opinions. As the magazine wilted, Worsley's influence waned and he complained of being compromised and ultimately silenced by Charles. Perspectives finally closed in 1998. The magazine's fate coincided with the prince's decision that the institute should no longer focus exclusively on architecture. With a new name, the Prince's Foundation for Architecture and the Urban Environment, Gale suggested that the Palladian buildings in Regent's Park were inappropriate headquarters. "We need to move to proper London," he told Charles, "not remain in a happy part of the world." Single quote. With a friend, he found an abandoned fur warehouse in Shoreditch, a rundown area in East London. Over lunch at Highgrove, Charles excitedly agreed to find a donor to buy and restore the building. The budget was £4, £6 million. He discussed how the new student courses would teach the design of habitation without pastiche, and the journey from public places into the privacy of a home. The move to Shoreditch, he agreed, would rebrand the school. Rather than posing as an opposition group, the new institute would be recognized as mainstream by the educational establishment. To finalize that ambition, Gale returned to St. James's Palace. The prince entered the room dressed in his guard's uniform. The contrast between the bemedaled colonel-in-chief and the black-shirt-ed architect was ominous. A familiar cycle started once again. Charles hosted fundraising dinners for the rich, and in turn the foundation's new supporters were invited to give advice. Porter noticed a lot of maneuvering around Charles. Everyone was jockeying for position. It wasn't double but triple speak. Single quote. Among the new disputes was the prince's insistence that the new foundation promote looking modern. His philosophy, complete with sacred geometrics and Sufi-inspired mysticism, permeated his description. Invited to participate, Porter was struck by how oblique it was. No one would talk straight. His officials were buttering Charles up and telling him what he wanted to hear. Everyone was familiar with the Islamic art course included in Charles's foundation curriculum, but once he mentioned the relevance of Islamic geometry to traditional British buildings, there was silence. It was tremendously unclear what Charles wanted, recalled Porter. He had a very short attention span and was surrounded by people who assured him that he was doing the right thing. And then Charles suddenly went quiet. Porter witnessed a scene more akin to a 17th-century court as Bolland, Luntz and others struggled to find suitable words for what the prince wanted. It was immensely volatile. You were either for or against him. The balance was in Luntz's favor. He not only organized conferences and introduced Charles to like-minded people, he also supported his ideas. Hilary Brown Wilkinson was troubled, but not disheartened. Over the previous months she had encouraged Gale to design a postgraduate course in the design of houses, homes and the environment. However, unknown to her, Bolland had already told David Luntz that Charles was uneasy about Gale. Then the axe fell. He's got to go, Bolland was told. I don't want him. It'll be very difficult for Hilary, sir, replied Bolland. Well, it is my institute, not hers, snapped Charles without hesitation. Bolland's message to Luntz was equally tactless. We must get rid of the acolytes. It's reputationally damaging to the next king, and financially costly. Single quote. In 1999, Brown Wilkinson drove from London with Gale and Luntz to meet Charles at Highgrove to finalize the new course. After sitting down with the prince and Bolland, neither Brown Wilkinson nor Gale anticipated Luntz's announcement. We're not doing the postgraduate course. Single quote. I was shell-shocked, recalled Gale. I was silenced. I didn't have the quick intelligence to see what was happening. I was blown apart by Charles. The prince said nothing. Hilary Brown Wilkinson felt stabbed in the back, but each of the visitors knew that protest was futile. They returned to the capital before lunch. The institute's first 7 students We're about to pass the REBA exams, the first success for the Institute, and important for Gale. That afternoon, he was telephoned by Luntz. You're out, he told him. Gale's course was duly cancelled, and Luntz took over as director. Porter was similarly dispatched. I was called and could not modernize the prince or fit in with the court. Single quote. David Luntz was perfect for the task. He made no attempt to change Charles's attitudes. Instead, he organized the prince's mission to persuade developers and planning authorities to adopt his Poundbury principles. Yet frequently Charles was disappointed. On a trip to inspect the incorporation of the Poundbury Way into a wimpy housing development in Jarrow, Charles became distressed. He fretted about the cheap finish, bad street lamps, cheap bricks, the wrong cement, and much more. Not prepared to compromise, he was angry that Wimpy had refused to pay for the high standards upheld in the Cotswold villages around Highgrove. Luntz could not help recognizing Charles's limited understanding of the commercial reality of Wimpy's standard housing estate. The same insularity emerged during a trip to Poundbury. Driving to Dorset in his Bentley, Charles told Luntz, "I'm having trouble with Léon." Luntz was surprised. Léon Cryer was not only an accomplished architect, but was admired by Charles as a fellow ideologue. Léon is stuck in his ways, the prince continued. Poundbury is wonderful. But we must be more contemporary. Single quote. What is it you want? Asked Luntz. I'd like more 20th century architecture. Luntz was surprised. What do you mean, sir? He asked, wondering whether Charles was belatedly coming to appreciate Richard Rogers. I'd like some arts and crafts in Poundbury, but Léon is determined not to have them. Single quote. Once they arrived, Charles was introduced to the owners of a new two-bedroom house. I have always stuck to the principle, he told the couple, that I would not let anyone build a house here that I could not personally live in. The occupant of 6 grand houses did not intend any irony. Nor did he appreciate the unintended humor of his argument that was to unfold with Cryer. Standing in one of Poundbury's small squares, with a fountain gurgling in the background, the two men looked up at an ornamental street lamp. The design particularly pleased Charles. Unexpectedly, Cryer burst out angrily, "They're electric," and we agreed they would be gas. 8. Teasing the government. The announcement in May 1999 by John Cunningham, Labour's agriculture minister, to allow test planting of genetically modified crops, and his declaration that such crops were safe, challenged one of Charles's most cherished beliefs. As a result, he decided to abandon any pretense of impartiality. Mark Bolland was instructed to find a newspaper that would publish the prince's denunciation of the government for allowing the cultivation of unsafe and unregulated produce. Normally Bolland would have chosen the Daily Telegraph, but on this occasion he decided the Daily Mail would provide a better platform. His choice earned a sharp rebuke from Charles Moore, the Telegraph's editor, leading eventually to open warfare between Moore and the palace. Mark was feasting with panthers by getting too close to some newspapers, said Moore, which was unprofessional and unwise for someone employed by the royals. Single quote. In his Mail article, the prince deplored what he saw as the emotional blackmail of the government's insistence only GM crops could prevent global hunger. That policy, he wrote, would automatically lead to an Orwellian future that would produce contaminated soil. Worshipping uncertified GM technology rather than God would cause the same type of catastrophe as BSE's destruction of Britain's cattle. There would eventually be a price to pay, he concluded. His article led the nation's news broadcasts. It's skewed reporting, said Tony Blair scornfully. His irritation that Charles was anti-science and closed-minded was exacerbated by Alistair Campbell's denunciation of the article as dreadful. Blair ordered him not to criticize the prince in public, but to accuse the media of hysteria and lament the danger of Britain's biotech industry losing out to the Germans. This tactful approach got nowhere. The following day, After further criticizing the absence of scientific research as unethical, Charles summoned the media to photograph him walking through a sunlit, buttercup-filled field in Wiltshire. Supported by the Mail, Charles was presented as the sane voice of opposition. Through gritted teeth, Blair had no choice but to attend an event hosted by Charles in St. James's Palace shortly afterwards. The timing was unhelpful. The government was already committed to contribute towards a £100 million expansion of the Prince's Trust. The new money, according to the Trust's publicity, was destined to create 30,000 new businesses by 2005. While realizing that criticism of the Prince's work was impossible, the government's goodwill evaporated. A few days later, Charles boycotted a reception hosted by the visiting Chinese president in honor of the Queen, his protest against the maltreatment of Tibet. To irritate the government yet further, Charles was soon selecting another contentious issue on which to pronounce: fox hunting, a prime target of labor activists. Natural conservatives in rural areas felt threatened by Labour's parody of their traditional way of life, in contrast to its espousal of cool Britannia. Rather than Britain's history being a source of strength, cool Britannia glorified a multicultural, classless society that was reluctant to acknowledge the nation's heritage. The proposed ban on hunting, Charles complained, symbolized the curse of Blairism. With a lame Tory opposition in Parliament and the dilution of the old political class, the Prince appeared the most vocal protector of Britain's heritage. The traditionalists' fears deepened in September 1999 when Blair's speech to the Labour Party conference decried the forces of conservatism. In full flow, the Prime Minister trumpeted his patriotic party's mission to sweep away discredited conservatism and set the people free. The result, he declared, would be a new Britain of true equality free from the closed doors of snobbery and prejudice. The casualties would be the old elites who hold people back. They kept people down. They stunted people's potential. Year after year, decade after decade they chain us to an outdated view of our people's potential. He pledged to make the Tories redundant, and to lead a government of national unity. Taking Blair's words at face value, Charles would have assumed that the Prime Minister was threatening to demolish the establishment. However, unknown to him, the speech was actually designed to end a standoff between Blair and the Labour Party. Charles decided to retaliate. In defiance, he took 17-year-old William hunting with the Beaufort. Stoked up by the Prince's spokesman, their participation attracted huge media attention. To incite more interest, he revealed that Charles would meet Blair the following day, the 1st of November 1999. The Prince, his spokesman added, would inevitably discuss the threat to hunting. Stung, Blair professed himself, pretty shocked, that Charles had appointed himself the people's representative. Alistair Campbell was noted, had to understand there were limits to the extent to which they could play politics with Blair. Lamport, however, possessed no magic wand to make Charles mend his ways, and Blair's message was dismissed. The government has made it political, observed Charles to those in his office. Politicians, he insisted, needed to understand that he was not a puppet, and should be taken seriously. He was clearly irritated that Blair considered him whimsical. Before the meeting at St. James's Palace, Blair received a long letter from Charles outlining his opinions about the countryside, beginning with the benefits to the environment of hunting. Next, he explained why I cannot stay silent about GM crops. And finally, I feel very strongly about China. The letter was leaked to the media before the Prime Minister had even left his office for the palace. He had people spreading stuff against us, Campbell huffed. During 90 minutes of pretty hard talk, the Prime Minister was challenged about hunting, his antipathy towards traditional rural life, and the government's abolition of the automatic right of hereditary peers, who Charles felt had much to offer, to sit in the House of Lords. Dealing with Charles, Blair said on his return to Downing Street, was toxic. The solution, he decided, was to treat his tormentor as simply an unavoidable element of the government's environment. The best is not to get into a stew about his opinions, an official advised. By contrast, Charles judged the meeting a success. Not only had he championed traditional British values, but soon afterwards a government spokesman announced that Blair's next administration would create an improved Department for Rural Affairs. Once again, the heir to Britain's throne felt he had made a difference. Blair took the opposite view. He no longer wanted either close involvement with or influence over the royal family. After 2 years as Prime Minister, he now understood that government and monarchy were not a common enterprise. He made no secret of his lack of interest in his weekly audiences with the Queen. "How are you getting on?" became his routine question to senior officials as he arrived at the palace. He rarely listened to the answer. Although he needed the Queen to join the Millennium celebrations at the Dome, he failed to persuade the prince to visit the giant tent. Just as Charles disapproved of GM crops, he made it clear to Blair that Christianity would endure long after the wretched dome had disintegrated. "Britain's future king," noted the Republican Campbell with irony, "not for the first time, vote," Charles believed, and unlike the royal family, they came and went. Through the Way Ahead group, his family was modernizing itself without Blair's help. The proof of their success was Australia's vote in November 1999 against becoming a republic. The royals' high profile, he believed, balanced the politicians. Among Blair's agents assigned to reduce the tension between Downing Street and the prince was Richard Wilson, the cabinet secretary. In normal times, to resolve royal problems there was a golden triangle of the cabinet secretary, the Queen's private secretary and the Prime Minister's principal private secretary PPS. That traditional machinery had fractured. Blair's preference for sofa government, rather than the structures staffed by experienced civil servants had denied the royal family consistent support from Downing Street. In 1999 Blair had yet to appoint a new PPS, and Jonathan Powell, his chief of staff, was not only dismissive of the royals, but also markedly ineffectual. Unusually, there was only one helpful ally for both Buckingham Palace and Downing Street to speak to Charles, and that was Wilson. His mission was temporarily complicated by the government's use of the prince as an instrument of British diplomacy. In March 1999 he was sent to Argentina. To improve relations he was asked to shake President Carlos Menem's hand and, in a speech during an official dinner at the Alvear Hotel in Buenos Aires, to pay homage to Argentina's dead soldiers. He was also asked to keep faith with the Foreign Office's assurance to the Argentinian government that he would not mention the Falkland Islands. 24 hours before Charles arrived, William Marsden, the British ambassador, read the draft of his proposed speech. One sentence praised, "a rather smaller democracy just a few hundred miles off your coast." He called the Foreign Office. "That is wrong," he protested, "and will spoil the atmosphere." He was told to consult Peter Westmacott, the Foe's South American specialist, who was traveling with Charles and was the author of the draft. During a hurried conversation in the embassy before the dinner, Westmacott insisted that, "speaking up democracy is good for Argentina and helpful in the Falklands." Charles, he told the ambassador, had approved what he had written. Together, the three headed for the hotel. At the end of Charles's speech, some Argentinian politicians criticized him as a usurper. British journalists reported, a misjudgment and, at worst, extraordinary incompetence, and Labour was blamed for a ham-fisted diplomatic blunder. The prince was derided as against Charles. In reality it was a demonstration about the Argentinian government's discrimination against gays. As the bad news ricocheted between Buenos Aires and London, Charles finished dancing a hectic tango in the hotel's ballroom and returned with Westmacott and Marsden to the embassy for a drink. Westmacott was told to call John Kerr, the Foe's permanent secretary in London. Kerr was irate. Have you still got a job? Laughed Charles as the foeman returned to the room. Westmacott had stood his ground. The following day Charles played polo, then flew to the Falklands to commemorate the bitter fighting at Goose Green. By the time he returned to London 2 days later, Marsden had reported that, despite the headlines, the visit had improved Anglo-Argentinian relations. Neither the Foreign Office nor Blair thanked Charles for his mission. Still smarting from their last conversation, Blair realized that Wilson's advice to Charles to avoid controversy had been ignored. Charles refused to retreat from his stance on the environment. In May 2000 he grasped at an invitation from the BBC to present one of the Wreath Lectures, an annual series of talks by a distinguished personality. He used the platform to denounce GM crops. The world, he said, had been turned into a laboratory, and, literally nothing is held sacred anymore. He called for the renewal of a sacred trust between mankind and our Creator, under which man accepted a duty of stewardship for the earth. We need to rediscover a reverence for the natural world, irrespective of its usefulness to ourselves, to become more aware of the relationship between God, man and creation. Even committed environmentalists regarded Charles's attachment to the deity as a step too far. Hundreds of millions of people were eating GM crops without side effects. If scientists don't play God, asked James Watson, the Nobel Prize-winning member of the team that discovered the structure of DNA, who will? Cancer, he continued, was natural, but no one would forbid scientists from interfering with nature in their attempts to discover a cure. The way forward was surely to find a balance between mankind protecting the values it held most dear, in order to avoid a future catastrophe, while also examining the scientific evidence. The research quoted by Charles and other opponents of GM crops was an Aberdeen University experiment in which rats were fed GM potatoes. The result, said the Hungarian biochemist Dr. Arpad Pusztai in an ITV program, was deformed rodents. Over the following weeks, experts were summoned to his court to confirm his opinions. Government officials discounted his arguments as the product of emotion rather than intellectual analysis. Their scorn was still evident at the start of a new crisis, the outbreak of foot-and-mouth disease. The infection had started among pigs in an abattoir in Essex on 19 February 2001. Before it had even been detected, the disease had spread to 57 farms in 16 counties, and had then multiplied daily. The outbreak was beyond the control of the organization created during the Second World War to manage civil emergencies under the supervision of COBRA, the government's crisis committee. In a slow, uncoordinated response, officials began to cull 6.5 million animals. Smoking pyres of corpses covered Britain, transforming the countryside into a killing zone. Meat exports were banned, and the rural economy was crippled. Farmers blamed metropolitan politicians' dislike of the countryside. As rural Britain's self-appointed champion, Charles sent Blair a 6-page letter, blaming the outbreak on EU rules that had forced the closure of many local abattoirs. As a result, animals had to be transported long distances to superabattoirs, spreading the disease. He also criticized the government's lack of understanding of the world outside the cities. Charles's letter started with an apology for pestering Blair while he was receiving copious quantities of briefing from others. I am so grateful to you for being prepared to converse with an interfering busybody during this immensely difficult time. The soft soaping did not relieve Blair's irritation at Charles's partisanship. He replied that the culprits were not the EU, but farmers who didn't boil their pig swill. Also, he went on, Charles's advocacy of vaccinating animals rather than supporting the cull, which included millions of healthy animals, was opposed by the National Farmers Union. The prince's complaint about closing local abattoirs ignored the government's duty to obey EU rules. For the Prime Minister, compelled by the crisis to postpone the planned general election by a month, Charles was encroaching on perilous territory. His simultaneous vocal opposition to a European army and criticism of Blair's support for Britain to become closer to the EU, and even part of a future EU superstate, had crossed the line into politics. Another discreet warning was delivered by an emissary from Downing Street. Once again, Charles ignored the messenger. Amid a blaze of publicity, he gave £500,000 to farmers suffering financial hardship. In Downing's unhelpful. Did he, Blair asked Campbell, contribute any money when 6,000 jobs went at Chorus Steel? This was all about screwing us and trying to get up the message that we weren't generous enough to the farmers. Nevertheless, the master politician restrained himself from criticizing Charles in public. At their next regular meeting at St. James's Palace, Blair and Charles again discussed the countryside. He's well-meaning but misguided, Blair told Campbell, but added that once the prince got into an argument, he was not so well-meaning. Using Peter Mandelson as a conduit was no longer possible after the politician's second resignation from the government over an alleged impropriety in obtaining British nationality for a rich Indian businessman. Best not to be in touch with Peter Mandelson anymore, Stephen Lamport had advised. It's stinky, agreed Bolland. Peter has come to the end of his usefulness. Blair hoped that the appointment in 2002 of Christopher Haskins, a distinguished former chairman of Northern Foods, to review the government's rural policies might help calm matters. Instead, Charles told him that the choice of Lord Haskins was a mistake. His company personified the enemy. Blair asked Haskins to meet the prince. Arriving at St. James's Palace at 6 p.m. for a 30-minute meeting, Haskins entered a dark room lined with heavy red curtains and red sofas. Within minutes, Charles said that, as a beacon to the world, Britain should be transformed into an organic oasis. We import 50% of our food, replied his guest. It's unrealistic to set up the procedures to ensure that even 50% is organic. Single quote. Charles became irate. As temperatures rose, Haskins began to feel that the prince was an evangelist who chose to ignore science and trusted his own gospel. My truth is the truth. Single quote. Charles turned to Elizabeth Buchanan, who was sitting behind him. You agree with me, don't you? Single quote. Oh yes, Your Majesty, she replied enthusiastically. 90 minutes later, Haskins departed. Charles called Blair. I told you he was unreliable, he complained. Soon after, the former director of Friends of the Earth Jonathan Porritt phoned Haskins to report that the heir to the throne had been upset. Like Labour's parliamentarians, Haskins shrugged off the encounter. Blair was so very pissed off that he complained to the Queen. Britain's interest, he told her, was to stay in the biotechnology race to produce GM crops. The Queen's private secretary noted another example of the difference between the monarch's impartiality and her son's love of confrontation. By fueling conflict, the prince was in danger of undermining the independence of the monarchy. 10 years later, after his arguments with Charles were publicized, Blair was still courteous. All their discussions, he wrote in The Guardian, had been immensely helpful. I thought he had a perfect right to raise questions and did so in a way that was both informative and insightful. So I welcomed his contributions. Memory evidently plays tricks. But neither Blair nor Charles could have imagined that a quixotic police investigation was about to propel the prince to the edge of a precipice, and even potential downfall. 9. Diana's Rock. In early November 2000, Scotland Yard's Detective Chief Inspector Maxine de Brunner, one of Britain's most senior female police officers, and marked within the Metropolitan Police as a high flyer, was given an unusual tip by a retired police officer. A director of Spink, a respected auction house and fine art showroom in Mayfair, had boasted while intoxicated at a party during an antiques fair in America that he was selling a 2-foot gold and silver model of a Dow originally worth an estimated £500,000. The piece, he said, had been a wedding gift from the Emir of Bahrain to Charles and Diana. Just how Spink obtained the model was unclear, but its path from Kensington Palace to Mayfair was undoubtedly murky. While de Brunner considered her next step, a national newspaper reported the story, illustrated by a photograph of the Dow in Spink's window. "Our hand was forced," admitted one of the officers on de Brunner's squad. They had to investigate. The following day, de Brunner and other officers drove to Mayfair and seized the expensive piece. Spink's records showed that the Dow had been brought to the showroom on the 11th of November 1997, about 10 weeks after Diana's death. The seller was Harold Brown, a butler at Kensington Palace. His contact at the showroom was one Jan Havlik. Further searches in the records showed that Havlik had previously bought, also from Brown, a diamond and emerald pair of Diana's earrings and a bangle. He had paid £1,200 in cash for the Dow. Spink was selling it for £30,000, as some of the precious stones were missing. Days later, de Brunner led a raid on Brown's flat at Kensington Palace. They found that the apartment was filled with Charles and Diana's possessions, including the Dow's base. The butler was arrested. In his first interview, he said that the Dow had been sold on Diana's orders, and that he had passed the proceeds to her. That explanation, he later admitted, was untrue. The transaction had taken place after Diana's death. Brown next insisted that the jewelry had been a gift to him from the princess. The royal couple, he said, frequently gave unwanted presents to their staff, who would invariably sell them on and keep the money. The police doubted that the princess would give jewelry to a male employee, but did realize that there might have been a curious relationship between Diana and her servants. De Brunner asked members of Diana's former staff for guidance. All agreed that she did make gifts, but never of her jewelry or of something as valuable as the Dow. To understand the palace's attitude towards Brown's apparent theft, de Brunner consulted Stephen Lamport. Their conversation revealed extraordinary relationships between the royals and their staff. The palace, explained Lamport, would support a prosecution if the alleged thief no longer worked there, but he was unsure about the position if the thief were still employed by the royal family. After Diana's death, Brown had been taken on by Princess Margaret, meaning that the police faced the first of many unprecedented problems. The butler's arrest was soon leaked, and the problem escalated. After reading a newspaper report, Kevin Ward, a police protection officer at Kensington Palace, called de Brunner's office to report that nearly a year after Diana's death, in the middle of the night, at 3:30 a.m. to be precise, he had watched Paul Burrell carrying bundles of dresses and a wooden presentation box with brass fittings out of Kensington Palace and loading them into his car. Since Diana's fatal crash, her 39-year-old former butler, described by the princesses, My Rock, had become famous for his care of his employer's corpse in Paris, and his emotional tributes to her over the following weeks. Employed initially at Buckingham Palace in 1976, Burrell had worked at Kensington Palace for Diana's last 5 years, and had become an intimate, confidential accomplice in her life. In the aftermath of her death, he was the natural person to help clear her apartment. Unaware of that close relationship, P.C. Ward challenged Burrell, who replied, "I'm removing some items that the family have asked me to destroy." Uncertain about his position, Ward called his superior officer. "Back off," he was ordered. Burrell drove away with Diana's possessions. Ward's report puzzled de Brunner. The best person to explain Burrell's position, she was told, was Sarah McCorquodale, Diana's eldest sister. McCorquodale was also one of the princess's executors, a role she shared with Richard Chartres, the Bishop of London, and Frances Shand Kidd, Diana's mother. As an honorary lady-in-waiting, McCorquodale often met her sister in the capital, and they occasionally traveled together. In the months after Diana's death, McCorquodale and Shand Kidd had regularly visited Kensington Palace to weed through Diana's possessions. Some would be taken to McCorquodale's home in Grantham, others given to Diana's sons. To Burrell's dismay, the two women were also reading and destroying documents. They explained that many were intimate letters written during Diana's affairs. They also found records of her medical history, the destruction of which, they believed, would avoid future embarrassment. Burrell would later describe what he witnessed as shredding. He did not realize that the two women, even as executors, did not necessarily have authority to act in the way they did. Now, 3 years later, De Brunner and Detective Sergeant Roger Milburn visited Grantham, where they asked McCorquodale whether Burrell was authorized to take away Diana's possessions. No, she replied in a shocked voice. The most Burrell would have received, she said, were small mementos like a pillbox and some photos. Nothing more. She emphasized that he did not have permission to remove any of Diana's possessions, and recalled that when Burrell was offered more mementos while clearing Kensington Palace he replied, "I can't take anything. I have enough. All of her memories are in my heart." Single quote. The police mentioned that their next call would possibly be to Burrell. "If you're there," said McCorquodale, "could you ask him for the contents of a large mahogany box? They're ours." The locked box, she said, contained some of Diana's most precious secrets. On the advice of Richard Kay, the Daily Mail confidant of Diana, McCorquodale had found the key to the box hidden in a tennis racket cover. "What were the contents?" asked De Brunner. "Letters from Prince Philip, a signet ring belonging to James Hewitt, and some tapes," McCorquodale replied. "Why are you so worried?" De Brunner went on. McCorquodale said that there had been a lot of newspaper articles at the time speculating that Harry was Hewitt's son, and that the press were trying to get a strand of Harry's hair to link him to Hewitt by testing its DNA. She did not reveal her main concern, namely that the letters from Philip detailed his intimate thoughts about Diana's marriage to his son. Even more potentially damaging was a tape recording made by Diana of George Smith, a valet, describing his rape by another valet employed by Charles. The police remained unaware of those details that day, but Paul Burrell knew the dramatic contents of the mahogany box. 3 years earlier, as he and McCorquodale looked into the open box, he had said according to her, "I don't think we should leave it here. There are so many workers and strangers passing through." McCorquodale had agreed. She was taking the train back to Grantham that day, but the box was too big for her to carry. "Well, take it home for the night," she had said, referring to Burrell's flat in Kensington Palace. Thereafter, she told the officers, he had been reluctant to return the box, and she had become anxious. Eventually he did return it. Empty. She had pressed him for an explanation, but Burrell had prevaricated. "He's refusing to give me the contents back," she said. Unaware of the sensitivity of the tapes and letters, the police returned to London to focus on Harold Brown and the Dow. In his third interview, on the 28th of November 2000, he offered yet another explanation. The Dow, he said, had been given him by Burrell, on whose instruction he had sold it to Spink. Afterwards he had given Burrell the paperwork for the sale and the £1,200 he had received, which he presumed would be put into the Diana Memorial Fund, of which Burrell had been appointed a trustee. Later, when the police checked the fund's accounts, they discovered there was no such deposit. More loose strings soon appeared. Shortly after, a curator from the Victoria and Albert Museum contacted the police. He revealed that a man named George Grimes, an amateur photographer attached to the museum, had been given a vase by Burrell after Diana's death. The butler had told Grimes that it had been a wedding present to Charles and Diana. Uncertain about the story, the police were next contacted by Louis Munday, a handyman living in Bicester. Munday showed Milburn a photograph of an unnamed man wearing a dress owned, he said, by Diana. He refused to hand over the photo because he intended to sell it to a newspaper, but Milburn was allowed to take a photocopy. Setting aside these seemingly random tips, de Brunner focused on the Dow. Finding the original copy of Spink's sale document was crucial. Accordingly, 4 police officers led by de Brunner arrived unannounced at Burrell's home in Cheshire at 6:50 in the morning of the 18th of January 2001. He was woken by his wife. Standing by the front door, Milburn fired off the first question. "Do you have the paperwork regarding the sale of a Dow which belonged to the Prince and Princess of Wales?" Single quote. "No. Do you have any items from Kensington Palace in this house?" "No. Do you have the contents of a large mahogany box which belonged to Princess Diana?" Single quote. "No, I don't know what you're talking about." Milburn told Burrell he was under arrest, and that his house was to be searched. What the detectives found was a surprise. The living room, study and other rooms in the house were filled with paintings, drawings, china and photographs. "Her Royal Highness, how did you get all this?" asked de Brunner. "The princess gave it to me," replied Burrell, who then collapsed into a chair and began sobbing. As the search continued, the police discovered a pencil sketch of Prince William as a baby. "Did Diana give you this?" de Brunner asked. Burrell's sobs intensified. An officer opened a wooden bench in the butler's study. Inside were 2,000 negatives. A cursory look revealed Charles in the bath with his children, and many other photos of the young princes naked. Next, they found a box of 30 signed photographs of Diana, many empty silver frames, a box containing Diana's wombat postcards, her daily personal notes to William at school, and another box of intimate letters from Diana to William. "Did Diana give you all this?" de Brunner asked again. "Even these family photographs?" Dozens of cellophane and leather wraps containing photographic negatives of the royal family's intimate moments were an unusual possession for a butler. While Burrell became convulsed by even louder sobbing, the police search continued. From the small attic an officer shouted, "It's full of boxes, wall to wall." The boxes were wrenched open. Inside were clothes and other possessions that had belonged to Diana. Bags, blouses, dresses, nightgowns, underwear, shoes, jumpers, suits and hats, including a blue ribboned hat she had worn during her visit with Charles to Korea in 1992, their last official trip together. Her perfume, de Brunner noticed, lingered on the fabric. Late that afternoon a truck sent from London was filled with 2,000 items that de Brunner judged had been illegally removed. Diana, she believed, would never have given away such personal material, and certainly not in such quantities. The family photographs and letters, numbering in their thousands, could not be left unsecured and at risk of embarrassing the royal family. Nevertheless, a large amount of Diana's possessions remained in the house. Without orders from Scotland Yard either to seize everything that had belonged to the family or to seal the house as a crime scene, the officers departed with Burrell for Runcorn Police Station. "I want white lilies on my coffin," wailed Burrell as he was escorted to the waiting police car. Tipped off by a member of the Burrell family, a Mirror journalist was waiting inside the station. The police's hope for discretion had been sabotaged by the inevitability of newspaper headlines about the arrest. It was later established that Graham Burrell, Paul's brother, indirectly received money from the Mirror. In his interview under caution the next morning, accompanied by Andrew Shaw's house was filled with Diana's possessions. He did not even say that they were presents. He denied knowledge of the Dow, but admitted giving Diana's vase to George Grimes without authorization. The police were naturally suspicious. Burrell had clearly lied at the outset of the raid by denying that any items from Kensington Palace were in his house. He was released on bail. The following day's newspapers provoked Stephen Betts, an acquaintance of Burrell and his brother Graham, to sign a police statement that the brothers had traveled to America about 10 times to meet Ron Ruff and Chuck Webb, a gay couple in Florida who were good friends of Paul Burrell, and who had made the Butlers' 2 children beneficiaries in their will. The police report sheet was automatically forwarded to the Crown Prosecution Service. The CPS's lawyers, led by Michael O'Kane, an intelligent and articulate solicitor, were responsible for any prosecution. Since Burrell refused to explain fully why so much of Diana's property was in his home, the CPS's advice to the police was that he could be accused of theft. However, O'Kane added, it would be helpful to prove a sale in order to challenge Burrell's defense that Diana had given him everything as presents. But to convict him of theft did not require evidence of a sale, as the case appeared to be sufficiently strong without it. He had taken items belonging to Diana, William and Charles, apparently without permission, to a transition point for storage, and months later had transferred them to his new home in Cheshire, where he had kept them for 3 years, apparently without telling any official or member of the royal family. They are very precious and very important for William, Claire Southwell, an aide of Diana's, would later say about the letters and photographs. They should be with William. Single quote. The news of Burrell's arrest reached Charles about a week later. Unaware of the scale of the alleged theft, he was wary at first. Considering their low pay, he was unsurprised and unbothered about pilfering by staff. Burrell probably did steal some things, he told Bolland, because they all do. Within hours, however, he reconsidered. Police probes into murky palace habits could produce difficulties, and the arrests of Burrell and Brown were unprecedented. At the end of January 2001, after discussions with Charles, Bolland asked Richard K. to contact Burrell and suggest that he write to Charles. The butler's response was swift. In his letter he described his plight and the unjustified seizure of many gifts he had received from the royal family. He added, most sensitively, there is some material which was entrusted to me. There is also a number of family items which quite simply I incarcerated in store. Any misunderstanding and stop this sad episode escalating beyond control. On Stephen Lamport's advice, and to keep him out of any investigation, Charles was not shown the letter, and it was returned to Burrell. Neither the police nor the lawyers at the CPS would ever read it. The investigating officers were in uncharted territory. You've ruffled feathers. At the palace, Inspector Ken Worf, Diana's former protection officer and still a serving policeman, told Roger Milburn. The gay mafia are angry. Worf's warning about a group of palace employees was recorded in writing. On the 27th of February Burrell was again interviewed for an investigation now codenamed Operation Plymouth. On the way to the interview room, Andrew Shaw said to De Brunner, "You're making a terrible mistake. They won't let Burrell's secrets be splashed in the public domain. They'll never let this come to trial." Single quote. It's up to the CPS, she replied. Did you tell anyone that you had the property? Milburn asked Burrell in the recorded interview under caution. No. Why didn't you tell Diana's 2 sons? Burrell did not answer the question directly, but instead said, she had a very generous nature. She received a very large number of gifts. She couldn't keep all of them. I wasn't dishonest in retaining them. But that did not explain why he possessed 2,000 photographs and hundreds of letters from Diana and Charles to their children, and all Diana's school reports, potentially a valuable hoard, the authorities believed, on the memorabilia market. To prevent the situation spiraling out of control, Burrell was asked, will you sign a disclaimer to the property? The police tape recorder registered his laugh. He refused to return anything, repeating that the items were gifts. The interview was then halted by Shaw. Burrell, he said, was bound by the Official Secrets Act from giving further answers. We had that advice from Lord Carlisle, he added, referring to a senior London barrister. Back in Whitehall, Lamport, looking beaten and downhearted, confessed to a Colleague, we've got a terrible problem with this man Burrell. He's been taking things. The police are onto it. The Prince of Wales is distraught. The prince will say he gave the things to him and that Burrell's actions were all right. Single quote. Lamport's anguish reflected his inability to take command. His confidant warned him that even Charles had to allow justice to take its course. But Lamport was not the man. To Fiona Shackleton. Just as Charles required of all his advisers, she had become devoted to his cause. Day and night, at weekends and on family holidays, she took his calls and obeyed any summons to travel to Highgrove, London or Scotland. Aware that she was not a specialist in criminal law, she consulted Robert Seabrook QC, who had acted for Charles in his divorce. In the narrow terms set by Shackleton, the barrister's brief was limited to preventing Charles or William from stepping into the witness box. He was not consulted about any negotiations to recover property from Burrell. Like all the advisers, he knew only that Charles wanted to avoid any prosecution. Faced with Burrell's attitude, Michael O'Kane, the CPS lawyer, and de Brunner arrived at St. James's Palace on 3 April to brief the royal family's senior officials. Around the table were Robin Yonren, Lamport, Shackleton, Michael Gibbons, an accountant who had been promoted to be Diana's last private secretary, and, representing the Spencer family, Sarah McCorquodale and her mother Frances Shand Kidd. Robert Seabrook was not invited to this first, critical meeting. Soon after the meeting began, Diana's sister and mother showed that they were on a mission. There was a side to Burrell that Sarah McCorquodale had not grasped during the tumult immediately after her sister's death. But his over-the-top effusions of loyalty had gradually aroused her suspicions, and she no longer believed that he had been as close to Diana as he now asserted. Gibbons shared her disquiet. Before Diana's death, he knew, Burrell had secretly negotiated to buy a house in Cheshire in anticipation of leaving Kensington Palace and working in America. The new home was possibly intended to be a base in Britain for his wife and children while he worked abroad. The police had obtained a copy of his application for employment. Gibbons had also been disturbed by Burrell's habit of stirring animosity in St. James's Palace by suggesting that various employees might be dismissed if he, the all-powerful butler, reported adversely about them to Diana. Dishing out hints of royal displeasure was a potent destabilizing force. All in all, Burrell no longer seemed to the family the saintly figure he had appeared to be immediately after Diana's fatal accident. And there was another feature. Soon after Diana's death, the Spencers had obtained a court order to amend Diana's will to give Burrell £50,000, and had offered to buy a home in London so his children could continue at the oratory school in Fulham. Burrell took the money, but refused the genuinely altruistic offer of the house, although he did become a trustee of Diana's memorial fund, frequent guest on TV shows and at parties, even posing for photographers at the Oscars. After a year, he had been asked to resign from the fund's board. Following that acrimonious split, McCorquodale considered Burrell's possession of Diana's property totally unacceptable. At the meeting in St. James's Palace, she had done little more than agree that he should be prosecuted. But thereafter, Burrell's friends believed, she pursued a vendetta rather than wanting justice. Neither de Brunner nor O'Kane, both straightforward public servants, had spotted at their first meeting with the royals the swirl of animosities between Charles, McCorquodale and Shackleton. Nor did the police or O'Kane realize the poisonous disdain between the prince and the Spencers. Diana's brother Charles had not been forgiven for his speech at her funeral, and the legacy of that day lingered. Ever since the breakdown of his marriage, the prince spoke to Sarah McCorquodale only if there was no alternative, and he still loathed Robert Fellows, Sarah's brother-in-law. For similar historic reasons, McCorquodale and Shackleton scorned each other, not least because McCorquodale wrongly assumed that Shackleton was associated with Diana losing the title, Her Royal Highness. The Spencers refused to accept that she had renounced the honor voluntarily. Finally, there was tension between Shackleton and Lamport. Charles had less trust in his private secretary than in Shackleton, and she in turn wanted Lamport excluded. Lamport, a decent man, assumed that Charles could rely on Shackleton's legal expertise, and appeared unaware of the animus against him. Surrounded by those hostilities, the facts were outlined by O'Kane. An added ingredient to his briefing was that the police had become even more suspicious about Burrell. A Mirror journalist had called to report that she had overheard conversations at the newspaper that employees of the royal family had been selling items to a Dr. Will Swift, a memorabilia trader in New York. When officers checked, Swift's website did indeed show several sales of royal items, but none were connected to Burrell. After O'Kane had completed his briefing, McCorquodale and Gibbons repeated their belief that Burrell had no authority to take Diana's possessions, especially to his home. The same was said about Harold Brown. Brown could say the Dow was a present from Charles, said Shackleton. That's not possible, replied de Brunner, because it was not Charles's. Determined. The prince, she went on, just wanted the property returned. Lamport confirmed Charles's instruction. Burrell could argue in his defense that some of the items were gifts. Something, he emphasized, which is common practice. The prince would state as much. But Lamport retreated when the size of Burrell's hoard, especially the number of photographs and letters, was mentioned. That appeared to be far beyond the norm. Neither O'Kane nor de Brunner could believe that Diana would entrust to Burrell her personal letters to William, or photographs of her naked children. Equally, the lawyers and police could not grasp the profligacy of Charles's lifestyle. Unlike the Queen, whose household itemized and stored away every gift at Windsor Castle as part of the royal collection, forbidding any sales, Charles randomly allowed his staff to sell unwanted gifts and keep the money. Rewarding his butlers and valets, he believed, kept good staff loyal, and that could be equally true with Diana and Burrell. Outsiders might consider such a practice ill-advised, but royals made and lived to their own rules. That habit was irrelevant compared to another revelation that emerged during the discussion. Shackleton told the meeting of the handwritten letter Burrell had sent to Charles, and which had been returned to him on her advice. She described the letter's message. Burrell was willing to return some items if Charles agreed that he would not support any prosecution. In hindsight, the butler's attitude was confusing, not least because what Shackleton said contradicted what others recalled Burrell had told the police. However, what followed made the letter irrelevant. O'Kane explained that Burrell's offer was not enough to bring matters to an end. The case could be closed only if Prince William and McCorquodale, who together inherited Diana's property, signed statements to drop their complaints. Shackleton appeared surprised. Inexperienced in criminal law, she seemed unaware of the importance of the victim's opinions about an alleged crime. She now changed her mind. Agreeing to accept the return of some property in exchange for dropping the investigation, she said, would make it look as if Buckingham Palace were participating in a cover-up. Charles could not be party to undermining the legal system. It needs to be all or nothing, she said. A partial return of the property would be a disaster both legally and for the family. She and McCorquodale agreed that only a total return could stop the prosecution, which otherwise should go ahead. Having ruled out a compromise, Shackleton did not appear to consider that the absence of a wise manager in the royal palaces with the expertise to broker a deal with Burrell was a handicap. The 8 disparate participants, 2 lawyers, a policewoman, 2 former Foreign Office officials, an accountant and 2 aristocrats, stumbled to an uncertain conclusion. The meeting ended with Lamport and Shackleton agreeing to brief Charles, and Yanran to inform the Queen. In the light of what followed, this would be an important pledge. If the monarch had any knowledge of Burrell's legitimate safekeeping of Diana's possessions, her briefing by Yanran would be her moment to say so. But she did not apparently say a word. With the discussion concluded, Yanran decided to have no more involvement. With the Burrell saga, this was Charles's mess to solve. His priority was to oversee a perfect celebration of the Jubilee. Officially, the burden of managing the case would henceforth fall on Lamport. Soon after, the private secretary summarized the meeting for Charles. "There is no alternative," he wrote, "but for formal charges now to be made against both men." Single quote. On the 23rd of April 2001, Lamport told Maxime de Brunner that the Prince of Wales supported the prosecution of Harold Brown, and the following day Brown was formally charged. Nothing was said about Burrell's fate. Diana's butler, Charles knew, had witnessed his secret meetings and phone calls with Camilla while he was married, as well as Diana's many rendezvous with her boyfriends. Such knowledge was a time bomb. On reflection, Charles was unhappy with Lamport's report, in particular its conclusion that there was no alternative but to prosecute Burrell. The prince believed that Lamport was too influenced by McCorquodale. He told his assistant to step aside and allow Bolland to navigate a way out of a prosecution. Bolland faced an awesome task. No one knew the truth, he recalled, and the episode was damaging all the relationships. There was, however, one truth. 10. A family at war. Charles's lavatory at Highgrove was filled with cartoons featuring himself. In the guest's lavatory of Camilla's house, Ray Mill, were unflattering cartoons of Diana. "That mad cow," said Camilla, echoing the view held by her and Charles's friends. Camilla's denigration of Diana was unknown beyond their circle. The reward for her discretion was opinion polls that showed public feeling had moved in her favor. The latest finding was that 50% of the British people supported her marriage to Charles, although 78% opposed her becoming queen. Charles's ratings had also slightly improved. 76% now supported him as the next monarch. Few realized, however, that while Charles lived openly with Camilla, their domestic arrangements were unorthodox. 17 miles from Highgrove, Camilla preferred to lead a separate life in the shabby farmhouse bought after her divorce for £850,000, half the proceeds from the sale of the family home, and registered as owned by a trust run by Lord Halifax. In the timeless network of their social class, Halifax was married to the former wife of Richard Parker Bowles, Andrew's brother. Living informally with her dogs, her garden and much cast-off furniture, Camilla was critical of Highgrove's tidy perfection. "It's too small and too Charles," she told her friends. "I can't touch a thing. The home of a fussy bachelor offered a lifestyle that doesn't suit me." Life at Highgrove also frustrated her. "Charles is always working, working, working." Single quote. In their flexible arrangement, Camilla alternated between staying overnight at Highgrove or St. James's Palace, and returning to Ray Mill. That also suited Charles. He was accustomed to living apart from rather than with a woman, and chose to sleep in a separate bedroom even when he and Camilla were under the same roof. Both enjoyed regular separation. A creature of habit, Charles followed virtually the same routine every month in every year, allowing nothing to interfere as he moved his permanent home between St. James's Palace, Highgrove, and Birkhall, the Queen Mother's house on the Balmoral estate, with intervening stops at Balmoral itself and occasionally at Sandringham. When it suited her, Camilla followed. In a crisis, she would be summoned by Michael Fawcett to drive to join Charles regardless of the time of day or night. A sudden bout of melancholia or self-doubt required relief. Thankfully, she could always make him laugh or, in her words, jolly him along. In return, money was no longer a problem. Charles paid off her overdraft, stabled her horses, provided a car and gave her increasing amounts of cash. Camilla's public image was that of an undemanding mistress devoted only to making Charles happy, with no mention of marriage. "She has never worked in her life," commented Bolland, "and is terrified of being on public display. A member of her family described her to me as the laziest woman to have been born in England in the 20th century." As hard as Camilla tried to prove Bolland wrong, she remained nervy and lacked stamina. The accepted view of a woman whose youth had been exclusively focused on social excitement, especially parties and hunting, making good in middle age was entirely accurate. In the opinion of Tom Camoys and other like-minded courtiers, Camilla was not lazy in one respect, urging Charles to establish her own status. To oblige his mistress, he became careless about propriety. Yet another poll, this time by Maury, reported the public's continued belief in the royals as hard-working patriots who embodied British virtues and values. Somewhat undermining that opinion, Charles flew to Greece in August 1999 with his sons for a cruise around the Aegean on Yanis Latsis's yacht the Alexander. 2 days previously, Camilla and her 2 children had been flown to Greece by private jet, paid for by Charles, from an RAF airfield near Raymil to await a large group of their and Charles's friends, including Hugh Van Cutsem. The intention was to stage a public event as part of their continuing campaign. To Charles's misfortune, the long-planned cruise risked being overshadowed by a scandal that had been bubbling for 6 weeks. The spotlight was on Tom Parker Bowles, Camilla's 24-year-old son, who had been exposed in the news of the world offering friends cocaine. Charles had good reason for concern. Although Tom Parker Bowles was 7 years older than William, he had become his confidant. According to William's friends, Parker Bowles's behavior posed a significant threat because Chris Morgan, a Sunday Times journalist, was keen to associate Charles's sons with cocaine. Another notable guest on the holiday yacht was Patty Palmer Tompkinson, whose daughter Tara, a media personality and renowned publicity seeker, had recently been admitted to an American clinic. Charles's critics at Buckingham Palace, in whose opinion Charles was using William and Harry to paper over the scandalous behavior of Camilla's son. Among those critics was Prince Philip, irritated once again by his son freeloading on Latsis, an unattractive character. The cruise was worth over £1 million, and Charles had recently accepted another £1 million from Latsis for his youth business trust. Philip charged his son with damaging the public's trust by allowing the rich to buy access to him. At the heart of that operation was the omnipresent Robert Higden. In 1998, however, the American fell blind drunk from a boat in St. Vincent into the Caribbean. "I'm a wreck from alcohol," he admitted, but nevertheless shortly afterwards he brought John and Caroline Kennedy to a dinner at St. James's Palace that raised about £200,000. At another meal in Kensington Palace with the Prince he introduced Ted Stanley, an American billionaire businessman, and other guests who each donated $250,000 to Charles's charities. "Lamport and Bolland were freaked out by all the names I brought to London," Higden boasted. Their only problem was the placement. But there was a second concern: his alcoholism. After an argument, the fundraiser returned to Washington prepared to resign. "They flew me back to London for lunch with Charles," Geoffrey Kent N. Bolland recalled Higden. "Charles asked me, 'Are you being treated fairly?' And I replied, 'Do you expect me to answer honestly in front of these two? Hell no, I'm not. I'm being treated very badly. I'm being lied to. You wouldn't be able to raise millions of dollars without me and you're not giving me anything.'" These were the rants of an unstable man who needed treatment and a fond farewell. Instead, in Higden's version, Charles angrily exclaimed, "No one's helping me. I'm being sabotaged. Tell me what you need and you'll get it." In truth, he could not afford to lose such an outstanding source of revenue, and Higden remained employed after receiving treatment. Together with Geoffrey Kent, he could entice a raft of American billionaires to finance Charles's charities. In June 1999, 80 donors to Charles's American Foundation had Book.1-2 have dinner in Buckingham Palace. Knowing that the Queen would be at Windsor, Charles intended to invite Camilla. That raised a double problem. The Queen disliked the use of her home to raise money, and while she tolerated press photographs of Charles and his mistress at theaters and restaurants, Camilla's presence in Buckingham Palace was 4 months on, Higdon proved his value again. 40 Americans including the comedian Joan Rivers, Eileen Guggenheim of the wealthy mining family, and Carol Petrie, the billionaire widow of an American retailer, had dinner at Holyrood. Charles's Phoenix Trust was seeking £6 million to transform 4 deprived areas in Scotland, including a derelict industrial complex of 19th-century sandstone buildings at Stanley Mills, on the River Tay in Perthshire, into stunning housing estates. Higdon's introduction of Rivers, a close friend of his, strengthened Charles's profile in America and, helped by her amusing introduction, his speech of thanks to his guests after the dinner produced a gush of cash. He was now tempted to take bigger risks. In May 2000, at the Queen's request, Charles became the Lord High Commissioner of the Church of Scotland. Rather than copy the pattern of his mother's unpretentious engagements and modest dinner parties for a maximum of 12, he was persuaded to arrange a week of high-profile events climaxing in a dinner for 200 guests entertained by jugglers and fire-eaters. Bolland's motive was to promote Camilla. After endless prevarication and frets that, "we mustn't frighten the horses," Charles agreed that without Camilla at his side he would risk looking furtive. The Sunday Times headline at the end of the celebrations rewarded Bolland's persistence. He came. He saw. He conquered. Thereafter, Charles disappeared from public life in Scotland for another year. For about 6 months of every year, the heir to the throne enjoyed a unique lifestyle in beautiful places, either in seclusion or with friends. Although his traveling staff, a butler, 2 valets, chef, private secretary, typist and bodyguards, could anticipate most of his movements between his 5 homes, the only definite confirmation of his final destination, especially to his hosts, would be the arrival of a truck carrying suitcases, furniture and food. Then followed endless telephone calls with his staff as he changed his mind about his future plans and projects. Charles's demands were constant. An assistant was on call in his office until he went to sleep, and would be subject to familiar daily tirades. "Even my office is not the right temperature. Why do I have to put up with this? It makes my life so unbearable." Single quote. For 4 months every year he lived in Scotland, expecting people to visit him from London regardless of any discomfort, and usually at their own expense. When he emerged in public, he behaved impeccably and showed genuine interest in people and events. Few outsiders could guess whether or not, as one advisor commented, he was just. One of his habits was to have dinner served to guests at 8 p.m. but not to arrive himself until 8:15, because he had decided against eating the first course. The guests would be allowed to start without him, although visitors to Highgrove were cautioned by Camilla not to begin their breakfast before Charles appeared. Or he would arrive at a function with his policeman carrying a flask containing a pre-mixed martini, to be handed over to the host's butler along with the glass Charles insisted be used. Hosts would be informed that an aide would deliver a bag containing the food Charles would eat. Unlike the Queen, who ate the same food as other guests, Charles not only made it clear what he would consume, but if he accepted an overnight invitation, how and where he would sleep. Each visit was subject to different requirements. At Chatsworth, the 175-room home of his beloved Debo, he and Camilla were assigned a whole wing for up to 3 weeks in the year for hunting. During the shooting season he enjoyed the company of Gerald Grosvenor, the Duke of Westminster, at either Eden Hall, near Chester, or the Duke's Shooting Lodge in the Forest of Bowland in Lancashire. In between, he stayed at Garrowby, the home of the Earl and Countess of Halifax in Yorkshire, and with Chips and Sarah Keswick in Invermark, Sutherland. Before a visit to one friend in northeast England, Charles's staff arrived a day early with a truck carrying furniture to replace the perfectly appropriate fittings in the guest rooms. Nothing less than Charles and Camilla's complete bedrooms, including the prince's orthopedic bed, complete with his own linen. His staff made sure not to forget a small radio, the prince's lavatory seat, Kleenex velvet lavatory paper, Lefroy whiskey and water in both rooms, plus 2 landscapes of the Scottish Highlands. The next delivery was his food. His hosts decided, despite their enjoyment of his company, not to invite him again. Their experience was less distressing than the family asked to host Charles for a long weekend on the Welsh borders. In the preceding months they had invited many friends for the 4 meals, hired staff and ordered food and flowers. On the Friday afternoon of Charles's expected arrival, there was a call from St. James's Palace to offer regrets. Under pressure of business, the prince could not arrive until Saturday morning. The following day, the same official telephoned to offer regrets for Saturday lunch, but gave the assurance that Charles would arrive for dinner. That afternoon, the whole visit was cancelled due to unforeseen circumstances. The prince was discourteous in other ways. After arriving punctually for the ceremony of the Order of the Bath in Westminster Abbey, the Queen became irritated. Charles was late. Bad weather, she was told by an official, had prevented his helicopter from landing. Once he arrived, their performance was perfect. Each showed respect to the other, but as usual barely demonstrated any genuine affection. Charles's lifestyle was unusually extravagant. With an annual income of £7.5 million from farmland owned by the Duchy of Cornwall, he employed about 90 staff, including 10 gardeners at Highgrove alone, at a cost of £2 million annually. He was unusually particular. Because he refused to use pesticides at his Gloucestershire home, he employed 4 gardeners to lie flat, nose down on a trailer pulled by a slow-moving Land Rover to pluck weeds. Retired Indian servicemen were deployed to prowl through the undergrowth at night with torches and handpick slugs from the leaves of plants. Lewis Carroll had conjured a similar fantasy when the Red Queen in Alice in Wonderland demanded that her roses be of the right color. The extravagance ran to his office, where he employed an individual private secretary for each of his interests, including the charities, architecture, complementary medicine and the environment. Visitors to St. James's Palace were escorted to Charles's office by no fewer than 3 footmen, each responsible for a short segment of corridor. The reason for Charles's self-indulgence was often debated. The most obvious cause, speculated some, was his decision to defy his father's imposition of frugality at Gordonston. Rather than appreciating his good fortune, Charles would frequently give vent to resentment, earning him one friend's accolade as an Olympian whinger. Succumbing to pressure, in April 2000 he agreed to fly to Europe on a British Airways plane instead of by private jet. He returned vowing never to repeat the experience. The incident clearly had an effect. Soon after, at a dinner hosted by a billionaire at Cloisters to raise money to restore a church spire in Prague, Charles was particularly maudlin. During the meal, the glossy women and their sunburnt husbands had been bantering in the braying tones unique to the super-rich. One billionaire asked his neighbor, "What did you do today?" "I drank coffee, had a walk and not much more," came the reply. "Who are you?" the first man asked. "I'm King Constantine of Greece." At the end of the meal, the king and Charles huddled in a corner. "We pulled the short straw," sighed Charles. Speech at Waddesdon Manor, Jacob Rothschild's home in Buckinghamshire. Charles had complained that his host employed more gardeners than himself, 15 against his 9. Fortunately, the public were unaware of such gripes, but Charles's lifestyle irked some of his senior staff, particularly Tom Camoys. The former banker argued that the estate should be run as a business, not as a self-indulgence. Camoys's fate was sealed during the investiture of Elton John for his knighthood. "Mr. John Elton," he announced, seemingly unaware of who the singer was. In royal circles, careers could be wrecked by a single mistake, and Camoys was now a marked man. His misfortune, observed one courtier, was that even the Queen disliked his attitude. "He doesn't create a good atmosphere." Tom gave orders rather than using quiet persuasion. Realizing that even he, ranked among the most illustrious of the royal staff, was being hung out to dry, Camoys agreed to resign. To Charles, he had scored a victory over Buckingham Palace. The millennium was approaching. To the Queen's closest advisors, the planned celebrations were noticeably undermining her self-confidence. Even before the exhibition at the Dome celebrating 21st Century Britain opened, its contents were derided as tacky, and on the night itself the long queues and dreary show left the monarch looking glum. Her jubilee, she warned, would be another damp squib. Bruised by years of media scrutiny, she relied for support on her daily phone call from the Queen Mother, during which she could also share her anxiety about her sister Margaret's declining health, the cost of a lifetime smoking and drinking. Her unhappiness permeated the household. The absence of leadership among the staff at Buckingham Palace was disturbing. "I need them to work together," she said to a senior official, "so I can give my best." After a pause, she also admitted her concern for her elder son's fragility. Charles was even more wedded to the telephone. During his nighttime and Sunday morning calls to friends, he would wail about the stress of his semi-covert life, the tensions with his family, and Buckingham Palace's complaints about Mark Bolland. In that case, his predicament was insoluble. He needed his propagandist more than ever to legitimize Camilla, yet Robin Yanran regularly complained that Bolland's activities were dangerous and irresponsible, dividing the two palaces. Bolland fought too hard, was the word. With skill and passion he was promoting Charles as the star, sometimes, Buckingham Palace believed, at the expense of the Queen and other members of her family. In their anger towards Bolland, Yanran and other senior courtiers assumed that Charles was too gullible to warn her son about the dangers. The Queen agreed that an advisor should once again travel to Highgrove. The emissary was met with indifference as he described the bad atmosphere between the palaces and the need for more genial relations. He then listened to Charles heap blame on Stephen Lamport. In truth, Charles's powerless but good-hearted private secretary was besieged by irreconcilable demands from the courtiers on the one side, and from Charles, Camilla and Bolland on the other. The meeting of the Way Ahead group chaired by the Queen on the 30th of March 2000 reflected the family's year. Everyone was bad-tempered, and almost the only person not to raise his voice in anger, other than the Queen, was Charles, who, fearful of a stinging rebuke from his father, remained silent. Eventually the tensions faded. Only Camilla was satisfied. Her plan to be accepted by both monarch and public, she believed, was slowly bearing fruit. At Charles's behest she had met Robin Yanran, David Airlie and Michael Peet, who had been praised for vastly improving the Queen's finances. She had also been introduced to Scottish church leaders and to George Carey, the Archbishop of Canterbury, at the South London home of the clergyman's son. During those encounters she did much to detoxify her image. Pressure on the Queen was growing. At another fundraising dinner in Buckingham Palace organized by Robert Higden, Camilla had fussed that she wanted to sit on the same table as Charles, but he was reluctant to antagonize his mother or Yanran. While Bolland bore the prince's familiar complaints about the unfairness of life, Robert Higden produced a solution. "Why don't we keep Camilla off list on the seating plan, then just put her in an unnamed empty chair on Charles's table?" While Charles greeted his guests at the door, Higden approached the American socialite Betsy Bloomingdale and asked, "Can you look after Camilla before dinner so she won't be alone?" Delighted, she replied. Camilla ended up seated opposite Charles, between the husband of Patty Hearst, the renegade newspaper heiress, and Ted Stanley, a manufacturer of collectible coins and stamps. "When Mam's away," Charles told his guests, looking across at Camilla, "the mice will play." Single quote. The game plan was reaching another landmark. King Constantine of Greece had accepted an invitation to celebrate his 60th birthday in June 2000 at a barbecue lunch at Highgrove with many of Europe's royal families and the Queen's close friends. Charles knew that his mother would be loath to miss the occasion. Queen. Charles was told to arrange for the two women to sit far apart. 2 days later, the Sun revealed that they would both be at the party. Camilla, a source, told the newspaper, had emerged into the sunlight. They are now free to marry if they want to. Bolland's optimism proved premature. 2 weeks later the Queen hosted the Dance of the Decades, a party at Windsor to celebrate the Queen Mother's 100th birthday, William's 18th, Margaret's 70th and Anne's 50th. The Queen refused to invite Camilla, but sharing her mother's fondness for Andrew Parker Bowles, she welcomed the Brigadier, by then hailed as the Guard's most popular commanding officer. Regardless of all the pressure, the Queen did not believe that Charles would marry Camilla in her lifetime. In the festering aftermath of the Windsor party, Robin Yanran persuaded Stephen Lamport to make a formal complaint to the Press Complaints Commission about the Sun's headline, "Marry Her," with the demand that Bolland receive a knighthood. Charles and Camilla, Lamport wrote to the newspaper, had no plans to marry. Strictly speaking, that was true, and was evidence of Yanran's campaign against Bolland and the prince. Charles soon saw an opportunity to retaliate. He invited a galaxy of the rich to celebrate the opening of the Prince's Foundation in Shoreditch. The completion of the new East London Centre had inevitably sparked arguments about some details, including where to locate a bar that would be open to the public. To resolve the issue, it was suggested that Charles be asked to mediate. "This is ridiculous," exclaimed Bolland. "The idea that the Prince of Wales would have the faintest idea where to put a bar to entice the public is completely ridiculous." To present a modern image, the stainless steel tables were covered in black rubber, and instead of flowers there were pots of cacti wound with barbed wire. On the invitations to the dinner, Camilla was billed as co-host. To secure the media's attention, she arrived in a garish pink Versace dress. Donatella Versace was one of the guests, wearing the jewels given by King Edward VII when he was Prince of Wales to his mistress. And, not irrelevantly, Camilla's great-grandmother. Alice Keppel. The media were encouraged to report that Camilla had lost weight and was devoting attention to her appearance, with facials, manicures, a new hairdresser, and a reduced smoking habit. Unused to arriving at an event amid a blitz of flashes, she walked off from the car in the wrong direction. The media did not lampoon her mistake, nor mention that her outlandish dress had been worn in return for Donatella Versace's donation to the Prince's Foundation. Publicizing his feud with his mother overshadowed Charles's other work, in particular his creation of a school for British art students. For years he had deplored Britain's art colleges' refusal to teach traditional drawing and painting. By 2000 his irritation was no longer simply ideological, but was exacerbated by what he saw as the sheer inability of Britain's teachers to paint anything other than abstract art. Aspiring British painters were traveling to Italy to learn classical skills and work with life models. To Charles, the proof of the nation's inferior art education was the celebration of Tracey Emin, known for her sexually explicit autobiographical and confessional approach, as an outstanding artist. The new Shoreditch building, the center of the Royal Drawing School and the brainchild of Adrian Gale, the man Charles had unceremoniously dismissed from his Institute of Architecture, was acclaimed by traditionalists as a considerable achievement. Finding the money had been the work of 3 people. Hilary Brown Wilkinson had enticed the American philanthropist Drew Hines to buy the building for £2 million. "I'll give him the money if he comes to my home to ask for it," said Hines. Over lunch at her home in Hayes Mews, Mayfair, she said to Charles, "I'll give you the money, but you didn't give me a receipt for the last lot I gave you." Single quote. Charles grimaced. Hines's first donation to the Institute of £2.5 million had been wasted. "I'm so grateful," he said lamely. The second donation was negotiated by Stephen Lamport, the Saudi government agreeing to translate an endowment into cash. Thirdly, Robert Higdon had persuaded Joe Albritton, the chief executive of Riggs Bank, to make a sizable gift. Securing the building meant a lot to Charles. He knew that his new school would not save the world, but at least it would win him the gratitude of artists. Inevitably, there were casualties. Charles did not endear himself to Tim Bell, the political consultant who had originally led Drew Hines into his orbit. After I introduced her, Fawcett hustled himself into it and took my old friend to Scotland to meet Charles behind my back to get her money. Then they ignored me, which hurt my feelings. Charles never said a word of thanks. Single quote. The controversial Turkish businessman Cem Uzun, another guest at the Shoreditch dinner, was more appreciative, and let Bell's consultancy, Bell Pottinger, know that he would pay generously to fulfill his social ambitions. In the parlance of the market, Uzun wanted to play with the big boys and get alongside the royal family. He wanted the photograph and the Christmas card. Through Bell Pottinger, Uzun was introduced to Elizabeth Buchanan, who agreed to steer him into the prince's life. At that point Michael Fawcett came into the picture again. Since, officially, Charles explained what size of donation would be expected, £200,000 would guarantee that Uzun's wife Alara sat next to Charles at a dinner. The appropriate payment was made, and the meal went off smoothly. The following day, photographs of both Uzun standing with the prince were posted on media sites across the world. Uzun was billed as a billionaire tycoon who had bought the famous In-N-Out club on Piccadilly. In fact, he never did so. Charles's relationship with Uzun aroused concern in Buckingham Palace, but the Queen's advisors knew that he would ignore any warning from them. A few weeks later, Charles and Camilla were cruising off Nice as the guests of Neymar Kurdar, an Iraqi-born banker and chairman of Investcorp, the owner of the motorway catering chain Welcome Break, Saks department store in New York, and Gucci. To secure Kurdar's donations, Charles had welcomed the Iraqi to Highgrove and accepted an invitation to his daughter's wedding. Sunbathing on Kurdar's yacht underlined the contrariness of Charles's life. While feuding with his family, he socialized with colorful donors to his charities, but did little to promote the monarchy. Some believed that his behavior contributed to the decline of deference signaled by the BBC's refusal to broadcast the Queen Mother's 100th birthday parade in August. Although the nation's enthusiastic celebration of that occasion exposed the BBC's misjudgment, respite was brief. In autumn 2000, the public mood again turned sour. Charles had been untouched by headlines about the use of illegal drugs by William's cousin Nicholas Knatchbull, and by Lord Frederick Windsor, the son of Prince Michael of Kent, the Queen's cousin. These had distracted attention from the exposé of Tom Parker Bowles, but a new report created unexpected embarrassment. In the past, Camilla had successfully isolated Charles from his old friends, including Nicholas Soames, and she now set her sights on Emily Van Cutsem. She suspected that Van Cutsem disapproved of her relationship with Charles, and had heard that she had criticized her son Tom for taking William to unsuitable parties. She now complained that Van Cutsem's son Edward, a close childhood friend of William, was also inviting the young prince to louche entertainments. But although, as one observer noted, Camilla poured her opinion into Charles's ear, the prince remained devoted to Emily and Hugh Van Cutsem. In their prickly world, those who befriended the Van Cutsems were ostracized by Robert Fellows and his wife Jane. But any vitriol spread by the Fellows enhanced Charles's warm feelings towards the Van Cutsems, who years before he had spontaneously that William and Harry were taking drugs. Having failed with several attempts, he approached Hugh Van Cutsem and persuaded him that Mark Bolland was gossiping that the Van Cutsems' 4 sons were drug takers. Although the whole scenario had been fabricated by Morgan, Van Cutsem, who was known to address underlings only if they could improve the breeding of his horses, became convinced that Bolland was guilty, and ordered his lawyers to write to Bolland accusing him of making highly damaging remarks. Van Cutsem gave a copy of this defamatory letter, which Bolland believed was an attempt to bring about his removal from the palace, to the Mail on Sunday, adding for good measure that Camilla was undermining his friendship with Charles. In retaliation, to protect Camilla and embarrass Van Cutsem, Bolland's irate reply was also leaked. The public argument soon became uglier. Morgan, who for unrelated reasons eventually committed suicide, wrote in his newspaper that William had been caught using cocaine, but that Bolland had briefed journalists that it was in fact Van Cutsem's son who had taken the drug, not William. That was also untrue. There was no evidence that either William or any Van Cutsem had taken any drugs, or that Bolland had spread such a story. Nevertheless, to protect the royals, Bolland told the News of the World that Charles had summoned his sons from school to discuss the crisis. He also revealed that the prince had taken 16-year-old Harry to a rehabilitation clinic to show him the dramatic effects of addiction. Examination of the timing of all these events suggested multiple distortions of the truth, embarrassing Charles, Camilla, Hugh and Emily Van Cutsem, and the 8 children of 3 families. All were tarnished. Everyone was livid, recalled Bolland, aware that Jonren had warned about this precise danger of the royal family at the mercy of innuendo, scandalous accusations and his own manipulation of the media. At Charles's invitation, Hugh Van Cutsem agreed to settle the argument between himself and Bolland at a meeting with the prince at St. James's Palace. Stephen Lamport was also present. All 4 arrived convinced that they were the victim. At the end of the meeting everyone apologized, but the poison lingered. For the first time in about 30 years Charles did not invite Van Cutsem to his annual shoot at Sandringham. The unseemly spat between the friends coincided with the publication of Shadows of a Princess by Patrick Jeffson, a former naval officer and Diana's one-time private secretary. The book's sympathetic description of Diana, and its revelations about the indignities inflicted on her by Charles, sharply contradicted Penny Junor's pro-Charles account. To help his sales, Jeffson hinted that at an early stage while he was writing the book, with the Queen's approval, Robert Fellows had offered to provide his confidential papers to him. "Well, someone's going to do it, so it might as well be Patrick," the Queen allegedly told Jonren. Later, Fellows withdrew his supposed offer. Added to that mix, Jeffson also told journalists that he had not written about Diana's descriptions of Charles's unusual sexual life. Withholding that information did not protect the prince from the book's mass serialization. Lurid headlines, sparked by intimate details, attracted the usual criticisms. Nikki Gavron, the former wife of a printer and multimillionaire businessman who had donated £1 million to the Labour Party and soon after received a peerage, announced that Charles should have married a black woman. Mo Mowlam, a prominent, publicity-seeking Labour minister, declared that the Queen should move out of Buckingham Palace and live in a small modern house. Once again, the monarchy's reputation began to slide. Then it got worse. On 5 November the Daily Mail reported that Prince Andrew had befriended a drug dealer in Los Angeles, and next published photographs of the prince, during an official visit to New York, at a hookers and pimps party with seedy characters. He had arrived with Ghislaine Maxwell, the daughter of the disgraced newspaper magnate Robert Maxwell, had been seen near a known prostitute, and soon after was photographed on a yacht in Thailand with topless girls linked to drugs. Charles was not surprised by the revelations. He had long feared a fallout from his brother's antics. Their relations had become fraught earlier in the year, after Charles refused Sarah Ferguson's invitation to her ex-husband's 40th birthday party. 8 years after being photographed topless while her financial advisor, Johnny Bryan, sucked her toes, Ferguson's vulgarity was still not forgotten. Charles's dislike of his one-time sister-in-law had escalated after she had chased him around Highgrove carrying a Bible, begging to be allowed to swear her innocence of her reported misbehavior. In that unforgiving mood, he had listened at the recent meeting of the Way Ahead group to Andrew's plan to become a British trade ambassador after leaving the Navy the following year. Charles chose that moment to renew his attempt to remove the privileges enjoyed by Andrew's daughters and other minor royals. On that occasion he was thwarted by Andrew, who rallied support from the Queen and Prince Philip. Charles argued with his father before, as ever powerless to defy him, walking out of the room. At the same time, he also targeted Sophie Wessex, Edward's wife. He had warned her about the danger of accepting a contract to provide public relations services for Rover cars. Problems. Richard Luce, the new Lord Chamberlain and a principled former Foreign Office minister, had drafted rules for the royals to avoid compromising themselves with commercial connections. However, at Philip's insistence, Sophie's contract was not cancelled, although Luce did extract a promise from her not to use her position to attract business in the future. In Charles's opinion, the conduct of Sophie's husband was similarly unacceptable. In 1999 Edward had agreed with an American production company to produce and sell a TV documentary about the Queen Mother. At that point, he and Sophie were living in a 57-room house in Bagshot Park. They had made themselves vulnerable to public criticism. All these perilous concoctions were brewing when Charles agreed with Mark Bolland's suggestion that he, Camilla and their children accept an invitation to celebrate the 10th anniversary of the Press Complaints Commission at Somerset House in February 2001. Their presence, said Bolland, would repair relations. The event, with 500 guests, was a success, but 6 weeks later another crisis arrived. In just the sort of scandal Charles had feared, Sophie Wessex was caught in a news of the world sting. A 2-hour taped conversation recorded her flaunting her royal connections in order to secure a £500,000 publicity contract, unaware that she was speaking to the undercover journalist Mazhar Mahmood, alias, the fake sheikh, who was supposedly representing a Dubai investment company. The encounter had been arranged by the notorious publicist Max Clifford. That breach of Wessex's promise was made even worse by her reference to the Queen during the conversation as, the old dear. She also disparaged Tony Blair as, ignorant about the countryside, described Cherie Blair as, absolutely horrid, William Hague as, deformed, and predicted that Charles and Camilla would marry, but not until the old lady dies. What reputation she still possessed was not enhanced by her business partner's boasts about his use of cocaine and rent boys. The timing would never have been ideal, but it now proved doubly unfortunate. Robin Yanran had recently mentioned to another courtier that Buckingham Palace was thankfully immune to the scandals battering St. James's Palace, and in that benign mood he had replaced Simon Lewis with Simon Walker. The former journalist and publicist, after a stint employed by John Major in Downing Street, was to focus on arranging the Jubilee celebrations. After Sophie appealed for help, he appeared sufficiently experienced to manage the maelstrom, made all the more significant because, once the Queen Mother died, Walker negotiated a deal with the News of the World. The paper agreed not to publish Sophie's comments about the Queen and the Blairs in return for an interview with her about Edward's sexuality. Naively, Walker did not ask himself why the paper was so cooperative. Nor did he demand a transcript of the Mahmood tape, relying instead on Sophie's emotional outburst to him admitting her sins. Although in the familiar way of royal conversations, she failed to reveal all her embarrassing comments. Thus Walker did not realize that Rebecca Wade, the News of the World's editor, had agreed not to use the taped conversation only because it lacked, in her opinion, a killer line. By contrast, the agreed interview produced a sensational headline on April Fool's Day. Sophie. My Edward is not gay. Sophie was quoted as saying, I can tell you he is not gay, and describing the couple's use of IVF. That seemed, in all its tawdriness, to be that. But Sophie got stung a second time. On the same day as the publication of the interview in the News of the World, the Mail on Sunday published all her dismissive comments about the Queen, the Blairs and Diana. Unknown to Walker, the Mail had somehow obtained a transcript of the conversation. Panic hit the palace. "That's made it 10 times worse," cried one official. Thrashing around for a culprit, Buckingham Palace officials assumed without any evidence that since Sophie's embarrassment could only benefit Charles, it was Mark Bolland who had handed the scoop to the Mail on Sunday. Extraordinarily, no Buckingham Palace official dared challenge Bolland to his face. "You had to tread carefully," admitted one. "He had a Rasputin-like reputation. There was a risk that to make an enemy of Bolland would make an enemy of Charles." Single quote. While Buckingham Palace sniped at Bolland, the News of the World blamed Walker for breaking their agreement. The following weekend, the newspaper published the full transcript of the interview. Self-righteously, The Sun joined the fray, describing Sophie as nothing but an ambitious PR on the make. "We know her sort. We know her game. We have no respect for her or her husband." Single quote. There was a naivety in believing that Bolland was to blame for everything, which was echoed by Prince Philip's blame of media intrusion. In truth, the mess was caused by Sophie's greed. The Queen accepted the advice of Jonren and Richard Luce. Sophie was ordered to resign from her PR job. She blamed Simon Walker for her predicament, and was supported by Lord Wackham, the chairman of the Press Complaints Commission, who told Luce, "Walker let it happen." Royals, the News of the World supported Charles's proposal that the palace should be cleansed. "Only Charles is talking sense," commented its editor. The prince's 3 siblings were furious. While he pocketed nearly £8 million that year from the Duchy of Cornwall, which would increase by £2 million the following year, and each of his private jet flights between London and Scotland cost nearly £20,000, he offered no solution to their financial plights. Philip shared their anger. "All 4 children," he said, "should be treated equally. We have different attitudes," he said, persistently irritated by his eldest son's behavior. Why, he asked, did Charles undermine his parents' frugal lifestyle as an example to the nation? And why did he continue his affair with Camilla, whose former husband was a brother officer? And why did he cultivate trashy American billionaires? Charles would not tolerate such criticism. With disdain, he sat through another family meeting, knowing that Philip would be annoyed by his silence. The tension between father and son did not die down. Charles rejected his father's pleas that he, Philip, was a loving parent. Both preferred to communicate by letter. Some still excused Charles's churlishness as the unresolved result of the misery of his childhood. Others, quoted by Graham Turner, a journalist with access to Philip, would say that a 53-year-old man was no longer of an age to scowl about being quite frightened by his father, who dominates the family by being bullying and loud. Preoccupied by his own emotions, Charles showed no sympathy for Philip's own torrid childhood as an exile, forced to move home constantly without a father, while his mother was confined in a Swiss clinic for 8 years with paranoid schizophrenia. And he resented what he regarded as his father's hypocrisy. Throughout Philip's marriage there had been rumors of affairs with aristocrats, actresses, and even a waitress at Fortnum and Mason. Admittedly, if the gossip was true, Philip had been exceptionally discreet, and none of his dalliances could be irrefutably proven. Any chance of brokering peace between father and son was disturbed by Graham Turner's semi-authorized biography of Philip, serialized in the Daily Telegraph, in which he quoted Philip's judgment of Charles as precious, extravagant and lacking in the dedication to make a good king. Shortly after the book's publication, Philip wrote his son an apology. Charles's perpetual squabbles with his parents were aggravated by their tolerance of his brother's follies. The latest of these was Edward's planned TV documentary about Charles's life with Diana and Camilla. Jonren hesitated to seek a directive from the Queen to tell Edward to halt the production. Despite Charles's warnings, Edward then began a documentary about Prince William. Without permission, his crew filmed around St. Andrews University. William was enrolled as a student, in the hope of finding him or interviewing his friends for a £50 fee. After learning about the film, Charles refused to take Edward's calls. Even Philip was irritated, and his anger boiled over when he heard that Andrew had just passed an entire week playing golf, and had spent £500,000 on private jets that year. "You're lazy and selfish," he shouted. "Just lounging around." But neither younger son had a profession he could fall back on. To conceal the wounds, Richard Luce issued a statement that, subject to consultation, the royals should be allowed to pursue careers, including in business, if that is what they wish to do. Within the palaces, no one was deceived. The wisest of the Queen's advisers had watched the slow train crash, knowing that it was going to end in tears. The Queen, as so often where her children were concerned, prevaricated. Torn between duty and her love of family, she asked Philip for his opinion. The Duke wanted action, and agreed to a conference at Windsor about Edward's future. In advance, officials composed a written description of Edward's predicament. An added complication was that his production company had debts of £2 million. The solutions proposed were either that he could keep his title but be restricted to work as an unpaid royal, or that he be allowed to earn a living but become a private citizen. While he awaited his parents' decision, Edward spent much of his time in his house playing computer games. During the ensuing frosty discussion, the Queen and Philip were clearly dejected. By its end, she had decided to give Edward £250,000 annually in compensation for not working. Then, in a rare moment of frustration, she tore up the discussion document and threw the scraps of paper into the fire. Soon after, Simon Walker left Buckingham Palace. Charles had got what he wanted, although his own mismanagement was 11. A butler's warnings. The outbreak of royal embarrassment struck Don Mackinnon, the new Secretary-General of the Commonwealth, as unfortunate. The 63-year-old former Deputy Prime Minister of New Zealand had arrived in London the previous year. In his first private meeting with the Queen, he had been impressed by the importance with which she, as head of a family of 52 nations, regarded the Commonwealth. Equally, he knew that while all those governments, regardless of their political colors, respected her leadership, such sentiments did not apply to her eldest son. "You'll have to work hard to keep Charles as the next head of the Commonwealth," Emeka Anyaoku of Nigeria, Mackinnon's predecessor, had told him. Charles wrongly assumed that he would automatically inherit the right to leadership, warned Anyaoku, but he failed to appreciate how many Commonwealth leaders, especially in the conservative Caribbean and Africa, were shocked by reports of his extramarital affairs and by his treatment of Diana. Additionally, it had been noticed that, while Charles traveled frequently, the only Commonwealth countries that he had regularly visited were Canada, Australia and New Zealand. He was prepared to fly off to see President Bush to maintain Britain's special relationship, but rarely his non-white Commonwealth brethren. Commonwealth leaders say that they don't know Charles beyond the salacious stuff they read in the newspapers, Mackinnon told Yonran and Lamport. Neither denied the criticism. Charles must do his bit, he went on. He needs to focus on Commonwealth affairs. Single quote. Lamport was reluctant to assist, and Mackinnon discovered that senior officials in Whitehall were no better. John Kerr, the permanent secretary at the Foreign Office, tolerated Charles's demands for a bit of a glamorous jolly on foreign trips, but made no attempt to persuade him to visit the non-white Commonwealth more frequently. There would also be no help from Tony Blair to encourage Charles to do his duty visits. The Prime Minister, Mackinnon realized, was not interested in the Commonwealth. To him, it belonged, like fox hunting, to another age. He appealed to the Queen. The Commonwealth's existence, he emphasized, was in jeopardy. She agreed to persuade her son to visit countries selected by the Foreign Office rather than picked out by him for his own pleasure. Mackinnon was grateful, but remained dissatisfied. To rush Charles into visits would be unwise. "We need to hold meetings between Charles and the High Commissioners in London," he told Lamport, "so they can send positive reports back to their governments." Single quote. Charles resisted the idea. Conversing with diplomats appalled him. After pressure from Buckingham Palace, he finally relented and agreed to meet the High Commissioners from the Pacific countries at New Zealand House. Mackinnon was unimpressed by the reports of the encounter. Charles was about to become immersed in more salacious stuff that would threaten a great deal more than his leadership of the Commonwealth. At 3 p.m. on 30 April 2001, Detective Chief Inspector Maxime de Brunner and Detective Sergeant Roger Milburn arrived at Fiona Shackleton's office. Waiting in the conference room were Sarah McCorquodale and Michael O'Kane, with an assistant to take notes. Shackleton started the discussion. Mark Bolland, she said, had taken responsibility for the Paul Burrell issue. She also revealed that Charles was very determined that the march towards prosecution should be halted. De Brunner and O'Kane did not know on whose advice the prince had made that decision. Both could only assume that Shackleton had been consulted. Shackleton now revealed that Prince William had received a letter from Burrell dated the 19th of April, 6 weeks after the butler's second police interview. Unknown to de Brunner or O'Kane, Burrell had written this letter on the advice of Bolland, who in turn was acting on Charles's instructions. Unread by William, the letter had been forwarded to Shackleton. There is much to explain, Burrell had written. Items that have been taken from me, many of which were given to me for safekeeping, should be returned to you. I know that you realize that I would never betray the trust your mother placed in me, and I remain the person you have always known. Single quote. After she read the letter, Shackleton realized that Burrell had changed one aspect of his story since his first two interviews. 6 weeks earlier, he had refused to return all the items he had taken. He had also a straightforward allegation of theft were layers of recrimination and suspicion. As outsiders, they sensed impenetrable machinations among those surrounding Charles. Then, out of the blue, the meeting became electrified. In passing, McCorquodale mentioned the missing contents of Diana's mahogany box, including a tape which is sensitive. To the evident surprise of the police and O'Kane, Shackleton blurted out, "If you're talking about the rape, I know all about that. I was given written instructions by my boss to make the whole business go away, which I did, but it was one of the lowest points of my 22-year legal career." She added, "By the way, who has the tape now?" Single quote. "Paul Burrell has it," McCorquodale replied. She understood the Medici-like atmosphere of Charles and Diana's court. She did not bother, however, to explain those relationships to the police officers or to O'Kane. Rather, she focused on the facts, and particularly her recollection of seeing the small tapes held together with a plastic band inside the mahogany box. She, like the police, was convinced that they were still in Burrell's possession, although in Charles's camp there were doubts. "We didn't know if a tape existed," said Bolland. "It became a psychodrama because Charles just wanted to protect Fawcett. We changed our minds every day about the rape." Single quote. In the tense minutes that followed Shackleton's outburst, McCorquodale added, "The rape was covered up by palace officials." O'Kane assumed that Shackleton's admission about one of the lowest points implied that Smith was telling the truth, and that she had been asked to cover things up. Regardless of the tapes, the conundrum was whether Shackleton's description of her devoted service to Charles 5 years earlier, when Smith's allegations surfaced, had crossed the line or was merely incautious language. Potentially she might have committed a crime, and so might her boss. After the meeting ended, O'Kane consulted David Calvert-Smith, the Director of Public Prosecutions, to establish whether Shackleton's generous redundancy payment to Smith to make the matter go away could amount to a criminal act. Calvert-Smith would rule out any criminality. Shackleton then explained the background. On the tape was the voice of George Smith, a former Welsh guardsman. He had been traumatized during the Falklands War watching his comrades burn alive on board the Sir Galahad after it was bombed by Argentinian aircraft. In 1986, he became a valet to Charles. 9 years later, By October 1995, he had become an alcoholic and suffered a nervous breakdown. At Charles's expense he was admitted to the Priory Hospital in South London, where he received a handwritten note from the prince that expressed his sorrow. Could not be more sympathetic and feel for you greatly. Charles assured Smith that his job would be waiting for him when he was properly mended. Unknown to her ex-husband, Diana visited Smith at the Priory. She looked stunning, the valet would later say. She was very happy and jovial. She cheered me up. Accompanied by Victoria Mendham, her timid assistant, she then made a second visit, this time with an ulterior motive. She coaxed Smith, who was married, to retell his account of a drunken evening in 1989 in Michael Fawcett's flat. Smith described how he had awoken to discover that his trousers were down and that he had been raped while he slept. I was totally ashamed. I felt sick, he told Diana. Terrified of Fawcett and anxious to keep his job, he did not complain, but returned to St. James's Palace. He would later say that as he told his story, the princess was shocked. She looked stunned. Unknown to him, Diana had recorded everything he told her. On returning to Kensington Palace, she discovered that her tape recorder, borrowed from Richard Kay, had malfunctioned. Undaunted, soon after Smith left the Priory she invited him to Kensington Palace, where he repeated his narrative for 30 minutes, directly into the same recorder. He then added a twist. He described seeing Fawcett in bed with Charles in the midst of a sexual act. At 3 a.m., Smith was driven home. Diana locked the tapes in a large mahogany box and hid the key. Up to that point, most of those in Shackleton's office were aware of Smith's account. What happened afterwards, once Diana had the tapes, was known at the time to Shackleton, but not to either the police or O'Kane until later. Soon after the meeting with Smith, with Paul Burrell apparently standing at her side, Diana called Charles. After describing Smith's allegations, she urged him to dismiss Fawcett, whom she had never liked. "Charles, are you listening to me?" she asked. "This man is a monster." According to Burrell, Charles urged her not to listen to staff tittle-tattle. Despite his concern, Charles disliked Smith, and overwhelmingly trusted Fawcett. Royal courts, the prince knew, attracted a certain kind of man who enjoyed the theatricality and pomp of the monarchy. Dedicated flatterers, they were comfortable in unreformed and unaccountable palaces. One aspect of their employment was the gay scene in Buckingham Palace's servants' quarters, but although some considered it debasing and predatory, employees generally chose either to participate or to leave. In that world, Burrell had been seen by some men as a trophy, but his wife Maria seized an opportunity to escape the situation by moving to Highgrove. There Burrell met Fawcett. In Diana's bullied Smith, or something similar. As for the alleged rape, he gave Bolland the firm impression that he did not really believe Smith, although occasionally he changed his mind. The mood was different in Kensington Palace. The tapes had become Diana's nuclear weapon, reckoned Patrick Jeffson, who judged Smith to be a decent, nice man who was naive and easy to exploit. One of Diana's virtues, he believed, was seeing through liars. She could suss truth and danger whereas the Windsors could not read people. By contrast, Michael Gibbons, the accountant promoted to be Jeffson's successor as Diana's private secretary, considered Smith incoherent and unreliable. In the peculiar world of Kensington Palace, Gibbons concluded, hearsay was being treated as if it were fact, so everyone believed Smith. While in St. James's, where no one in Charles's camp believed the valet, facts were turned into hearsay. The tapes were just one of many battlegrounds between the two palaces. At the heart of most of these clashes was Michael Fawcett. He did have a hold over Charles, observed Robert Higdon, but it wasn't sexual. Fawcett is asexual, and Smith's accusation was bullshit. Bolland agreed that Fawcett was no rapist, but felt that his fate was entwined with that of Burrell, who had become Diana's weapon in the war between the two factions. Among Burrell's skills was his ability to use and misuse the court's highest value currency, information. Both Jeffson and Gibbons believed that Burrell had devoured Diana's secrets, not least by reading letters and documents in her desk. Once he became the secret conduit into Kensington Palace for her lovers, the Faustian pact with Diana precluded his removal. Her dependence upon Burrell mirrored Charles's on Fawcett. Charles's motives were complicated. Back in 1996, Smith's allegations had surfaced at the worst moment in the prince's life. In the aftermath of Squidgygate, a tape of a bugged conversation between Diana and her secret lover, Camilla Gate, the Dimbleby and Morton books, Diana's Panorama interview and so much more, he suspected his former wife of using a vulnerable man to invent a story just to cause him trouble. He feared that Smith, egged on by Diana, would repeat his allegations to the media. Diana has been interfering and visiting George Smith, Shackleton had noted after a conversation with Charles. More bad publicity was his worst nightmare, so he had asked Richard Aylard to investigate. The result was unambiguous. Smith told Aylard that he did not want to make a complaint, while Fawcett vehemently denied disarray. Charles relied upon Shackleton. After several conversations with Smith, she told Charles that there may be truth in some of the allegations, because, she added, there is no smoke without fire. However, on the basis of Aylard's investigation, she advised that there was no need to inform the police about what Smith had said, even though the palace needed to establish the truth about his very serious claims. Without a criminal expert in Charles's office, Shackleton's judgment produced a convenient solution. Everyone at St. James's Palace agreed to disbelieve Smith and deny a rape had occurred. In a crisis, perceptions counted. On Charles's instructions, Lamport also sought to avoid a proper investigation. Weeks later, the crisis flared up again. Smith's mental condition had deteriorated, and Charles decided he should resign. Taking instructions from her employer, Shackleton made a note that Smith should depart, without explosion. Before Shackleton visited his home to discuss a redundancy payment, independent solicitors, paid for by Charles, were retained to advise Smith. A note by a colleague records Shackleton saying before her visit, "I'll tell him that if he brings it into the open, then we look versus heavily into his background etc. Ruin chances of getting another job." During her visit, she offered him £38,000, a generous amount, on condition of his silence. Smith took the money, and soon found a new job. Over the following months, neither Diana nor Charles would be sure whether Shackleton fully understood everything that had happened. Diana would insist that she was not blackmailing Charles, but was only seeking to destroy Fawcett. She had told Bolland that she and Charles had discussed the gay staff employed in the palaces, and that both enjoyed identifying who was in a relationship with whom, and speculating about the sex below stairs. Both were intrigued by homosexual practices. Whether Shackleton, who did not share their enthusiasm, understood those bizarre dynamics was debatable. Some would later say that she was out of her depth. Briefed by O'Kane, David Calvert Smith had referred his concerns to Lord Williams of Mostyn, the Attorney General, who in turn spoke to Jeremy Haywood, Tony Blair's principal private secretary. What had started with the theft of 2 small ornaments had reached the Prime Minister and the Queen's private secretary. Since the alleged rape was a separate crime, Commander John Yates, de Brunner's superior officer and in overall charge of the Burrell investigation, assigned the case to another team under Detective Superintendent Steve Gwilliam and Detective Sergeant Mark Hodges. They would follow Burrell onto the cruise ship the QE2, where he gave lectures about his life as a royal valet and promoted his book Entertaining with Style. He was questioned about the missing contents of the mahogany box, and especially the rape tapes. He professed complete ignorance. By then his denial had been contradicted by Ken Wharf, for 6 years Diana's protection officer and still a serving policeman. On the 2nd of May, Shackleton, by this time much concerned, called O'Kane. The CPS's note of the meeting in her office, she protested, was incomplete. The references to the rape, she said, ignored her explanation that in distressing circumstances she had been compensating the victim of a crime. During that call and a subsequent conversation about Burrell, she added, according to the police record, Charles doesn't want to prosecute and wants it all to go away. It must be stopped. Some of those directly involved in the case would judge that Shackleton was well-meaning but at times too sure of herself. Others thought she was panicking. Following her call to O'Kane, he in turn phoned de Brunner and told her of the conversation. In her notes about the call, made at the time, de Brunner wrote, Prince Charles didn't want to prosecute and wanted it all to go away and be stopped. 2 years later, O'Kane could not remember speaking to Shackleton after their meeting on the 30th of April, or, by implication, reporting the conversation to de Brunner. On the same day, the CPS's case against Burrell became more assured. Included in the police haul from his house were 2 china plates which Sir Hugh Roberts, a curator of the Royal Collection, confirmed were from the collection. As Burrell would have known, nothing from there could have been gifted away. More plates from the collection would later be found under a sofa in Graham Burrell's home during a police raid. A watercolor by Charles was also recovered, stashed in Graham Burrell's attic. The suspicions snowballed after the police watched 6 videos found in Paul Burrell's house. They featured Diana talking about the most intimate details of her relationship with the royal family, her sex life with Charles, and her affair with the police protection officer Barry Menachie. They had been recorded by Peter Setlin, a speech coach hired by Diana in 1992 to improve her self-confidence in public. Pertinently, when soon after her death Setlin had asked for the return of not 6 but 16 tapes, Michael Gibbons had replied, I am advised by Mr. Burrell that he has been unable to trace them. Yet on the day of this latest police raid, Milburn had asked Burrell about the tapes, meaning the rape tapes. What tape? Burrell had said, and denied possessing any such thing. The police could only guess at the hundreds she had written to Harry. In the memorabilia market, letters to William, the heir to the throne, were valuable, those to Harry less so. The investigators drew one conclusion. Burrell's defense that he was holding William's cards to protect them from destruction by Diana's executors was questionable. Sarah McCorquodale was unlikely to shred a mother's letters to her son, and William had clearly not given them to Burrell. In early July, de Brunner and Milburn flew to New York, Florida and San Francisco to search for evidence of any sales of Diana's possessions by Harold Brown and Burrell. The trip had been sparked by an informant in London. Jan Havlik, the Spink dealer, had claimed that Brown had certainly sold some of Diana's items in New York, and speculated that Brown and Burrell did this sort of thing together. Another informant had suggested that Burrell and his brother had flown, at least 10 times to America for exactly that purpose. Burrell had refused to comment about his trips. A later investigation showed that he had criss-crossed the Atlantic to give lectures and promote his book. The 2 British officers met Jane Kerr and Dr. Will Swift, dealers who were actively selling royal memorabilia. Swift's company, HRH Photographs, had dealt with Brown, but not with Burrell. The police returned to London disappointed. Another object of their visit had been to find out whether the FBI would help the investigation, but the FBI's input was limited, and without their influence Burrell's friends in America could not be persuaded to say anything. In the middle of what had become a global investigation, any police pessimism was offset by the discovery that in 1999 Burrell had taken 2 diamonds to be remodeled as cufflinks. He had told the jeweler that they were a present from Diana, an explanation that could not be disproved. Equally intriguing, the police had also obtained a statement from Gregory Peed, a gay Australian living near Surfers Paradise on Queensland's Gold Coast, who described his close sexual relationship with Burrell before the butler's marriage, and handed over 40 letters from his ex-lover describing intimacies in the palace. Since the early 1980s, said Pede, Burrell had given him various objects taken from Kensington Palace. The butler's secret yet profligate homosexuality further complicated the investigation. Darren McGrady, Diana's chef, had called him Barrack Room Bertha because of his frequent affairs with guardsmen. By any measure, the circumstances facing the prosecutor were unusual. By then, Burrell's lawyers had given the police a psychiatrist's report. Following a session with their client, his homosexuality was not mentioned, nor was anyone alerted to the psychiatrist's of any property. It was a vital omission, but easy to miss. Threads of evidence spread in all directions, and some were not being woven together, even by Burrell's lawyers. Andrew Shaw was visibly destabilized after Milburn showed him Burrell's love letters. The solicitor appeared to the police officer, shocked and surprised. At the same time, the police were becoming more confident about their investigation. In a telephone call to De Brunner on 19 July 2001, Inspector Ken Worf repeated what he said was the latest gossip. The rape did happen, and Burrell was putting pressure on St. James's Palace not to prosecute by mentioning the tapes, which he has got. De Brunner recorded the policeman's message in writing. The call coincided with Alex Carlyle and Andrew Shaw meeting Shackleton and Robert Seabrook. Burrell's two lawyers issued a warning. The police investigation should be stopped, to avoid their client embarrassing the royal family. If Burrell were prosecuted, he would have to describe from the witness box not only details of Diana's sexual life, but also quote letters from Prince Philip allegedly threatening Diana, although no one besides Burrell and Prince Philip knew the contents of these letters. "We hope we can get all this sorted out," Bolland told Higdon, "so Charles and Camilla can get married." Single quote. At this point, the CPS and the police planned a victims consultation meeting, in order to obtain the direct approval of Charles, Prince William and Sarah McCorquodale to prosecute Burrell. In anticipation of a police visit to Highgrove, Charles appealed to Bolland. "Mark, this is crazy. You must do something." The prince was willing to approve anything to avert a trial, especially with William a potential witness. The ideal solution, Bolland agreed, was for Burrell to return all the property and avoid a trial. He simply knew too much that could harm the Prince of Wales, so the errant butler needed protection. A meeting was arranged through the journalist Richard Kay, by then Burrell's trusted confidant. It was set for the afternoon of the 24th of July at Ball's Bar in St. Martin's Lane in London, but at the last moment, nervous about being compromised, Bolland was reluctant to turn up. Kay pleaded with him, "You must understand that Paul didn't steal anything. The police," he said, "had underestimated Diana's generosity towards Burrell. They're missing a trick about royal largesse to their staff." Persuaded to keep the appointment, Bolland intended to encourage the butler's belief that Charles cared about him. That proved unexpectedly easy. Over coffee, Burrell told Bolland, "I'm sorry." He wanted to let Charles know that he would return the property, but to tell him so in person. Pass on the message. Throughout, he was appalled by Burrell's creepy manner. The royal staff, he thought, were a slimy, weird group with odd relationships. He ended the encounter after 25 minutes, and duly reported back to Charles that the butler wanted a big hug and an offer of a job at Balmoral. "He doesn't want to be cast out." Single quote. "He doesn't want to be cast out," repeated the prince thoughtfully. One truth occurred to Bolland. No one cares whether Burrell is guilty or not. Charles's fear was the butler's knowledge of Diana's reported drug abuse. Would he dare describe in court her use of cocaine, or would he disclose something worse, like the tapes? The combination of sex, drugs and thefts was also grubby. "Let's have a meeting with him," Charles decided. Bolland arranged the encounter between the prince and Burrell for the early evening of the 3rd of August at the house of Amanda Hornby, the widow of Charles Hornby, a controversial businessman who lived in Tetbury, a short distance from Highgrove. Charles had already agreed for the police to visit Highgrove earlier the same day. In anticipation of the victims' briefing, Commander Yates had spoken to Shackleton and Seabrook on the 31st of July. Yates arrived with the purpose of securing their support, and therefore Charles's, for a prosecution. In the two lawyers' opinion, he kept his cards close to his chest, openly admitting that he feared that any information given to Charles would be leaked to the media by Bolland. "Everyone has it in for Mark," Charles exclaimed when he learned this. The police, he believed, were being self-important. Yates's take was more generous. In his opinion, Shackleton was charming, sought to please everyone, and told him what he wanted to hear. The facts that Yates used to describe the results so far had been prepared with De Brunner's help and signed off by Assistant Commissioner David Vaness, an experienced Scotland Yard troubleshooter noted for his loyalty towards the monarchy. Knowing that he would be addressing the future king, Yates believed that he should be particularly careful. His intentions backfired. In the aftermath of their conversation, Seabrook and Yates disagreed about what had been said. Seabrook recalled Yates confidently asserting that large quantities of items had been sold abroad and there was compelling evidence that there had been a big shift in Mr. Burrell's standard of living, including the acquisition of 2 properties. As a result, there was a strong case against Burrell. Contradicting this, Yates recalled that he had emphasized that he was optimistic that the police would find evidence of foreign sale. At lunchtime on the 3rd of August, Burrell was driving south from Cheshire. In the serpentine arrangements demanded by Charles, Richard Kay was waiting in Cirencester to take Burrell to the Snooty Fox pub in Tetbury, where they would wait until told to drive to Amanda Hornby's house. At that same moment, at Highgrove, Mark Bolland became suspicious. "The police know about the meeting," he warned Charles. He suspected the informant was a police protection officer who he felt was loyal to the police rather than to Charles, not least because he had a difficult relationship with the prince. "There was no alternative," said Bolland. "The meeting should be cancelled." Charles agreed. Yates, De Brunner and O'Kane arrived at Highgrove at 3 p.m. There was a tense relationship between Yates and De Brunner, not least because Yates had previously always served as a uniformed officer, and lacked any relevant investigatory experience as a detective. The visitors were given a briefing about etiquette. Everyone was to stand in line for the formal introduction. Initially Charles was to be addressed as "Your Royal Highness," thereafter as "Sir." As they were climbing the stairs to the first floor, the police met a casually dressed young man chewing gum. "Prince William. All right?" he asked easily. 2 Jack Russells padded along the corridor. Charles had once been asked whether he was not part of a Corgi family. "I can't stand them," he replied. He now came down the stairs somewhat disheveled. "Sorry we're late," he said. "I couldn't get Harry out of bed." The normal parents' problems. Single quote. Formality further disappeared as the heir to the throne, sitting in an armchair, described his polo ponies being prepared for that afternoon's match at Cirencester. William smiled but said nothing. Nearby a palace official took notes, while Bolland, Shackleton and Seabrook sat in the background. The atmosphere seemed unreal. The royals, the visitors understood, were not a whit put off by having 2 investigating officers in their home. Charles had prepared himself to speak as if he were not unduly worried by anything Diana's former butler might have done, so as to persuade William that he should agree that any prosecution should be abandoned. "Does this really matter?" he was intending to ask. He assumed that Burrell, like all the royal butlers, pocketed odd items without anyone complaining, and received gifts as part of the compensation for his poor pay. "Yes, some items may have been pilfered," he would say, "but just how serious is it?" Not very. That attitude, he hoped, would not be seen as interfering, but would place the police in a difficult position. It was not within their remit to, although he knew that the subterfuge about his personal relationships had cost him public trust, he occasionally behaved as an absolute monarch for whom truth appeared irrelevant. Charles was not, as Bolland knew, a terribly strong person. He lacks a lot of confidence and he does not have a lot of self-belief. He doesn't have a lot of inner strength. It's one of the very sweet and lovely things about him that he's a humble man. Yet now everything depended on Charles maneuvering around the police and prosecutors. Yates spoke from a prepared 17-point script, all on a single page. Drafted to prevent Charles saying anything that might cause him to become a witness in a court case. But as he listed the items seized from Burrell's home, Charles exclaimed, "He's taken the lot." Behind him, Bolland was equally surprised at the revelation that the butler's pickings had been, on an industrial scale, over 2,000 items. Yates continued. The police are in a position to evidence large quantities of items which have been sold abroad. He mentioned in particular Harold Brown, who by this stage had been charged with the theft of the model Dow. The police also had a statement from Will Swift that he had bought royal items from Brown. But Yates did not tell Charles that they had no independent confirmation that Burrell had ordered Brown to sell the Dow, nor any evidence that the butler had sold any royal possessions. He could barely say there was intelligence, or information, about Burrell's sales, and certainly he could not say there was evidence. As a layman, Charles would not have recognized the distinction, but his lawyers did. The prince would later insist that Yates's briefing had strongly influenced his decision to agree to prosecute. His recollection, highlighted in a subsequent internal report, would be used by the palace to disparage the police for deceiving Charles into believing that the case against Burrell was strong. As always, each assertion could be persuasively contradicted. Any sales of Diana's possessions were not crucial to the prosecution. Burrell had lied to Detective Sergeant Milburn when the police arrived at his home. He had refused to return all the items they had found, and the prosecutor would claim that he had shown an intent to steal by having failed to tell anyone for 3 years about his possession of the royal family's intimate belongings. And there was another complication. Burrell's lifestyle and finances, said Yates, had altered drastically after Diana's death. Before her fatal accident, the butler's bank account was overdrawn and showed little activity. However, soon after, a large movement of funds had passed through his account. Yates left the impression that since Diana's death, Burrell had acquired 2 houses, Yates said. This was not an accurate description. He had in fact bought a new house before selling his old home, and had arranged a bridging loan. That police error was compounded by Yates telling Charles about Louis Munday's photograph, which showed, said the officer, that a butler was wearing Diana's clothes. Charles presumed that by a butler, Yates meant Burrell. In reality the photo was of Timothy Bowyer, who had been smuggled into Kensington Palace in 1998 by Harold Brown and allowed to take away a hat and a dress of Diana's, and had posed in them at a New Year's Eve party in New York. By then Monday had sold the photograph to the Mail on Sunday. Yates did not say Burrell, but nor did he identify Bowyer. He was to say later that he was unaware of Charles's mistaken belief that it was Burrell in Diana's clothes. At the end of his presentation, Yates asked Charles whether he would support a prosecution. If the case were dropped, he said, the police would find it difficult to restore the property found in Burrell's house. This is terrible, appalling behavior, murmured Charles, without disguising his wish both that everything should be returned and that the prosecution should disappear. We mustn't meet Burrell, he said. By the end of the interview, he appeared to support the police. We've got no alternative, he sighed. William also appeared uncomfortable. He had arrived worried about any disclosures about his mother but wishing to protect Burrell, whom he had known well. His mood changed as Yates spoke. Noticeably, he also patted his father, urging him to calm down. Before leaving, presumably alerted by Charles's protection officer, Yates asked Charles not to have any contact with Burrell, though he did not mention that he knew a meeting had been planned. After the police left, Charles and William were visibly upset. Both believed Yates had described Burrell wearing Diana's clothes in order to help him sell them. "We were horrified and disgusted," recalled Bolland. William moved from being concerned about Burrell, he thought the police were against him, to being worried about what Burrell would say about his mother. The meeting had changed his view. Single quote. Protecting Diana's reputation was only part of Charles's agenda. His priority was to protect William and himself. Somehow he had to get Burrell to return all the property and persuade Sarah McCorquodale to drop the prosecution. That was unlikely. She appeared unconcerned about any fallout, and her anger would be assuaged. As the prince set off to play polo, Burrell was still on his way south from Cheshire, unaware that his journey was now pointless. At the same time, Yates and de Brunner were driving back to London in a mixed mood. Yates was delighted to have secured the prince's support, while de Brunner remained uncertain about what she called the politics. Back at Highgrove, Bolland was briefing Richard Kay on the telephone about the police's presentation. "It's just not true," responded Kay, still convinced that the butler was not a thief. 1 hour after the polo game started, Charles fell heavily and was taken to hospital with a severely injured arm. In a second phone call, Bolland mentioned the injury to Kay as the reason the meeting had to be cancelled. At the polo ground, Robert Higdon saw Michael Fawcett, running mad. Because Charles's team was sponsored by Porcelanosa, the Spanish tile manufacturer, and there was no prince. At Fawcett's behest, William stepped in to take his father's place as the host of a dinner for Manuel Calanques, Porcelanosa's owner, and the company's 100 guests. Among them was the supermodel Claudia Schiffer, paid to be present. Shots of the meal, taken by Porcelanosa's photographer, appeared in Hola. "They paid more than money," Bolland told Higdon cryptically. 5 days later, Detective Sergeant Milburn arrived at St. James's Palace to meet Bolland. In the wake of the conclave at Highgrove, the same protection officer who had passed on the news of Charles's planned meeting with Burrell had warned Milburn that Bolland was speaking to News of the World editor Rebecca Wade, and was dangerous. Milburn feared that Bolland might also have recounted Yates's briefing to the wary butler. To cap the yard's disquiet, the Daily Mail had reported the cancelled meeting between Charles and Burrell. "You've got to play these people carefully," an officer observed, without irony. Disputes about the truth were common currency for the police, but the complications in this case were off the scale. Milburn confronted Bolland, with Shackleton listening. "Have you met Burrell?" he asked. "Yes, I have," replied Bolland. His admission confirmed Milburn's suspicion that Bolland was Charles's agent of sabotage to ensure that no prosecution took place. The policeman asked him to sign a formal statement as a potential prosecution witness, which would legally prevent him from further contact with the suspect. Shackleton looked surprised. Like the CPS, she could no longer broker a deal between Charles and his client. For his part, Bolland was relieved to be excluded. In theory, constitutional machinery exists to protect the heir to the throne from exposure to dangerous situations, yet Shackleton, Bolland and Lamport all lacked the specific skills that in 1937 Edward VIII's advisor Walter Monckton had deployed during the abdication crisis. Imperfectly guided, Charles was left hanging. If Sarah McCorquodale agreed not to prosecute, Burrell would be free to sell not only the possessions seized by the police, but also those that were still in his house. If she refused to cooperate, Charles could not be seen to interfere with any future prosecution. Faced with this dilemma, he was dependent on the advice of Shackleton and, more importantly, on Lamport and Bolland. But relations between the prince, Shackleton and Bolland were being poisoned by mistrust. In particular, Shackleton's attitude troubled Bolland. While he and Charles wanted the prosecution stopped, she seemed to waver. Many of her comments, particularly about Boland's personal lifestyle, had been unhelpful, and this influenced his view of her. They could no longer rely on the lawyer, he told Charles. The focus was on Stephen Lamport. At the best of times, courtiers under pressure are not good administrators, and he now stepped back from applying any pressure to convince his royal employer about possible dangers. The three advisors might consult and discuss, but they offered no unequivocal recommendation on how to negotiate with the CPS. Constitutionally, Lamport bore the blame for the incoherence, because as private secretary he was responsible for the management of Charles's affairs. All the trust had broken down, recalled Boland. There was chaos. Lamport was weak and tired, Shackleton ambitious to retain her position, Buckingham Palace disconnected, and I was out of control. We weren't on the same page. Everyone had a different agenda. Boland's official job was to care for Camilla, while Shackleton wanted to defend Charles, his sons and Diana's reputation. We were all to blame for the drift towards a trial that everyone wanted to stop. It was a mess. Officially Charles had to support the CPS's charge that Burrell had stolen the items. Prosecuting Burrell depended upon the CPS. To support the prosecution, Michael O'Kane could rely upon Lamport's signed statement that no one was authorized to take Charles's possessions, namely his family photographs and watercolors. O'Kane had decided that there was sufficient evidence to arrived there with Andrew Shaw on the 18th of August. By then he was heading towards a nervous breakdown, and was taking medication to mitigate his depression. In an attempt to avert prosecution, Shaw gave the police a 39-page statement signed by his client. The first part described the reason for Burrell's possession of each of the 310 items formally identified as stolen. Providing this information was difficult because, Shaw argued, after a shoddy investigation, the police list was inaccurate. As an example he cited a straw hat, allegedly owned by Diana, which Maria Burrell said she could prove she had bought at Marks & Spencer. Shaw expected both the police and the CPS to study the statement for 1 month, and then to decide to abandon the case. In the second part of the document, Burrell described his close relationship with Diana, how he would smuggle her boyfriends into Kensington Palace, how he would cancel public engagements so she could stay with her lovers, how he provided meals for the princess and her lover of the moment, and he further hinted that he would tell what he knew about Diana's nocturnal visits around Paddington to persuade prostitutes to give up their trade by plying them with gifts. The threat was obvious, concluded Edmund Lawson QC, the legal advisor subsequently retained by Charles to investigate the affair. Unpalatable to the royals was Roger Milburn's conclusion after reading the statement, which was relevant to Burrell's defense but also clearly amounted to a threat. If Burrell described Diana's sex life as part of his testimony at trial, Charles and the monarchy would be seriously harmed. Yet nothing in his statement undermined the charge of theft. Burrell was then questioned formally by Milburn. During that recorded interview, he claimed that the items found in his house should be seen either as gifts, taken by mistake, or handed over to him to be destroyed. Once again, he did not offer to return anything. He had been prompted to take Diana's papers, he said, after watching the shredding of her archives by Sarah McCorquodale and Francis Shand Kidd. In particular, he did not state on whose authority he was safekeeping Diana's letters to William or the family photographs. There was no mention of any conversation with Diana's executors, her sons or the Queen. Burrell's statement had been passed on to the CPS, and Michael O'Kane read it at the same time as Burrell was being interviewed. At 2:40 p.m. after hearing from Milburn that Burrell had not offered any new information, O'Kane ordered that he should be charged with 3 counts of theft. I was genuinely shocked that he was charged on that day, said Andrew Shaw about what he believed would be a trophy trial for the police, who appeared to be unconcerned about any repercussions for the royal family. I couldn't understand why they didn't spend more time considering an invest. Brunner asked for Burrell to be remanded in custody. Shaw realized that he was dealing with hard-nosed police officers. There's a line in the sand and you're on the other side of it. The only light moment was when he smelt de Brunner's perfume. You're using escape, he said, laughing. To his surprise, de Brunner was not amused. 1 month later, Shaw wrote to Charles asking for an audience so he could explain the extreme delicacy of the situation, should Burrell testify. The letter was given to Shackleton, after which he heard nothing. Dissatisfied, he sent further warnings about Burrell's intention to speak about events of extreme delicacy and matters of a very private nature, and how his enjoyment of Diana's intimate trust would require close examination at trial. Shackleton consulted with Robert Seabrook, and together they assumed that Burrell would testify about Diana's affairs, Charles's relationships with both Diana and Camilla, and possibly mention the contents of the faded mahogany box. They could not make a judgment about the embarrassment value of Prince Philip's letters to Diana, as no one on the prosecution side had seen them. Unknown to everyone, Burrell had copied Philip's letters and sent the duplicates to a friend in America. Unknown to the police, Diana had shown the originals to several members of her circle before they were temporarily stored in the Brazilian ambassador's safe by his wife, one of her close friends. Thereafter, they were placed in the mahogany box. Long after the trial was over, the letters were revealed to be no more than affectionate messages. Burrell also possessed a letter from Diana sent to him in October 1993, 10 months after her separation from Charles was announced. It stated, "My husband is planning an accident in my car, brake failure or some serious head injury, in order to make the path clear for him to marry Tiggy Legg Burke, her son's nanny. Camilla is nothing more than a decoy, so we are being used by the man in every sense of the word." The embarrassment if Burrell was allowed onto the witness stand had been ratcheted up another notch. Not least because in her wild imaginings Diana had openly alleged to Tiggy Legg Burke at a party in December 1995 that the nanny had aborted Charles's child, which was grossly untrue. Potentially, the most damaging of all these threats was still the rape tapes. Although Charles did not know whether Burrell had told his lawyers about them. There was another person to consider. William Boyce, recently named as Crown Prosecutor. The appointment was unexpected. Prosecutor adamantly refused to speak to Robert Seabrook or any other lawyer representing the different players. That unusual decision prevented Charles from knowing whether Boyce intended to allow the tapes to be admitted in evidence. His silence bewildered and frustrated the other lawyers. Seabrook could not guarantee that Boyce would ask the trial judge to decide that the rape scandal was irrelevant, nor could Charles know whether the judge would decide that the rape tapes, and so much else about Diana in Burrell's statement, was being presented to bamboozle the jury or cause embarrassment. The unknowns gnawed at Charles, the more so as he lacked control over his own destiny. On his lawyer's advice, he chose not to respond to Shaw's latest approach. This provoked Burrell's lawyer to threaten to summon the prince as a witness. When that suggestion was also rebuffed, Shaw presented Shackleton with a potentially devastating allegation. To justify the prosecution, he said, the police had misrepresented the evidence at Highgrove. Yates, he submitted, had wrongly claimed that Burrell had sold items in America, and had further deliberately deceived Charles and William by suggesting that Burrell was the man photographed in Diana's clothes. He based his allegations on Yates's own note used at the meeting. Far from being over, the whole sorry story had just got worse. Based on O'Kane's notes, Michael Peet would report that McCorkadale was the first person to use the word rape. Peet report, pp.35. 40-46. Both police officers insist it was Shackleton. Smith would later deny that ALR 12. A struggle for power. Towards the end of 2001, Robin Yonrin, with the Queen's support, persuaded Michael Peet, the keeper of the Privy Purse, to replace Stephen Lamport as Charles's private secretary. Although Peet's range of conversation was limited and his manner slightly robotic, his successful reorganization of the Queen's finances had won plaudits. Charles's instinctive resistance to his nomination was largely dissipated by David Airlie, whom he trusted. The Queen's motives were understood in both palaces and in Downing Street. Peet was tasked to bring order to Charles's world. In the Queen's opinion, the collection of advisors around her son, still empowered by their knowledge of secrets about his faltering marriage, needed to be removed. Unfortunately, Charles had been persuaded by the Queen Mother to trust these people, but in the hysteria since his marriage collapsed, too many had become privy to confidences, and hence unduly powerful. Even Lamport acknowledged that he was overstretched. Others would say that the emollient official was out of his depth, especially in his handling of Bolland, who reported directly to Charles and Camilla. "He never did anything right for me in 8 years," Charles said ungenerously of the loyal retainer who had never failed to bow. The prince's scheming courtiers subsequently mentioned that Lamport's exit was helped by Fred Goodwin, the chief executive of the Royal Bank of Scotland, who had made a job available for him not long before he began steering RBS into bankruptcy. Peet's qualifications for his new post were mixed. At Buckingham Palace he had cultivated a parsimonious image by cycling to work. He had removed the minor royals from the civil list and reduced the monarchy's costs by 50% in real terms over just 5 years. The media headlines praising his financial acumen had sealed his reputation as a modernizer. Educated at Eton and Oxford, he had surpassed both his father and grandfather, who had been merely auditors of the Privy Purse, and proved that he was not just a good accountant. He had mastered Buckingham Palace's sensitive tax affairs, negotiating adroitly with Tony Blair and Gordon Brown about the civil list, and delivered an assured performance in front of the House of Commons Public Accounts Committee. But his critics were skeptical. In the opinion of one prominent courtier, Peet was a fiddler, a cunning accountant who can dress things up. Others, like Patrick Jeffson, believed that he had fortuitously secured an apartment in Kensington Palace that had been expensively refurbished and filled with paintings and antiques selected from the royal collection. His weekly rent was a mere £880, including gardeners and maintenance. Although that was more than Prince and Princess Michael of Kent's weekly rent of £67 for a 16-room flat, it was still far less than the market rate of approximately £4,000 per week. In 1996, soon after arriving in Kensington Palace, Peet had asked Jeffson whether Diana would agree for his wife to exercise her dog in the courtyard, to avoid the less convenient trip to Kensington Park. No, he was surprised to be told. Diana's reason was her dislike of the social ambitions of Peet's wife. Peet's own aspirations had spurred his move 5 years later. Activity at Buckingham Palace, he saw, was declining. Power was gradually shifting to Charles's court. The promise of political influence alongside an active heir was attractive for a slightly bored accountant. When the Queen died, he believed, he would be in the right place. Those ambitions disturbed some officials in Buckingham Palace and Whitehall. Their suspicions were fueled by the cost-cutter's arrival on his first day at St. James's Palace in a new claret Bentley Arnage worth £165,000. Most assumed Peet owned the car, but in fact he had arranged a 3-month loan of it. Even so, there was bewilderment about what he was trying to prove. To Charles, Peet's self-confidence was a positive. With some private wealth, the accountant had sufficient privilege to pledge independent loyalty. An added attraction was his commitment to improve the Duchy of Cornwall's income. David Lansdale, the existing land agent, in charge of the duchy's commercial properties and farms of about 120,000 acres, had not radically reformed their management. Peet intended to recruit an agent from Savills to increase the rents and produce more income from investments. These would finance Charles's increasingly expensive lifestyle. To those few Whitehall officials who understood St. James's Palace, Pete was the wrong appointment. Without the experience of a civil servant, the Foreign Office was particularly useful. They doubted whether he understood the difference between accountancy and giving advice based on a deep grasp of constitutional and political history. He was undoubtedly reliable and decent, but there was no evidence that he was astute or imaginative enough to guide an activist prince. After all, Whitehall's masters, that exchange was purely theatrical. Charles wanted an adept servant who would follow his orders, regardless of his own independent judgment. Pete's first task immediately challenged his new employer. On the Queen's behalf, Robin Yanran wanted Bolland controlled or, better still, got rid of. "You're too divisive," he had told Bolland, "and you're too much in the spotlight." To remain in the palace, Bolland understood, would require reinvention of his role. That was achievable in theory, but impossible in reality. Every day and every night, Charles telephoned him with new demands, and after nearly 5 years Bolland's personal relationships were suffering from the pressure. Pete's arrival was an opportunity for him to disengage. Only Camilla's fear of her vulnerability delayed his departure. Both she and Charles still relied on him to steer them clear of dangers and ultimately towards marriage. Pete was keen for Bolland to leave, although neither he nor Yanran fully understood that the initiative for his ingenious maneuvers often originated from Charles and Camilla, and were certainly approved by both. Moreover, Bolland was skilled in arts quite foreign to the two courtiers, not least in firefighting. Not all his ideas to steer the tabloid newspapers away from exposing embarrassments had been successful. On one occasion, Camilla had walked away after a car crash, unwittingly abandoning the woman driver of the other car. He had also been helpless when 17-year-old Harry confessed to smoking cannabis with girls in Highgrove's cellar, an incident leaked to the news of the world, which led to the headline, "Harry's Drug Shame," but he did manage to turn that scandal into praise for Charles's behavior. "Today we commend the refreshing courage and honesty of the Prince of Wales," sermonized the paper, adding sympathetically, "As a shining and enviable example of wisdom, he emerges as a modern king in the making." Bolland had negotiated a deal in which the news of the world agreed to conceal Charles's failure to spend sufficient time with his vulnerable son. "There is no point in hiding the truth," the worried father told the paper, without irony. Bolland was not surprised by Pete's appointment. "We went too far. Sometimes," he admitted. His deals on Charles's behalf had alienated purists like Charles Moore, the Daily Telegraph's editor, a permanent critic. Moore preferred to ignore Charles and Camilla's support for their spin doctor, just as he apparently preferred to forget that his refusal, in 2000, to share photographs of William's trip to South America with other newspapers would lead Sandy Henney, Charles's deputy press secretary. At the outset, Charles, Camilla and Bolland accepted Pete as an alternative to Lamport. The mood changed after the new consigliere introduced himself at the outset of the long transition. "I must control every aspect of this organization," he told his staff. "There can be no vacuum. I must be in every space." His insistence on total control changed Bolland's attitude. Pete was going to be difficult to work for, he concluded. His initial views were wrong. "I could see that we would go through a lot of pain and difficulty before he got to the right place." Bolland again offered his resignation, and was again urged to stay. Both Charles and Camilla had every reason to cling to their oft-time savior. A succession of celebrity dinners promoted by Bolland was strengthening their position. In March 2001, Camilla had hosted a dinner for 80 at St. James's Palace to celebrate the 25th anniversary of the Prince's Trust. The presence of Mick Jagger, Jerry Halliwell, Elton John, Sting and Joanna Lumley guaranteed copious headlines. 2 months later, Bolland generated more publicity for a dinner at Buckingham Palace hosted by Charles and Camilla to raise money for the Samaritans. That night the Queen was in the building. There was no stipulation about where Camilla should sit. 5 weeks later, Robert Higden arranged for 120 super-rich American supporters of the Prince of Wales's charitable foundation to be hosted in Buckingham Palace's picture gallery. Charles's favorite billionaires and other celebrities including Lily Safra, Betsy Bloomingdale, Blaine Trump, the future U.S. President's sister-in-law, Lynn Wyatt, Patty Hearst, Joan Rivers and Shirley Lord milled around the smiling prince as Vanity Fair recorded the scenes. Once again Fawcett had invited the Turkish tycoon Cem Uzun, lauded by the magazine for owning 3 yachts, 2 helicopters and flying in on his own Boeing 747. Unmentioned in any of the press coverage was a new investigation in America into Uzun's possible racketeering after a complaint by 2 companies seeking the return of $2.7 billion. Despite that irritation, Uzun's £200,000 contribution again secured Fawcett's agreement for his wife to sit next to Charles at the dinner. The following day, the entire group traveled across to Highgrove to join another 200 guests including aristocrats, actors and rich C-list celebrities for dinner in the Orchard Room, a large ballroom built by Charles near the house, where they were entertained by Shirley Bassey and Joan Rivers. In his speech of welcome, Charles thanked Fawcett for creating such a fantastic evening. Some minutes later, Higden was found hysterical in the garden. Charles called them donors and it should be friends, he wailed. They think they're his friends. I'm so embarrassed. Single quote. Those 2 parties on consecutive days would contribute $3 million. Charles's charitable foundation, a spokesman announced. The exaggeration could not pass unchallenged. The published accounts showed that in 2001 Robert Higden had raised $2,622,981 for the foundation and distributed $1,912,273, less than half the sum claimed. His administrative costs and salary were $716,000, an unusually high amount, leading to renewed friction with the prince. Charles and I had a dysfunctional relationship, recalled Higden. He would phone on Thanksgiving and Sundays, which was disturbing. But we did laugh a lot. But Charles never said thank you. Yet after one particularly awkward moment Camilla told him, "You can never leave him. He couldn't do without you." Single quote. 2 days after the double bean feast, photographers were summoned to a reception at Somerset House for 500 guests to celebrate the National Osteoporosis Society, chaired by Camilla. The charity's trustees could never have anticipated the enormous interest, but the media had been tipped off by the usual reliable source that Charles and Camilla would greet each other with a kiss. As a climax to this frenetic offensive, on the eve of the long royal summer holidays, Bolland arranged for Charles to be interviewed by the Daily Mail. Asked whether he was considering marriage, he replied, "Who knows what the good Lord has planned." Delighted by this salvo, he and Camilla then retreated to Scotland. They were leaving a major problem behind. Throughout the years fundraising, Higden and Fawcett had argued. Their disagreements centered on who should control the foundation's dinners and money. Since Higden arranged the Americans' donations and entertainment, he wanted to supervise their visits. But Fawcett wanted to push him out, complained Higden. He not only provided bad food and horrible sweet German wine but deducted the cost of the food from my raised money, and he organized the dinners like a Barnum and Bailey circus. Higden became yet more agitated about the accounts after he was billed an unusually large amount for a tent. Then they argued about the seating plans for guests. Fawcett had perfected the art of ignoring Higden's scheme, and placed women of his own choosing next to Charles, either because they were particularly good-looking or because they had promised significant cash. Minutes before the guests arrived for Higden's lunches or dinners, almost farcical arguments would erupt, with each man grabbing or clutching a name card to place next to or away from Charles. In the case of Eva Rousing, the American wife of the Swedish, her next to Charles, apparently in exchange for a donation of £500,000, thus outdoing the American woman who Higden had promised would sit next to the prince. for $250,000. To challenge Fawcett, Higdon discovered, was a self-inflicted wound. Since neither Lamport nor Pete liked either man, the two were scrapping among themselves, and Fawcett displayed his canny tactics. That had been evident ever since Charles agreed to host a charity event at the opening of the Mariinsky Theater in St. Petersburg, with Valery Gergiev conducting. A crowd of donors were already seated as they waited for Charles to enter, but Conrad Black, then the proprietor of the Telegraph newspaper group, refused to sit down. He intended to snatch a place next to Charles. Fawcett knew how to deal with that tactic. Walking behind Charles as he entered the room, Fawcett brought with him two men carrying a large chair. Under his direction they placed the chair between two seated donors of whom Fawcett approved, and soon Charles was sitting in it, while Black found himself cast to the periphery. The frantic pace of bidding for access to Charles raised new alarms in Buckingham Palace. In the Queen's opinion, her son ignored the boundary between his charities and his constitutional position. Charles cannot see beyond the horizon, complained one official. He's working hard but clearly cannot understand the conflict with propriety. While they acknowledged that Fawcett had the knack of approaching the right rich people and spreading his network to raise money, Lamport and then Pete found themselves being asked, "How did that person get in?" more frequently. Both may have tried to bar a suspicious person, only to discover that the guest had Fawcett's blessing. The phrase, "rent a royal," began to circulate. Robin Yonran suggested guidelines for officials to implement, but he was resisted, not least by Fawcett who, while producing donors for Charles, was simultaneously receiving gifts from those he facilitated. When Charles ignored such conflicts of interest, a Whitehall official again reminded him what was permitted and what conduct was off limits. Such a warning so soon after the new private secretary's arrival was unexpected. Pete's former colleagues noticed a change in his attitude towards them. His appointment had been linked to Yonran's plan to build better relations between Charles and Buckingham Palace. Instead, Pete took an independent line. How very odd, thought Malcolm Ross, controller of the Lord Chamberlain's office in Buckingham Palace, during one meeting with Pete. Manager and got a control freak. Leave it to me, Pete would say to assert his command. Single quote. However, the moment Charles entered his office, Pete would melt, rushing to put on his jacket rather than be seen in shirt sleeves. Once properly dressed, he would bow deeply. Although there were fewer staff at St. James's Palace than at Buckingham Palace, they did not eat together. The result was an atmosphere of fear that Pete did nothing to dispel. Some in Buckingham Palace, Ross observed, became upset because he was so difficult. He was more a loner than a team player. The atmosphere was so different in St. James's. Ross concluded that Pete had gone native. He had shifted his loyalty to Charles, and been briefed to continue the war against Buckingham Palace. Any proposal for repairing relations would be abruptly responded to with, "I'm too busy." Single quote. On every issue he had strong views, said Bolland. There was never a discussion. Instead, he would say, "This is how it is," and there would be a bitter argument. Then he would rethink and might agree to the original suggestion. It was an unusual way of working. Single quote. Only one topic was off limits. Camilla. Knowing that Charles's loyalty to Bolland appeared solid so long as the journey towards public acceptance of his relationship remained unfinished, Pete did not share his opinions about his employer's partner with his 13. A new era begins. The death of the Queen Mother on the 30th of March 2002 altered the lives of both the Queen and Prince Charles. Until the eve of her death, the Queen Mother had telephoned her daughter every day. Her voice alone reminded the 74-year-old monarch about the stoic values inherited from her father. As she held the hand of her mother at her death, she knew that such support was gone forever. What we really need is a good funeral, Bill Heseltine, the Queen's former private secretary, told Roy Strong. A big show, he implied, would encourage support for the crown. Heseltine had good reason for concern. The BBC's news coverage was distinctly non-deferential, and the government's recall of Parliament in recognition of the Queen Mother's passing was scorned by Republicans as an embarrassing spectacle. In the event, the skeptics were proved wrong. Public grief for the Queen Mother was widespread. 200,000 people filed past her coffin as she lay in state in Westminster Hall, and over 1 million lined the streets for the funeral procession. Few of the mourners appreciated the late Queen's part in persuading Charles to marry Diana, or her ruthlessness with those she disliked. According to one courtier, her eyes would go dead, ice cold. The Queen's advisers noted that the public's affection for her mother lightened her own gloom about the monarchy's unpopularity. The mood, captured by Charles's emotional reaction, influenced the Queen's decision over whether Camilla should be invited to the funeral. Her immediate response had been, no, because her mother had so disapproved of Camilla. That decision, she knew, would be challenged by Charles, who when told of his grandmother's death had rushed back from a skiing holiday in Switzerland. In a televised address he expressed his profound sorrow at the loss of a woman who was more than a grandmother. Throughout his life, especially when he was a young child and his parents were away for months touring the Commonwealth, his darling magical grandmother had been his friend, confidant and supporter. She had been especially kind during his frequent depressions. To his surprise, after his TV tribute his mother called and thanked him. Probably she did not agree with the criticism that in his address Charles had spoken about his own grief rather than about the subject of that grief. She had decided that Camilla could be at the funeral as a friend of the Queen Mother, but not as Charles's partner. In truth, she had little choice. The latest opinion polls showed that the majority of Britons were now in favor of Charles and Camilla getting married. There was no doubting Charles's deep grief. During the funeral ceremony he was openly distraught. He stared at the coffin, his lips trembled and he was close to tears. A solitary figure, he traveled with the coffin to Windsor Castle and watched its interment in St. George's Chapel. Then he flew to Scotland to meet Camilla at Birkhall. By then speculation about his future, encouraged by Bolland, was rife. On the back of his tearful speech, the son urged him to marry. Follow your heart, Charles's. Camilla's position was sealed when it was agreed that later in the month she and Charles would meet the Queen for 30 minutes before a concert by the cellist Mstislav Rostropovich at Buckingham Palace. The objections to normalizing their relationship were finally peeling away. Everything was in place for Buckingham Palace's modernizers to rebrand the monarchy. The Queen Mother's death, combined with that earlier in the year of Princess Margaret, had removed two obstacles to reform. Charles's complaints about the conduct of the minor royals were reinforced. When Princess Michael of Kent allowed her children to host a party for more than 100 friends at Kensington Palace until 5 a.m. while the Queen Mother was still lying in state. That was quoted as another example of exploitation of their privileges. Without any formal announcement, the Queen agreed that the official lineup on the balcony of Buckingham Palace for future state occasions would be limited to 5 royals: the Queen, Prince Philip, Charles and his 2 sons. A few days later, Charles flew to Greece to stay for 3 days on his own in a monastery on Mount Athos. In the aftermath of his grandmother's death, that seemed reasonable. However, a newspaper photograph showed the prince stepping off a boat with a butler in tow. The contrast between the bereaved royal carrying out his duty, and his lifestyle, billionaires' yachts, private jets, 6 homes, shooting, a huge staff, all funded by the duchy, and a remarkable amount of luggage for a few days of meditation, sat uneasily with the theme of the imminent Jubilee celebrations, to emphasize the monarchy's relevance in modern Britain. Julia Cleverton, one of his charity's executives,